The bald crane looked like it was so angry that it could no longer contain its rage. It was about to let out a piercing screech and charge back into the crowd of women, which it thought had humiliated it, when Ziruo voiced her obedience while standing in front of Su Ming. She turned into a long arc to lead the way. With a calm expression on his face, Su Ming went after Ziruo and walked towards the distant galaxy. Yan Pei immediately followed suit. When the bald crane saw all of them leave, it immediately stopped halfway through its charge. It threw a fierce glare at the group of women, and as they chuckled while looking as charming as ever, the bald crane's anger drained from its body. Could not even throw harsh words at them. When it turned around, it mustered its fastest speed and left the place as if it was fleeing. The pink galaxy in Heavenly Fox Expanse Cosmos had a unique beauty to it. After they walked for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ziruo suddenly stopped. The color of the galaxy before them changed. It was no longer pink, but had turned black. That black shade was like a vortex, but it did not rotate. Instead, it looked like it had been frozen in time. The black hue and the pink color around it formed a stark contrast. The frozen black vortex might not have been rotating, but it still gave others a feeling as if it could devour everything. In fact, if someone cast their gaze at that place, they would feel as if they were about to be sucked inside. Distortions would appear in the black frozen vortex, but in truth, the vortex did not distort. What was distorted was the people's gazes. A faint presence filled the vortex, but neither Ziruo nor Yan Pei could detect it. Only Su Ming could immediately notice the presence's existence at the instant he saw the vortex. As I expected, Su Ming's pupils shrank in a barely noticeable manner. The presence was incredibly unique. It did not belong to harmonious Morris Alba, but to the vast expanse beyond. The presence came from the vast expanse beyond. This vortex has the presence of the vast expanse beyond. So what is its purpose? Su Ming scrutinized the vortex and frowned. He could not tell what its use was, but he was certain that it was definitely not Old Man Extermination's tomb. There are 4 of these tombs around? Su Ming asked Ziruo, who was next to him, while staring at the vortex. There are indeed 4 of them, but for some reason, 2 of them have disappeared from their expanse cosmoses. One of the 2 remaining tombs is here, and the other one is in Tiger Cager's expanse cosmos, Ziruo quickly said. Su Ming was silent for a moment. He moved forward, but just as he was about to step into the vortex and investigate it, Ziruo grit her teeth and immediately took a few steps forward. Senior Su, please wait. Old Man Extermination's tomb lays in our expanse cosmos, so even though he might be a legendary figure, our people could not help but go in there to investigate it. Over the years, we have come to understand it very well. If you have anything you need, I can serve as a guide for you. Once Ziruo finished speaking, she looked at Su Ming. He pondered over her words for a moment before he turned his head around to cast a glance at Ziruo. He saw a strange glow in her eyes, then nodded. Lead the way. As Su Ming spoke, he walked towards the vortex. Ziruo immediately felt her spirits lift. A smile appeared on her face, and she flew forward to lead the way. As for the bald crane, a thought appeared in its mind. Just as it was about to follow Su Ming, Yan Pei brought his hand up and caught the bald crane. It flew up in rage, believing that Yan Pei was humiliating it again. But just when its rage was about to reach boiling point, Yan Pei sighed. Oh well, since you can't appreciate an expression of goodwill and want to go with them, I will not stop you. The bald crane was momentarily stunned. It blinked, then asked with a cold harumph. Huh? What do you mean? Can't you tell that Ziruo volunteered to follow Master? Yan Pei asked in a profound manner while staring at the bald crane. So what? If she wants to follow him, then let her. Why can she be the only one who follows him? I'm telling you, young Yan Zi, there might be plenty of crystals hidden in the tomb, the bald crane said in contempt while laughing coldly. But just when it was about to turn around and follow Su Ming, Yan Pei sighed long and hard again. His sigh immediately caused the bald crane to feel goosebumps on its skin. Turned around again and glared at Yan Pei. Damn it! Why do you keep sighing? If you have something to say, Then get straight to the point. I don't have time to indulge myself in flights of fancy. Yen Pei sighed in his heart and explained things in detail. Zirua is a beautiful woman. She volunteered to follow Master on her own, and Master did not refuse her. So, don't you think there is? You mean passionate love? The bald crane immediately continued the sentence, then lifted its claw and scratched its head. While it thought it over, Su Ming and Zirua stepped into the black vortex and disappeared without a trace. When they were about to step in, Su Ming turned his head back to cast a glance at the bald crane. When he saw that it did not come with him, he did not bother about it either. The bald crane's safety was guaranteed in Dark Dawn's camp. Besides, with the bald crane's cunning, it would usually come up with astonishing schemes when its life was in danger, or else it would have been impossible for it to have led such a good life before meeting Su Ming. Its safety was especially guaranteed when it had the divine ability which allowed it to seem to be indescribably powerful when it was cast. It had also allowed the bald crane to deceive others and empty their pockets of crystals. Once Su Ming stepped into the frozen vortex, his eyes shone as he looked around him. There are 3 layers to Old Man Extermination's tomb. Based on the investigations the Heavenly Foxes have conducted over the years, they are an imitation of the layers of heaven, earth, and man. The first layer is heaven. It is filled with a never-ending stretch of sky. All sorts of sky exist here, and it makes it impossible for people to find the entrance to the next layer. The second layer is earth. That place is filled with boundless land. Different sorts of terrain are connected together to form a hell without bounds. The last layer is the layer of man. Since ancient times, only one person from our people has managed to step into that place successfully. After he left behind a jade slip in the second layer, we lost all contact with this ancestor of ours. Zirua explained. Su Ming looked around him and found that they were surrounded by a stretch of blue sky. Every direction around him was a part of the sky. There were white clouds amid the endless blue sky, and he felt as if he was standing in the sky. In fact, when Su Ming sent his divine sense across the area, he found that he could not figure out whether there was land beneath the stretch of sky despite the strength of his divine sense. He could not see it. This sort of matter was impossible because the strength of Su Ming's divine sense came from his will, but it did happen, which meant that there was only one possibility. There was some sort of seal Su Ming could not understand in this place, and it was precisely because that the sky appeared endless. If he tried to search for the depths, he might end up walking in circles and walk through a spot repeatedly without even noticing it. Since you can't find the entrance to the second layer, how did your people manage to enter it? Su Ming asked calmly. Zirua chuckled softly. She turned her head to look at Su Ming while standing beside him. Her faint makeup made it look as if spring itself was contained in her eyes. They twinkled brightly with intelligence. Her cherry-pink lips were red even without lipstick and delicate like water droplets. The 2 locks of hair by her cheeks gently caressed her face as wind blew against her, adding a tempting charm to her. She twirled her hair. In her long pink dress, her waist looked as if it would snap if anyone exerted force on it. And when she moved, she looked like a dazzling picture that was so beautiful it had no flaws and seemed like it came from another world. Zirua knew just how beautiful she was and just when and how she was supposed to present her beauty, such as at that moment. There was wind in the sky right then, and her hair was lifted by it. She used it to present her beauty to Su Ming. Hee, even if you are an old monster with an unfathomable level of cultivation, I won't believe that you won't be tempted. Zirua looked at Su Ming with a charming smile, but as she stared at him, she saw him frown. I asked you a question, he said. The woman before him was indeed beautiful, but to Su Ming, she seemed to be slightly slow in her mind. Su Ming's words immediately caused Zirua's intention of showing off her beauty like a peacock spreading its tail feathers to instantly shatter. All her previous actions as well as her covert temptations to instantly crack and crumble. That is because there are some strange gusts in the first layer. Once they form a whirlwind, it will create an invisible path leading to the entrance to the second layer, and it will suck us in it. But not all people can be sucked into it. There are some who can enter the second layer smoothly, and some who get rejected. There are even some who die. There are some type of air spirits in the first layer. They are invisible, but they can absorb your chi and blood. The longer you stay here, the weaker you will get. The sky here is different as well. Right now, it is clear where we are, but if we move forward, soon we will be able to see the sky in other forms, such as thunderstorms, a cloudy sky, a fog-shrouded sky, a snowing sky, a rainy day. Different spirits exist in different pieces of sky. They also differ in terms of strength. The weak ones will not be able to even withstand a single blow, and the powerful ones are creatures that even those in Avicania realm will find difficult to handle. But in the end, the first layer isn't that dangerous. The true danger lies in the second layer. Ziruo felt a ball of frustration well up in her heart, but she could not show it. Hence, in her gloomy mood, she told Su Ming everything she knew in one go. When Su Ming was in the first layer of Old Man Extermination's tomb, there were 3 figures standing in a rune in the vast layer known as the Layer of Man, which was the third layer of Old Man Extermination's tomb. They were waiting for the activation of the rune. Naturally, those 3 people were the black-robed men Su Ming had been unable to detect. Several breaths later, the rune shone with a brilliant light, and the 3 figures disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in another world. It was a world filled with booming sounds. Over the countless years, it had always been filled with those loud bangs, making it seem like it was a world belonging to sound. The galaxy trembled, and ripples spread out. When the booming sounds filled the area, the 3 black-robed men appeared before a huge ship. That ship had an ancient air about it, as if it had come from ancient times. It floated in the galaxy, and behind it was a huge gap. The gap looked like it was made by someone tearing the galaxy open, and the vast expanse could be seen beyond it. The vast expanse was beyond Harmonious Morris Alba, and due to the existence of the gap, it filled the place with a large amount of aura from the universe beyond. It crashed against Harmonious Morris Alba's world and formed the booming sounds that would never disappear. In the gap was a huge ship. A figure could be seen sitting cross-legged at its bow. The person was dressed in a gray long robe, which had a toad with a dragon head embroidered on it. That picture had never been seen in Arid Triad, Harmonious Morris Alba, or Dark Dawn as well as Saint Defier. It was a picture that did not belong to any of them. The person dressed in the gray long robe was an old man. He had his head lowered, which hid his face. The only thing that could be seen was his long gray hair. He was only described as an old man because when anyone cast their gaze on him, they would sense the ancient presence coming from his person. It was the most direct feeling that would cause others to think he was an old man. Once the 3 black-robed men saw the old man in gray, they knelt down and worshipped him. Master, after he devoured 7/10 of Dark Dawn's expanse cosmoses, he entered the 3rd marked board. He's at the first layer right now. We've already spread the rumors based on your instructions in the expanse cosmoses whose wills he devoured. One of the black-robed men said with a low, respectful tone. It's still not enough. After a long while, an old voice came from the gray-robed figure sitting on the ship. It had a strange accent. The old man might have been speaking in the language used by all the lives in Arid Triad and Harmonious Morris Alba, but he seemed to not want to change his native accent, causing all those who heard it once to never be able to forget it. The black-robed man remained silent for a moment before he spoke. When he did, a grim and murderous expression appeared on his face. Yes, we'll immediately go back and continue spreading rumors about this matter. As for Saint Defier, we'll pretend to be this person and devour the wills of the expanse cosmoses in Saint Defier's camp. We'll even begin killing them. Once he finished speaking, his body immediately disappeared. The other 2 black-robed men beside him also disappeared with murderous looks on their faces. When they vanished, the ship sank into silence, but it was accompanied by the constant rumbles in the area, which never stopped. In the relative silence, the gray-robed old man on the huge ship slowly lifted his head to reveal a face with blue eyes. He was not at all old, but appeared to be nearing his middle age. When one Harmonious Morris Alba is destroyed, an anomaly will definitely appear. This is a destiny all 9 Harmonious Morris Albas cannot escape. This butterfly is bound to perish in this aeon, and it means that the strongest person of all eons the butterfly has lived through will appear in this aeon. He'll be just like me in the past, the gray-robed man mumbled. A tormented look of nostalgia appeared on his face. He lifted his right hand and clenched his fist tightly. Since they will be the strongest of all eons in this harmonious Morris Alba, external forces will be unable to destroy him. Only by using harmonious Morris Alba's own strength will I be able to seal this person. I will seal you. Only once I seal you will I be able to fully execute my plan. How many times has it been? As the gray-robed man mumbled under his breath, a thought-provoking smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his lips. He brought his right hand up and swung his arm outwards. With it, the rumbles in the expanse cosmos instantly grew much louder. At the same time, his ship gradually became indistinct amid the loud booms until it completely disappeared. But it did not mean that the ship had left into the distance. Instead, it had hidden itself. Oh! Su Ming lifted his right hand and swung his arm. With a bang, violent gusts of wind howled in the first layer of Old Man Extermination's tomb. They charged towards the thunder and rain and crashed into them, resulting in a loud bang. Ripples spread through the sky and made it tremble non-stop. It was a sky plagued by thunderstorms. As the wind Su Ming stirred crashed against the thunder and rain in the sky, a huge whirlwind appeared. Su Ming stepped into it, but when he touched it, booming sounds shot into the air, and the whirlwind disintegrated. This is the 9th time. Su Ming stood in the thunderstorm and stared at the disintegrating vortex before he turned his head to cast a glance at Ziruo. There was a gentle screen of light around Ziruo's body. It blocked off the rain from touching her. At that moment, she looked at Su Ming with a slightly strange expression on her face. The whirlwind should have served as the entrance to the second layer, but they encountered them 8 times before the last one, and to no avail. Each one was supposed to lead them out, but when Su Ming touched them, they would disintegrate. It was the 9th time it had happened. This is... Ziruo did not know what to say. Since there is someone who does not want to make my journey smoother and to let me step into the second layer, then Su Ming cast a glance at the sky around them. He had long since noticed that there were spirits residing in the air. There were quite a number of them, hidden around them while they stared at Su Ming and Ziruo with greed. Then I will use my own method to open a gap. When Su Ming said those words, he lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky. With it, the sky roared. The thunderstorm instantly tumbled backwards, causing the rain to shudder. Shrill screams swiftly rang out in the sky. They came from all the spirits around Su Ming who had been staring at him with greed. Once Su Ming seized the air, they were forced to show themselves, as if Su Ming's right hand had turned into a vortex that instantly sucked all of them towards him. Su Ming let out a cold harumph and spread out his will. His will instantly swept out in all directions and filled the raining sky, cloudy sky, snowing sky, and all the other sorts of skies. He made them gather together, and the entire sky roared. All the spirits were herded by Su Ming's will towards him. They had to come, because Su Ming's will was like a death scythe. If they did not go towards him, they would surely die. As the spirits in the sky continued gathering around him, their numbers gradually increased to an astonishing degree. Slowly, they grew to an amount where people could no longer calculate their numbers. Su Ming then pushed down with his right hand. With it, the innumerable spirits in the area charged towards him. They formed a whirlwind that was visible to the eye. The whirlwind was shaped like a cone. At the instant it appeared, the booming sounds grew deafening. The whirlwind became larger and continued stretching to the area beneath them, as if it had turned into a spinning top. As the booming sounds echoed in the air, visible distortions appeared in the area below them. Cracks instantly appeared, but they swiftly closed up. However, as the booming sounds became louder and the spirits continued swimming in the whirlwind while shuddering because Su Ming's will forced them to do it regardless of all costs, the mending of the cracks could no longer catch up to the rate they appeared. Cracking sounds rang out, and as more cracks appeared, the sky was drilled open. Doing such a thing was not difficult to Su Ming. He only drove all the spirits to move, forcing them to break open the sky. However, when Ziruo saw this, her breathing quickened. Her pupils constricted, and a hint of shock appeared on her face. This was the first time she saw Su Ming's true power, though she was a little unsure whether what he showed at that moment was truly the limits of his strength. After all, based on Su Ming's expression, he looked incredibly relaxed. But to Ziruo, being able to manipulate all the spirits in the first layer already exceeded the limits of her imagination. After all, while the spirits varied in strength, the powerful ones were extremely troublesome existences that could even make those in Avacania realm frown. Yet right then, when she looked across the land, she found that there was no end to the spirits, and there were quite a large number of the powerful ones. But not a single one of them showed any signs of disobedience to Su Ming's will. They were swimming around in the whirlwind, obeying his will to make the whirlwind become stronger. This was enough to tell just how powerful Su Ming was. He terrified the spirits and made them tremble. But this was still not Su Ming's limit. The impact of this truth was incredibly strong on Ziruo, causing her breathing to quicken. And when she looked at Su Ming, her desire to push him down reached its peak. She gave up on the thought to tempt him, because the events before had already proved to her that those methods were ineffective. No matter how she tried to show off her beauty, it was nothing in Su Ming's eyes. If that was the case, then it would be better for her to use other methods. Ziruo forced down her excitement, and a hint of pink appeared in her eyes. I can only use the great inversing soul art. Fortunately, I've already made my preparations before this. Judging by the time, the arrangements I made in the tribe should have already been activated. Su Ming, I will definitely obtain you. Only the strongest of this aeon will be able to form the perfect life with me. Ziruo clenched her fists, and as she gave herself motivation, her expression grew more determined. Su Ming did not know what Ziruo was thinking, but when he saw the determined look on her face, a crease appeared between his eyebrows. He constantly felt that this woman only had beautiful looks but no brains, but based on logic, it was impossible for a stupid person to reach Avacania realm. Yet Ziruo was constantly slow to react and daydreamed all the time. Yet right then, for some weird reason, she appeared determined. If she harbored any sort of killing intent, Su Ming would have been able to notice it, but no matter how he looked at it, the woman did not seem to want to kill him. Since that was the case, he chose not to pay any attention to her. He averted his gaze and fixed his stare on the whirlwind. At that instant, it suddenly let out a bang, and the cracks filling the air suddenly increased in number. When loud booming sounds shot into the air, a huge gap was dug out by the spinning vortex. At the instant the gap appeared, Su Ming swung his arm, and the vortex dissipated. The countless spirits in it elbowed each other as they rushed in all directions. Su Ming took a step forward and charged into the gap. Ziruo quickly followed him. The two of them turned into two long arcs that instantly vanished into the gap into the second layer of Old Man Extermination's tomb, the layer of earth. At the instant he stepped in, Su Ming lifted his right hand without even looking around him. He seized the air above him, where the gap was, and when a great suction force spread out, the spirits who had dispersed swiftly come to a halt before they tumbled back towards the gap. Drill a hole through the second layer, and I will grant you freedom. As Su Ming's voice echoed in the air, he seized the spirits with his right hand and pushed them towards the ground. With it, the spirits immediately started howling. They charged towards the ground in resignation and formed a whirlwind to drill open a hole through the second layer as well. The second layer of Old Man Extermination's tomb was earth. The land there was the same as the ever-changing sky, which meant there were different terrains. There were mountains, plains, canyons, rivers, lakes, and oceans. All sorts of terrain could be seen, making people feel as if they could see the entire world when they looked over. The volcanoes in the distance erupted. When lava flowed out, black fog spread through the area. The spot in which Su Ming descended was where one of the volcanoes had erupted. He did not bother about it, however. He pushed his right hand towards the ground, and the spirits charged to the ground with a howl and turned into a whirlwind. As they spun rapidly, they touched the ground like an awl. It caused the ground to tremble, and cracks instantly appeared on it. Su Ming did not need to know how to enter the next layer. He would use his own method to break through all barriers. There were only a few people who could do this in the world, and Su Ming was strong enough to be one of them. As the strongest of his Aeon, he had learned many secrets, and while Su Ming was lost as to where his future led, he did not have an ounce of respect towards Old Man Extermination. Instead, he was overflowing with fighting spirit. At that moment, the ground trembled, and cracks swiftly spread out. Loud booming sounds came up from the ground. Su Ming stood on the volcano. At the moment he appeared, the volcano's eruptions ceased, as if Su Ming's appearance had caused the volcano to no longer dare erupt. In fact, the countless ferocious beasts living in the second layer started trembling and hiding at that moment. They no longer dared to show even a single bit of their presence. Su Ming's descent and brought about an incredibly mighty pressure on these creatures, causing all of them to sense the shadow of death looming over them. In just the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, a loud bang shook the sky. As the ground trembled, a huge gap appeared in it. The next moment, a great presence spread out from inside it, and when Su Ming sensed that presence, his eyes shrank swiftly. The presence brought with it a will that strongly suggested that it did not belong to harmonious Morris Alba. It was all over the place, and if Su Ming had not seen it before when he returned to the past once he cast his divine ability, it would have been difficult for him to tell that this presence belonged to the vast and boundless universe beyond harmonious Morris Alba. Su Ming stared at the gap. After mulling over his thoughts for a while, he stepped into it, and when he reappeared, he was already in the so-called third layer of Old Man Extermination's tomb. Almost at the same time Su Ming stepped in, Zirua gritted her teeth and moved into the gap as well. It was the third layer of Old Man Extermination's tomb, and it was also the final layer. It was where the relocation rune was located. Everything around there was indistinct, and it seemed as if no end to it could be seen. The indistinctiveness gave Su Ming an incredibly familiar feeling. It was incredibly similar to the vast expanse he had seen when he cast the divine ability of time. However, there were also differences. Harmonious Morris Alba's presence was also in this vast space, which was why it was not truly a vast expanse of emptiness. Clearly, it was a connecting point linking both universes together. This caused Su Ming to remember the murals he saw in the damaged hall when time reversed while he was in the Viridian God's expanse cosmos. The Viridian God in the past had also stepped into the Old Man Extermination's tomb and was relocated when he in the third layer. He personally saw gap in space and Old Man Extermination coming through it from beyond the universe. If that is the case, then this so-called Old Man Extermination's tomb should have appeared before the Old Man Extermination arrived. So why did Zirua say that the tomb was built for Old Man Extermination? And there are 4 of them. Su Ming frowned and looked at Zirua, who followed behind him. The woman had come with him all the way, but did not show any unusual signs. Even if she was familiar with this place, with how Su Ming had broken through the 2 layers, he did not need someone to lead him. He thought that Zirua was slightly slow-witted, but in truth, this woman was incredibly clever. When she saw Su Ming's gaze, she immediately knew what he was thinking and that she had not shown her abilities along the way. If this continued, then Su Ming would not allow her to follow him any longer. If I want to push him down, I must let him know my abilities first. Zirua did not wait for Su Ming to speak. With a sparkle in her eyes, she lifted her hand, formed a seal and pointed forward. With it, an image of a fox appeared behind her. It had white fur, and the instant it appeared, it lifted its head and howled at the sky. As it howled, a white thread appeared in front of Zirua. It twisted and spread out to quickly turn into a circle. While the white fox continued howling, its tail instantly split into 2, then 3, 4, 5. When 9 tails were behind the white fox, 9 threads also appeared in front of Zirua. They intersected with each other and stretched out to form a rune. Immediately after, the rune shrank to turn into a white ball of thread the size of a fist. 9 rays of white light shot out from within it. They spread through the area, and after a moment, when the light disappeared, the white ball of thread swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to be several dozens of feet big. Su Ming watched the rune appear and grow larger while absorbed in thought. The white threads that formed the rune seemed to be part of the laws in the place. Zirua's divine ability allowed the user to extract the laws of the place no matter where they were, which gave it some mysterious aspects. This is the divine ability we of the heavenly foxes are born with. Senior, please have a look. Zirua's face was slightly pale. Clearly, executing her divine ability in that place was not easy for her. As she spoke, she lifted her hand and pointed at the rune formed by the white threads. With it, the rune that was several dozens of feet big immediately shuddered. When it twisted again, it turned into a picture that almost looked like it had solid form. The edges around the picture were its borders, and there was a ball of white spots in the middle. Around that ball was a layer of fog. It was not a rune. It was clearly the structural plan of the third layer of the tomb. The heavenly fox's divine ability could allow them to make any place reveal their layout to them, and Zirua was pointing at the white spot at the center of the structural plan. The moment she did so, the structural plan was immediately enlarged. As it continued growing, the white spot at the center showed them that it was a rune. "This is it," Su Ming suddenly said. Zirua nodded. She lifted her hand and pointed at the enlarged rune at the center. Immediately, Su Ming noticed that a relocation power appeared around them. It instantly spread out, and with a loud bang, it devoured Su Ming and Zirua's figures. When Su Ming appeared again, there was an ancient and old rune under his feet. Zirua was beside him. Her face had become even paler. Could be said that she was completely in control of the third layer. She had first cast her people's divine ability and drew a simulation of the structural plan. Then, she had relocated Su Ming where he wanted to be. This sort of art that allowed its user to relocate to any place they wanted in any expanse cosmos was something that even Su Ming did not see often. He nodded towards Zirua, and once a hint of admiration appeared on his face, he lowered his head to observe the old rune beneath his feet. He did not know that once Zirua noticed the admiration on his face, her spirits was immediately lifted. That feeling was similar to eating a medicinal core that would provide her with great supplements. Zirua's heart filled with excitement, as if obtaining Su Ming's admiration was the first step to success. "Sooner or later, I will definitely push you down," Zirua swore in her heart while clenching her fists. She had already sworn this oath in her heart plenty of times during the journey, and it allowed her determination to grow stronger. When Zirua saw that Su Ming was observing the rune beneath his feet, she cast a glance at it before she spoke gently. "This is a long-distance relocation rune. It should have been around for at least tens of thousands of years. You know about runes?" Su Ming lifted his head and cast a glance at Zirua. "Just a bit." Zirua might have said those words, but there was a hint of confidence on her face, causing Su Ming to think that while this woman was slightly slow in the head, she had some aspects about her that were adorable. "Tell me about it." Su Ming looked at Zirua. He would willingly admit that he did not know much about runes, and his knowledge could never compare to that of Wuxia. The woman before him also seemed confident, as if she was certain of her knowledge. There are plenty of categories to runes. Relocation runes are a rather unique type, but no matter what sort of relocation rune they are, their only use is to relocate. When Zirua spoke of runes, the confident look that appeared on her face caused her beauty to increase by several times. Since it is for relocation, unless there is no fixed destination, there is definitely another point connected to this place. When the 2 points are connected together, they will form a path. These runes are split into one-way or two-way relocations. We can tell based on the structure of the rune, no matter how complicated they are. They are only complicated to hide the direction of the relocation and whether it allows a two-way relocation. Look at this rune. It might be old and complicated, but in truth, based on the loops, we can tell that this is a two-way relocation rune. Look at the structure of the rune. The person who set it up in the past had unwittingly exposed what the rune was for by trying to cover the truth with lots of complicated and unnecessary patterns. In truth, the distance of the relocation should be ha. Zirua spoke while observing the rune, then she suddenly came to a halt. The more Zirua observed the rune, the more she frowned. She then began to mumble under her breath. This is an interface rune. This relocation rune will send the person to another world. This is strange. This world doesn't belong to Dark Dawn, Saint Defire, or Arid Triad. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Activate the rune. When we are relocated, we will know where it leads to. Zirua nodded. With Su Ming beside her, even if they did run into any danger, she was confident that he could resolve it. She immediately lifted her right hand, and the nine-tailed white fox appeared behind her. When she pushed her right hand on the rune, the nine-tailed white fox turned into 9 rays of white light that instantly fused into it. The rune rumbled. Powerful light instantly filled the air, covering up Su Ming and Zirua's figures. After a moment, when the light grew dimmer and everything returned to normal, the rune remained in place, but Su Ming and Zirua, who were originally standing inside it, were already gone. Oh, has he arrived? A low murmur could be heard from the hidden ancient ship near the gap leading to the vast expanse beyond. The relocation seemed to take an incredibly long time. It was so long that a wave of fatigue would rise in people's hearts, but at the same time, they would feel as if only a short time had passed. Their vision seemed to have just turned dark for a moment, and when it cleared, all the feelings were gone. When the conflicted emotions rose in Su Ming's heart, he could not describe them clearly. It felt as if a long time had passed, but also as if only a short moment had gone by. He could not help feeling that his mind was in a mess. It was just like how a normal cultivator would feel after they woke up from meditation or when a mortal woke up from a deep sleep. To them, that moment had only lasted an instant, but in truth, an entire night or an even longer stretch of time had passed. As the world before Su Ming became clearer, his eyes sparkled. What revealed itself before him was not the fourth expanse cosmos in harmonious Morris Alba's wings, which he had expected, but a semi-transparent layer of haziness. It made it seem as if the world was covered in a veil, causing everything to become blurry. Su Ming also sensed that his body seemed to be unable to move. As his eyes sparkled, he observed the hazy, semi-transparent layer before him. He saw a huge tunnel beyond that haziness. It seemed to have no end, stretching far into the distance. The walls seemed to be made of flesh and blood. They looked like a membrane, but possessed life. It was a living tunnel, and Su Ming was at the top of the tunnel. He was in a thin cocoon that was about 30 feet big. It seemed to be frozen on the wall of a tunnel. It had not formed for long, which was why it was in a semi-transparent state. Those from the outside could clearly see Su Ming inside, but when he looked out from within, he could only see haziness. When he swept his gaze across the area, Su Ming saw that Zirua was fixed in another cocoon about 10 feet tall on a wall of flesh not too far away from him. At that moment, her eyes were shut, and she was unconscious. The relocation rune actually sent us here? A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. The relocation might have been strange and the place might terrify people, but to Su Ming, there was no place that he could not go or was forbidden to go. The cocoon might have stuck Su Ming's body to the tunnel of flesh, but when the chilling glare shone in his eyes, he moved slightly, and cracking sounds immediately rang out around him. Cracks immediately appeared on the cocoon around him, shattered inch by inch. Su Ming walked out of the shattered cocoon and stood in the tunnel. He cast a cold glance at the area around him and spread his divine sense outwards, his expression gradually changing. Everything around him had appeared indistinct when he was in the cocoon. When he walked out of it and looked around him again, everything became incredibly clear, and he could tell that there were thousands of huge cocoons in the tunnel that resembled a wall of flesh. The smaller cocoons were 100-something feet tall, and the bigger ones were thousands of feet tall. They had varying heights, but were all stuck to the wall of flesh like goosebumps and boils, which would send a chill crawling down anyone's spines despite it not being cold. There was a person in each cocoon, but when Su Ming looked at them, he found that they were all mummies. Their flesh, blood, and essence had been sucked dry by the wall of flesh. It seemed like the tunnel had been able to last for so long because it had continuously absorbed the essence from the formerly living people. Su Ming could sense something strange from the corpses in the cocoons. He could not quite describe what this feeling was. It was as if there was a thin sheet of paper separating him from the answer, but before he tore it down, it would be impossible for him to know the world behind that paper. A cold glare shone in his eyes. He lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the cocoon holding Zirua. Cracking sounds immediately echoed in the air. An invisible hand manifested to grab the cocoon, and Su Ming pulled it towards him, yanking it straight off the wall of flesh. With a gentle squeeze, a crack rang out. The cocoon shattered to ash to reveal Zirua, who had her eyes closed and was unconscious. Her face was pale and she gave off a frail air. It was as if some of her essence had been absorbed during the period of time she was in the cocoon. Su Ming lifted his right hand and tapped the center of Zirua's crow gently. She immediately shuddered. When she opened her eyes, a look of confusion flashed through them, but it only lasted for an instant before her gaze returned to normal. She looked around her swiftly, and her expression gradually grew a little sullen. Clearly, she had already noticed the reason as to why her body felt weak. "This place is—" Zirua hesitated for a moment. When she swept her gaze across the cocoons, a feeling that the place was incredibly strange rose in her heart. "You'll know if you observe." Su Ming cast a glance at the area around him. The strange feeling kept on growing stronger. As he spoke, he charged down the tunnel. Zirua quickly followed behind him. The next instant, Su Ming's heart suddenly trembled. For some unknown reason, he was reminded of Death Vortex. When he was there, he had charged down continuously as well, just like what he was doing right then. When he reached the end, he moved from arid triad to harmonious Morris alba. And at that moment, the tunnel reminded Su Ming of that time. When the memory rose in his head, he could no longer stop it. The idea practically fused with the strange feeling he had in his heart earlier, causing Su Ming to come to a halt. He no longer descended. Instead, his expression changed while his mind analyzed all possible outcomes. Death Vortex might be a vortex, but in truth it is also a tunnel. Its structure was a vortex, while the structure of this place is something akin to a tunnel of flesh and blood. There are multiple worlds in Death Vortex, and there are multiple cocoons looking like boils on the tunnel of flesh. While Su Ming pondered over his thoughts, he suddenly moved and appeared beside a huge cocoon. When he brought his right hand up, he pierced through the cocoon to touch the spot between the corpse's eyebrows. After some time, Su Ming pulled back his right hand. There was a faint wisp of green smoke drifting about his fingertips, but it soon disappeared without a trace. However, Su Ming could sense a familiar presence from the faint green smoke. It was Death Aura. It was a presence from Death Vortex. It might have some other presences, but they came from the mummy, who was of an unknown race to Su Ming. But no matter what, each of the foreign races had one similarity. All of them had Death Aura. It was Death Aura, the same aura that was present in the lives of all races in all the worlds within Death Vortex. Regardless of whether it was the berserkers or the other races, all of them had it. As Su Ming watched his finger, now without any aura drifting around it, his pupils shrank slightly. With one move, he appeared beside another cocoon. With the same movement as before, he pierced the cocoon. His finger reached inside and pressed down on the center of the corpse's brow, which had died many years ago and whose flesh, blood, and essence had been sucked dry. When he pulled his finger back, a faint green aura circled his fingers. The faint Death Aura was the same as before, and Su Ming's expression grew darker. His narrowed eyes showed a hint of killing intent and a chilling glare. Zirua had witnessed all of it. She might not know what connection the faint green smoke had with Su Ming, but with her intellect, she could see the killing intent on his with just one glance. It was stronger than anything she had seen from him so far. It looked like all those who were unlucky enough to step on the wrong foot when it came to dealing with the current Su Ming would have to suffer an unimaginable wrath which had the might of a storm. Death Aura, Su Ming mumbled. He moved a total of 7 times, and each time, He would appear beside a cocoon before he extended a finger into it and took it away moments later. He performed this test repeatedly, and every single time he saw the faint green smoke that contained death aura. This allowed Su Ming to understand why he had sensed that strange feeling when he just came over. All the lives in the cocoons in the tunnel of flesh were from death vortex. It looked like the tunnel of flesh could only absorb the lives of those from death vortex. When Su Ming cast a glance at the tunnel, he found that his initial guess that there were only thousands of cocoons in the tunnel was still a gross underestimation. There were not just thousands. There were clearly nearly 100,000 of them. There was no end to them. The tunnel was covered in cocoon after cocoon, and within them were all cultivators from death vortex. Their lives, their flesh and blood, and their everything had become a part that would allow the tunnel of flesh to grow. A red glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. It symbolized murderous intent and anger. At that moment, if he still did not understand the use of the tunnel, he would have wasted living for so many years. Someone had clearly created a death tunnel by intentionally imitating death vortex. There was only one use for it, to imitate death vortex's ability of connecting harmonious Morris Alba and Arid Triad. Could connect Dark Dawn and Saint Defire's universe to that so-called fourth universe. Su Ming could not think of any other function besides this, and he was incredibly certain that the tunnel had been created for this purpose. To create it, the architect needed the flesh, blood, and souls of the cultivators from death vortex because of how unique their world was. They would also need quite a large number of them for it to be successful. Besides Old Man Extermination, Su Ming could not think of another person who had so many resources on hand. Once he understood it and looked at the corpses as well as the cocoons again, Su Ming shuddered. He did not want to find his master Xianxia nor the first god of berserkers Li Xianxia among the corpses. Something's not right. Su Ming's eyes shone. When he swept his gaze past the cocoon, a hint of uncertainty suddenly rose in his heart. If the cultivators in the cocoons on the tunnel all came from death vortex, then what about Ziruo? When she was relocated, she was also bound in a cocoon. By the looks of it, some of her life force had also been absorbed. Su Ming turned his head to the side and cast a glance at Ziruo. He did not voice the question in his heart, but when he looked at her, he found that her face was pale. She was looking around herself, and there was a dazed look in her eyes. With Su Ming's experience, no matter how cunning and conniving a person was, he could still see certain clues as to what they were thinking. But Su Ming had not been able to see Ziruo harboring any sort of blatant plots against him. She might be scheming something, but she had not overstepped her boundaries all the way to the tunnel. Most importantly, Su Ming had not detected any sort of danger from her. With his level of cultivation and how strong his will was, he could sense if there was any danger coming from the people beside him. This was similar to instinct, but his senses had already surpassed that basic level. Su Ming could clearly sense that while Ziruo was scheming something, she did not have any ill intention to harm his life, but it was precisely because of this Su Ming frowned. After contemplating it for a moment, he suppressed his thoughts. He then charged into the depths of the tunnel. Wherever he went, he would spread his will and have it fuse with each cocoon to search whether there were any familiar figures. He wanted to find his master and to get to the fourth universe to see the gap. He also wanted to find signs of the Old Man Extermination. Compared to all that, Su Ming did not want to spend too much thought on other trivial matters. In his eyes, Ziruo's schemes were most probably for her people. She was not specifically targeting him, or else it would have been impossible for him to not notice anything. Besides, if Ziruo truly had some undue schemes, then with his personality, Su Ming would first watch her perform with an aloof heart, and once she finished her performance, he would destroy her. Ziruo felt a little complicated in her heart. Those complicated feelings were because of a dream she had when she lost consciousness when the cocoon bound her. It was a dream that caused her heart to race. Once she woke up when Su Ming yanked her out of the cocoon, she could clearly sense that a part of her life force had been absorbed, and besides her life force, a bit of her inborn ability of a heavenly fox was also absorbed. In fact, she could sense that when she was dreaming, The methods she wanted set up in Heavenly Fox Tribe had been perfectly carried out by her people. We of the Heavenly Foxes have observed this old man extermination's tomb for many years. In truth, the tunnel here has already been thoroughly investigated by our people many years ago, but this has always been the greatest secret among our people. No outsider knows about this, and even among our people only a few are privy to this knowledge. The flesh tunnel here repels other presences, but over the years, we constantly rearranged the layout and even buried quite a number of our people's corpses in it. With this method, we fused with this tunnel, making it so that we can partially control it. The flesh tunnel can absorb our people's inborn abilities. But when we release our inborn ability here, our power will be even stronger. Ziruo cast a look at Su Ming before her, then gritted her teeth. Women were the majority among the Heavenly Foxes, but it was rather difficult for them to increase their population. Once an ancestor of theirs explored the flesh tunnel, she thought of a method to use it to absorb the Heavenly Fox's inborn ability by using the power in the tunnel that allowed it to absorb life force. When a large number of Heavenly Foxes were sent to fuse with the tunnel on a certain degree, a form of connection was formed between the Heavenly Foxes and the flesh tunnel. After all, one of the Heavenly Fox's inborn divine abilities was fusion. They could fuse with everything in the universe, which was similar to Su Ming's possession, but it was much gentler than it. The effect might not be perfect, but if it was executed by the entire race, as time passed, they could fuse with something without anyone noticing anything. This was something that even the old man extermination did not expect. After all, no matter how strong his power was, it was impossible for him to pay attention to all trivial matters. The black-robed people had also not noticed the little tricks the Heavenly Foxes had pulled over the years. Because of that, when the Heavenly Foxes fused with the tunnel over the years, they could use it when they needed it. They could activate the arrangements they left in the tunnel with a method akin to offering sacrifices from the outside world, which would make it release an aphrodisiac aura in a barely discernible manner. Due to the tunnel being sealed, that aura would become thicker as time went by, and once it reached a certain degree, it would cause the men and women from the Heavenly Foxes to unleash their passion. They would then be in a state of intense passion in the sealed environment for months or even years. With this, the problems of reproduction the race suffered were solved to a certain degree. That was why Ziruo had come and allowed herself to be bound by the cocoon while having her life force absorbed like the other cultivators from Mean Death Vortex. Even if Su Ming did not save her, once a certain amount of her life force had been sucked away, she would have woken up. At that moment, almost all the Heavenly Foxes on the various cultivation planets in the Heavenly Fox's expanse cosmos surrounded and danced around a huge statue of a nine-tailed white fox on their cultivation planets. Their dance was filled with extremely alluring movements, and when they surrounded the statue, moaning sounds could be heard in the air. They were extremely pleasant to the ears and sounded like pants, but if anyone listened to them closely, they would have the misconception they reminded them of incantations. This happened in all 739 planets of Heavenly Fox's expanse cosmos. All the women of the Heavenly Foxes started dancing faster, and gradually, as sweat covered their bodies, waves of pleasant fragrance spread out. Pink light appeared on each of the women, causing the 739 planets to slowly turn pink. The pink galaxy of the Heavenly Fox's expanse cosmos became even more dazzling. An aphrodisiac aura that could make a person lose their consciousness and go mad appeared, and it grew thicker. All of the Heavenly Fox's expanse cosmos filled with an amorous air. It also affected the old man extermination's tomb. Ziruo's eyes soon began to shift between clarity and dazedness. Pink spots appeared on her body beneath her clothes. They were packed densely together, and there were a total of 739 of them, corresponding to the 739 nine-tailed statues surrounded by countless Heavenly Foxes as they danced on the 739 planets. Those statues were continuously absorbing the aura from the Heavenly Foxes, and with a unique method, it gathered on Ziruo, causing her skin to slowly stop being pale. Instead, as the 739 pink spots spread out, they slowly fused with each other, causing her skin to turn pink. At the same time, the aphrodisiac aura belonging to the Heavenly Foxes gradually increased in amount in the flesh tunnel. In the beginning, it was incredibly faint, almost unnoticeable. But once it became obvious, it meant that the aura had grown to an incredible denseness. Su Ming moved very quickly. His will swept past each cocoon as he charged forward into the depths of the tunnel. He did not find Xianxia, but gradually, as he charged forward, Su Ming felt that his breathing was slowly quickening, and his heart started racing. At the instant he noticed it, a hint of red appeared on Su Ming's cheeks, and a rare, vacant look covered his eyes. It only lasted for an instant before it immediately disappeared, and clarity showed up in Su Ming's gaze once more. But his expression grew a little darker. This was not the first time he had experienced the racing of his heart. Many years ago, when Su Ming was still in the land of berserkers, he had experienced it in an event that was incredibly difficult for him to forget. It was when he had to fight against Madame G. He had been affected by her poison. To the current Su Ming it was insignificant, but in the past, it was so strong that it could instantly cause his thoughts to scatter due to lust. Right then, Su Ming felt exactly the way he did when he was affected by the poison. A large number of jumbled-up pictures flashed through his mind. A glint appeared in his eyes. When he turned his head around, he saw that Ziruo had a dazed and vacant look. Her body was trembling, and sweat beaded on her skin. Her exposed skin had already turned pink, and Su Ming saw terror on her face. Ziruo was terrified, because based on her plan, the aura should not have such a great effect on her. After all, she was a heavenly fox. The one who should be affected the greatest should have been Su Ming. Yet at that moment, she found that the aura was slightly out of her control. In fact, her mind was being corroded by it, and she was starting to get confused. How can this be? No wonder I couldn't sense any sort of danger from her, even though I could feel that she was scheming against me. Su Ming frowned. The strange aura was the exact same as he felt from the Heavenly Fox's expanse cosmos. However, the density far surpassed what he had sensed in the outside world. Su Ming let out a cold harumph and swung his arm. A cold gust immediately appeared out of nowhere, and when it swept out, Su Ming's speed instantly increased. At the instant he charged away, the aphrodisiac aura that could make a person lose their consciousness grew even denser, and the tunnel was instantly shrouded in a pink haze. The people in the cocoons on the flesh tunnel suddenly started shuddering. As cracking sounds rang out, the corpses instantly had their last traces of flesh and blood sucked out of their bodies. Then they were reduced to powder. Oh. An old voice tinted with a hint of surprise rang out in the space beside the gap to the universe beyond. An invisible figure seemed to be somewhere in space. It lifted his head and cast its eyes into the distance. Has he finally noticed? Looks like Arid Triad hasn't completely assimilated with this place. At the instant the corpses were reduced to powder, even more fog instantly filled the flesh tunnel. There was an element in that fog that served as an aphrodisiac. If a normal person took even a small whiff of it, their bodies would immediately tremble, and the lust that would erupt from their bodies would burn their souls until they died. An aura of this level was no longer an aphrodisiac, but a poison that could corrode all beings. Even Ziruo had not expected things to turn out this way. Despite being in Avacania realm, she could only struggle at that moment. The length of time she spent dazed gradually surpassed the amount of time her head was clear. But that was not all. She had fallen into her own trap, but her people were still dancing in the world outside and releasing more of their inborn abilities, causing the aura in the flesh tunnel to become even thicker. When the fog around Ziruo concealed her entirely, a moan that would stir up the soul and all the lust residing in the depths of a person's body resounded through the flesh tunnel. That sound was indescribably enchanting, and it contained a tempting note to it that caused those who heard it to feel thirsty. They would also feel a desire they could not put to words boiling in them, and it would make them want to search for a companion so the lustful passion could erupt from their bodies. When that sound tumbled out of Ziruo's lips, a bang shot up in her head. She could no longer fight against the fog and lost her mind, but there was still a slight struggle left in her being. However, there was no longer any clarity in her eyes. The vacant look had become even more prominent, and her body was flushed pink. She had ripped off her own clothes at some point in time, and her barely discernible figure in the fog could tempt all lives in the universe. Even those in a Vaniqua realm would find it hard to keep their minds clear in the poison that stirs up the most primal lust. Zirua's body grew even more flushed. As the sounds of her pants echoed in the air, her body moved based on instinct to search for Su Ming. She turned into a long arc and charged forward. She had to search for him. Even though she had lost her consciousness, the hint of clarity remaining in the depths of her mind turned into an instinct that told her that if she could not find Su Ming and return to normal from her aroused state, then she would be burned alive by the fire in her body. Even if she was not burned alive, once she was controlled by the poisonous lust for a long period of time and could not neutralize it, then she would turn into a puppet without consciousness that only knew lust. Once she left the flesh tunnel in that state, it would be the greatest tragedy in her life. In fact, she would become the greatest tragedy for all of Dark Dawn as well. Zirua did not want that to happen. Even if she died, she did not want that to happen. But she had already lost her mind. Before the last bit of awareness remaining in her mind was destroyed, a tear rolled down her cheek. However, it instantly turned into vapor. No one but her could see it. It was the final tear from her. When it disappeared, Zirua lost all her consciousness and turned into a body controlled by lust, a female beast whose soul was controlled by her desires. Her beautiful body shot through the fog in search for a life who could release the poisonous lust in her body. At that moment, no matter who she found, she would do everything regardless of the cost to present her beauty before them. Perhaps it was a tragedy, but if she had not been persistent about her desires, she would not have ended up in such a situation. As Zirua moved through the fog, Su Ming charged downwards like lightning. A gust of cold wind stirred up around him. It could not blow away the fog that filled the flesh tunnel, but it continuously blew against Su Ming so that his mind could remain clear. His eyes were slightly red, but his mind was very clear. He did not appear to be too affected. At that moment, Su Ming had already guessed that Zirua was the main reason behind the abnormality that had occurred in the flesh tunnel. However, with his intelligence, he soon deduced that even if she was a powerful warrior in Avacania realm, it was impossible for her to create a poisonous aphrodisiac that could affect Su Ming. There was definitely a hidden manipulator in this, and it was this person who magnified the effects of the life-affecting poison so that it could affect Su Ming. And based on Su Ming's deductions, aside from that so-called old man extermination, the only other person who could do it was Arid Triad. After all, regardless of whether it was Dark Dawn or Saint Defire, both belonged to Arid Triad, which was why he had the right to set up this plot quietly without Su Ming noticing it. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. He had met Arid Triad before. That person had the power to possess Harmonious Morris Alba, so he would probably not use such a method if he wanted to kill Su Ming. There should be a third party involved in this. Su Ming's eyes shone. He could sense that the poisonous aphrodisiac had become stronger, but he was still very far away from the end of the flesh tunnel. As a freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes, he let out a cold harumph, and he came to a swift halt. He lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the flesh tunnel beside him. With it, the area around him roared. The entire flesh tunnel shuddered, and a huge palm manifested before Su Ming. The instant it touched the flesh tunnel, it was blocked by a gentle power residing within it. Amid the booming sounds that shot up, the palm Su Ming had brought up disappeared. Arid Triad. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. The gentle power spreading out of the flesh tunnel belonged to Arid Triad. The instant the palm Su Ming had formed disappeared, an even greater poisonous aphrodisiac was released from the flesh tunnel. With dashes of pink in it, the fog instantly covered Su Ming's field of vision. He fell silent. He stood there and did not move, but instead let out a soft sigh. Do you want to destroy me so much? Even if we made a promise to wait for 100 years, you still chose to attack me when you believed you had the chance. This place is not connected to the sky, and neither is it connected to Earth. This isn't space, and neither is it the galaxy. There is no entrance, so it is also difficult to find its exit. You must have sealed it off completely. This is a place specifically targeted to killing me. As Su Ming sighed, he shook his head. He knew that he had been careless. Ever since he came to Dark Dawn's camp, he had been confused by the black-robed young man who had devoured a butterfly and the fact that Old Man Extermination was still alive and had come from the vast expanse beyond, which was why he had been careless in regards to Arid Triad. You control Dark Dawn and St. Defire, so you should know where this tunnel leads to, and you should also know that Old Man Extermination came from the vast expanse beyond. Then do you know that there is a young man in black within the vast expanse who specifically devours harmonious Morris albas? Su Ming swung his arm, and the haziness around him instantly disintegrated. At the same time, a young man with a gentle look appeared on the walls of flesh on the tunnel. He was dressed in white. His body was an illusion, and he appeared in the haziness. He might be quite different from the person under the tree, but this presence and will told Su Ming that this was Arid Triad. I do not know of the black-robed young man you speak of, and neither do I want to know about him. As for that so-called Old Man Extermination, I have observed him before. He is indeed from the vast expanse beyond, but he won't be able to do anything. To me, you are the one who poses the greatest threat to me. When the young man spoke, his eyes flashed. The world immediately roared, and at an indescribable speed, the poisonous aphrodisiac in the flesh tunnel became even more dense. As long as you are one of the living beings in the world, you cannot escape from the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even if you don't have them, you have the instinctual desire to reproduce. Our wills exist on the same plane of existence, but I no longer have a physical body. I only have a will left. And since you cannot discard your physical body, you have a weakness. This weakness is your desire. I will use it to destroy your life, and when you lose your consciousness, you will lose your will. Without your will, you will be unable to fight against me, and I will only need one thought to kill you. Arid Triad's voice echoed in the air with a tone that brooked no argument. When it reached Su Ming's ears, he stared at the spot where Arid Triad's illusory body was covered by the fog. In silence, he shook his head. Clearly, Arid Triad did not care about the black-robed young man or Old Man Extermination. Other people would think that Arid Triad's indifference towards them was due to his confidence and because he knew things that only he was privy to, which was why he could ignore them. However, Su Ming was the same type of existence as Arid Triad. At that moment, he could sense that Arid Triad did indeed not know of the black-robed young man's existence, or rather, he had some clues about it, but was too conceited to pay them any heed, and he also underestimated Old Man Extermination. Honestly, the two of us did not have to be enemies. Su Ming sighed softly, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He took a few steps back, brought his right hand up, and swung his arm forward. With that one swing, his will erupted from him. It formed a huge vortex, and it rotated. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. I wonder if a third party is involved in this plot of yours with which you want to ensure my death. I'm very curious. If there is truly a third party involved, I truly want to see. Who is it that keeps me in their minds so much? Su Ming smiled coldly. He brought his right hand forward and formed a seal, then pointed at the spot between his eyebrows. With it, the slit formed by his third eye at the center of his brow began to open. The dark light within it grew to a dazzling degree until the third eye completely opened, revealing the pupil inside. The vortex before Su Ming rotated, sweeping up the poisonous aphrodisiac around him into the distance with booming sounds. Su Ming's third eye sparkled at the center of his brow, and the entire world was magnified endlessly within it. The hazy, poisonous aphrodisiac in front of Su Ming was enlarged endlessly. At the same time, the rotating vortex also touched the wall of the flesh tunnel. When the two came into contact, the gentle power that had appeared previously appeared once more, causing Su Ming's vortex to instantly crumble, but the wall shrank inward as well. At the instant it shrank, the body of the young man dissipated slightly, but Arid Triad quickly gathered himself together. However, during the moment between his body dissipating and gathering together, Su Ming magnified it with his third eye several millions of times. He saw that there were countless glowing spots in Arid Triad's manifested body, and a universe contained in the glowing spot at the center of his brow. He also saw a galaxy in that universe. It was soon magnified until Su Ming saw a cultivation planet. There were 3 altars on it. They were positioned in the 3 points of a perpendicular triangle. A person was sitting on each altar. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was dressed in white. She was sitting cross-legged and was forming seals with her hands. The middle-aged man on the altar directly across from her did the same thing, and the 2 of them seemed to be using all their power to help. The old man on the 3rd altar. The old man was dressed in a long robe, and his hair was a mess. There was blood at the corners of his mouth. He had his right hand pressed on a shattered bone, and in his left hand he held a small pink bottle. It had a strand of hair submerged in the pink liquid. The old man was mumbling, as if he was chanting, and the air around him distorted. The presence of those in Avacania realm was thick on the 3 of them, making it clear that they were 3 powerful warriors in Avacania realm. Su Ming had never met them before, but the moment he saw the woman, he immediately sensed a familiar presence from her. It had once resided in his ring, which was a telling sign that the woman was the previous owner of the supreme treasure. With that being the case, her status was obvious to Su Ming. Saint Defire's 3 cultivators in Avacania realm. Killing intent appeared in Su Ming's 3rd eye. It was as he had expected. There was a 3rd party involved in the plot to murder him. Once he saw everything, he came to a complete understanding of what was going on. He also sensed a hint of Arid Triad's presence on the shattered bone the old man held in his hand. The strand of hair in the small bottle filled with pink liquid, of course, belonged to Su Ming. When he saw all of that with his 3rd eye, the old man opened his eyes, and resolve appeared on his face. He squeezed the small bottle in his left hand, and the bottle immediately shattered. The strand of hair and the pink liquid landed on the shattered bone, which immediately absorbed them. Even the hair was branded deeply into it, as if it had become a part of the bone's marks. A curse? Huh. Su Ming swiftly closed his 3rd eye. The world before him disappeared, and what appeared before Su Ming's eyes again was the fog in the flesh tunnel. The poisonous aphrodisiac already filled the entire area. It covered his eyes, and a pink shade even appeared on Su Ming's body. His mind might have still been clear, but his heart had sped up. The circulation of his qi and blood was also much faster than usual. In fact, red had appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Blood capillaries filled the whites of his eyes. It revealed how he was oppressing his lust, but even more so what strong killing intent he harbored in his heart. However, there was a hint of concern contained in that killing intent as well. Su Ming could not think of a way to resolve the plot against him, but if he let time pass, he knew exactly what would await him. Moving back, he raised his right hand, and Harmonious Morris Alba's illusory shadow appeared behind him. It was the manifestation of his will. When he pointed forward, the shadow of Harmonious Morris Alba with his will gathered on it immediately flew forward. With a loud bang, it charged at the fog. Once it shot past it, it crashed into the flesh tunnel. However, with Arid Triad's will around, Su Ming's will was eventually neutralized. His eyes became even more bloodshot. He lifted his hands and formed a seal. Then the wills of Morning Tao, Immortal Sect, Sky Hill, and the Emperor of Abyss True World instantly descended once more. At the same time, he threw his head back and roared. When he extended his right hand, the souls of great berserkers came charging out. When they gathered on him, his right arm instantly grew larger. It was followed by his left arm, torso, and legs. In an instant, Su Ming completed the God of Berserkers transformation. With its power and the 4 wills surrounding him, Su Ming turned into a long arc that flew forth with a bang, shooting through the fog at the nearest wall of the flesh tunnel. The moment Su Ming approached, the young man formed by Arid Triad instantly appeared on the wall. He lifted his right hand and pushed towards the incoming Su Ming with a grim expression on his face. The 2 of them crashed into each other. When Su Ming's and the young man's hands touched, the entire flesh tunnel trembled furiously. Ripples swept through the area. The young man's figure dissipated, but once Su Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body fell back as well. He was instantly forced out of his God of Berserker's transformation state due to the rebound. When his body returned to normal, the four great wills around him disintegrated as well before they gathered on him again. Su Ming came to a stop and wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth. He stared at the fog around him falling backwards to reveal the young man formed by arid triad on the walls on the flesh tunnel, who had manifested once more, but who was now slightly indistinct. It's useless. All your resistance is useless. The more you struggle, the faster the poisonous aphrodisiac will take effect. The young man formed by arid triad said faintly. Su Ming cast a cold look at him and moved back. Arid triads will existed everywhere in the flesh tunnel, so it was difficult for Su Ming to break it. As he moved back, a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. If arid triad's descent is the tree, then the roots are Saint Defire's cultivators in Avicania realm. They're working together. One of them sealed the paths in this place and changed the heavenly fox's inborn talents, and the other is cursing me. That shattered bone belongs to arid triad, and that hair belongs to me. That pink liquid is clearly the one that created this hazy, poisonous aphrodisiac. They aren't thinking of killing me. Arid triad is thinking of devouring me. They definitely have plenty of other preparations in hand to make sure that this plan can be carried out perfectly no matter what I do. As Su Ming rushed backwards, the pink fog around him tumbled and surged to fill the area around him. If I want to get out of this situation, I shouldn't place my emphasis on arid triad. But the three people from Saint Defire, as long as I get rid of them, there will be a way for me to break out of this situation. Arid triad's devoration cannot be complete. He was worried about the disaster's descent in the past when he fought against me, so it must still be the same. I need a chance to get rid of those three people from Saint Defire, but right now everything in this place has been sealed. I cannot spread my will outwards, so it's impossible for me to reach the three people from Saint Defire. What can I do to indirectly make them stop cursing me? Su Ming continued moving back. As he stared at the pink fog tumbling about, he sensed a primitive urge slowly rise in his body. The moment it appeared, it started interfering with his mind. The fog around him became even thicker and covered the entire area as it surged continuously towards Su Ming. In fact, the fog around him had already concealed his body. There's another method, and that is for me to use the power of the butterfly's wing fragment. I can force my way out of this place. I can ensure success with this method. But if I leave in this condition, even if I flee from the flesh tunnel, I won't be able to avoid being devoured by arid triad. The wing fragment should only be used at the most crucial moments for it to critically effective. Su Ming's mind gradually became muddled. This was something that had never happened. His will had reached perfection. Yet at that moment, as arid triad's will interfered with him and the three people from Saint Defire schemed against him, Su Ming was faced with such a situation. He could already sense that arid triad had already opened his mouth and bared his fangs behind the fog. He was only waiting for Su Ming's mind to scatter before he would immediately devour him. Once my mind scatters, my will also dissipate. At that time, arid triad will not worry about me fighting back when he devours me. He won't have to worry about backlash either, which would affect his plan of making the disaster descend several hundred years later to search for harmonious Morris Alba. Oh well, no matter what, if I have no other choices, then I can only use the wing fragment to buy some time. When Su Ming moved back and was about to act, a brilliant glint suddenly shone in his eyes. Backlash, backlash, that's right, backlash, that's what I need. I need to make those three people in Saint Defire suffer a backlash from their curse. Once they face a backlash they cannot endure, they would get injured, and I would be able to get myself out of this situation. And if I want to make them suffer the greatest backlash, I should not bother with trying to make them unable to curse me, but to make them suffer my curse while they are cursing me. Su Ming's eyes flashed. He was someone who would not change his mind easily after making his decision. The instant the fog around him tumbled over again, Su Ming bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He lifted his left hand and grabbed that blood. With a squeeze, the blood immediately turned into fog that enveloped the area in front of him. At the same time, Su Ming swung his right hand, and the ring immediately flew out. But it was not the time for him to feel pain for losing his enchanted treasures. The treasure was connected to one of the lords in St. Defire. He pointed with his right hand, and the power of time gathered on the ring to make time reverse so that it would return to the past, when it still belonged to Fei Hua. All of this might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth it had only lasted for an instant. The moment Fei Hua's presence spread out from the ring, Su Ming pointed at the ring with his left hand. Arid curse. With the power to curse Arid Triad, he would curse one of the lords of St. Defire. Then with the connection her soul had with the other two lords, he would curse the other two as well. Su Ming's arid curse came from the land of berserkers, and his epiphany of it came from Ugly Little Thing's father, a man who was clearly immortal, but had been able to create extraordinary blessings. Su Ming had also obtained the ring that symbolized the curse from Madame Ji's body. When he merged all of these together, his understanding of the curse became incredibly great. It was especially so when his change of heart had been resolved by a doll he weaved from the grass, then imprinted into his heart. It could be said that the curse had accompanied Su Ming through his entire life, and it stayed with him until he became an antecedental spirit. At that time, he gathered all his understanding of it and created the Arid Curse. This was a strange art that could curse Arid Triad. Su Ming had only cast it briefly before the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe and did not execute it fully, but at that time, he had already caused the old man's expression to change. In fact, the art had even stirred up the sleeping Arid Triad, making his original form show signs of waking up early. After all, the young man formed by Arid Triad in the flesh tunnel and the person who appeared under the tree in the capital planet of the Emperor of Abyss True World were in truth just manifestations of Arid Triad's will. They were Arid Triad but also not him. They were Arid Triad because they were indeed manifestations of his will, which was not much weaker than the awakened Arid Triad. But they were not Arid Triad because they were just remnants of Arid Triad's will before he woke up. That will only had one goal, and it was to destroy all existences who could pose a threat to him. And Su Ming's Arid Curse had made Arid Triad's original form show signs of waking up. It might be impossible for him to truly make the sleeping Arid Triad wake up, but the fact that the curse could disturb him was enough to tell just how strong it was. Furthermore, at that time, Su Ming had just become an antecedental spirit. Since then, however, he had already become the strongest in his aeon. The enhancement of his cultivation base and will were difficult to describe in detail. The only words that could be used were that the difference between his current self and his past self was akin to heaven and earth. Hence, if the current Su Ming cast the Arid Curse, the effects would be much stronger than before. The ring was the strongest treasure Su Ming had obtained before he became an antecedental spirit. But right then, as Su Ming's words echoed in the air and he lifted his right hand to strike the ring, he needed to use it to get himself out of his predicament. The matter had already stirred up a killing intent in Su Ming that he would not suppress. When he brought up his right hand, he drew an arc in the flesh tunnel, causing the fog to tumble. Booming sounds rang out, and his right hand shot out like a lightning to touch the ring. The ring jolted. When light cracking sounds could be heard, numerous cracks spread through the ring, until they covered it whole. Moments after Su Ming struck the ring, it shattered. Dozens of fragments spread out, and from a distance, they could be seen forming a circle that continuously expanded. When the ring shattered, threads that could only be seen by the young man formed by Arid Triad's will were released from Su Ming's body. The young man might have been hidden in the fog, but it was transparent before him. He could clearly see Su Ming throwing a ring forward. Upon seeing it, he hesitated for a moment, and Su Ming shattered the ring with his right hand. Then, 36,000-something threads were instantly released from all the pores in his body. This scene caused the young man's pupils to shrink. A sense of danger instantly rose in his body. He was a threat to Su Ming, and similarly, Su Ming was also a threat to him, or else he would not have needed to spend so much time and effort to set up this plot to murder him. The young man moved to act, but he was a step too late. The 36,000-something threads, which no one else could see, were already released from Su Ming's body. When they rushed out of him, they gathered on his right hand and began weaving with each other. The description of the scene might have made things seem to have happened slowly, but in truth, everything happened in the blink of an eye. The 36,000-something threads finished weaving themselves in a moment and formed a doll before Su Ming's right hand. The doll possessed a human's body, but had 5 heads. One of its head was that of a hissing python, another belonged to a tiger with stripes on its head, one was a wolf's head filled with greed, one was an incredibly dark dragon head, and the one at the center belonged to a boy with contorted features. The doll created based on Su Ming's curse was clearly the 5-faced beast deity who he had fought before. It was a peerless, ferocious beast which had once commanded the sky and earth in Arid Triad until Arid Triad sealed it and destroyed it. At that moment, Su Ming made it appear in the form of a puppet and used his right hand to point at the circle formed by the ring. With it, the 5 heads of the doll belonging to the 5-faced beast deity jolted. They rose up as if just having been brought to life. They threw their heads back and let out a roar that shook the sky and earth, then charged towards the circle formed by the shattered fragments of the ring. They instantly surged inside, bringing with them afterimages formed by the countless long threads behind them. It was as if the circle was an invisible exit, and the 5-faced beast deity was about to rush out through it. The young man formed by Arid Triad moved through the fog and appeared in front of Su Ming. This was the first time he attacked Su Ming directly, and it was unlike the time they had fought with words under the tree. It was also unlike how he had just sealed off all exists in the flesh tunnel. Right then, for the first time after he showed up in front of Su Ming, a freezing glare appeared in his eyes. A supreme might erupted from his body, which made the entire tunnel tremble. The 360 expanse cosmoses in Dark Dawn and St. Defire beyond the tunnel also shuddered. The 4 great true worlds, too, trembled. Even the true worlds seemed to be oppressed. That was Arid Triad's power. At the instant his presence erupted, the young man formed by Arid Triad raised his right hand in front of Su Ming. He did not try to grab Su Ming, but instead went to grab the 5-faced beast deity doll. Judging by the looks of it, the 5-faced beast deity could not dodge his hands. If the young man touched it, the doll would immediately shatter. Yet the young man's expression was incredibly grim. Clearly, Su Ming's curse was contained in the doll, and even his pupils would shrank before it. But he had to destroy the doll. He could see through Su Ming's plan, and he would not allow him to successfully break out. As long as Su Ming could not send his will out and remain trapped, Arid Triad would be able to devour and merge with him without wasting any effort. Su Ming's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and lifted his left hand to form a seal before he swiftly pushed it towards the young man. When he did so, all of his flesh and blood instantly withered slightly. It was as if this attack had sucked out a little of his life, blood, and soul. However, it was worth the price, for the young man's pupils instantly shrank. He was forced to give up on grabbing the 5-faced beast deity with his right hand, because Su Ming's attack gave him a sense of danger he had never felt before. The moment Su Ming executed his attack towards Arid Triad and his body withered, his true immortal sect world in harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos collapsed. With loud booming sounds, the entire true world withered and shrank. This was the price Su Ming had to pay for his attack. The young man's right hand changed direction. His palm swiftly swept outwards and approached Su Ming's incoming strike. You sacrificed a true world in exchange for this one strike I would not be able to ignore. Su Ming, I've still underestimated you. When the low voice of the young man formed by Arid Triad echoed in the air, his right hand instantly crashed against Su Ming's left hand. A loud rumble shook the sky and earth. Su Ming shuddered and coughed up 7 mouthfuls of blood. He could not help but stagger backwards, and with every single step he took, a large amount of pink fog would seep into his body, causing his skin to appear a bizarre shade of pink. With every single mouthful of blood he coughed up, his gaze would become more muddled despite him struggling to clear it up. After coughing 7 mouthfuls of blood, Su Ming lifted his head. Once the young man came into contact with the attack Su Ming had formed by making an entire true world wither, his body collapsed, but immediately after, the shattered bits gathered together again. though they soon collapsed once more before gathering together again. The shattered bits gathered together 7 times only to fall apart. Only during the 8th time, when he neared the walls of the flesh tunnel and all the fog in the area was pushed outwards, did he regain his form. When he lifted his head, his face was slightly pale. When Su Ming saw this, his pupils shrank in a barely noticeable manner. The two of them might seem to be equal in strength, but in truth, Arid Triad had still split a portion of his will and sealed it in the flesh tunnel, or else when their attacks connected just then, the flesh tunnel would have definitely shattered and collapsed. Su Ming! What a man! As he spoke, Arid Triad moved forward, and with an extreme speed, he charged at the 5-faced beast deity, who was about to rush into the spreading circle formed by the fragments of the ring. But before me, you can't make a fuss. Su Ming turned to the 5-faced beast deity. You were sealed by this person in the past. We were never enemies to begin with, and we will not be enemies. I used this doll to gather up your resentment, and with the arid curse, I gave you a chance by recreating your body. If after all that you still can't charge out of this place, both your form and soul will be destroyed. If you give it your all and escape, then as long as you manage to flee, I promise, as long as I do not die, you will not die as well. Su Ming knew that if he wanted to cast the arid curse before Arid Triad and escape from the flesh tunnel to activate the backlash against the 3 people from St. Defire, then his main focus laid in Arid Triad himself. And he only had one chance. That was why Su Ming chose to use the curse to manifest the thoughts of this creature he saw before, the 5-faced beast deity. The 5-faced beast deity did not submit to the world in the past. It did not honor Arid Triad, and while looking down on the entire world, it made itself a supreme, mighty force that swept through the entire universe. Back then, it was even known to be invincible. The confidence of being invincible gathered on the once 5-faced beast deity, causing it to have the universe at its beck and call. Challenged Arid Triad, but it lost. Even though it lost, even though its physical body was torn to pieces, even though its soul dissipated and was sealed in space, its will to fight and its unwillingness to admit defeat continued to exist. That was why the 5-faced beast deity religion had appeared, and why there were people who worshipped this creature and longed to obtain its resentment and its soul fragments to fuse with it. It was clear just what sort of glory the 5-faced beast deity had enjoyed, and just how pretentious it had been. With his curse, Su Ming gathered together the soul fragments of the 5-faced beast deity, and with his will, he used threads to form its physical body, allowing the 5-faced beast deity to be able to descend in the world for the first time since it had died. If any of the 5-faced beast deity converts in the past aeons saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked, and they would immediately regard Su Ming with matchless zeal, because they had only been able to gather together the 5-faced beast deity's shadow that could not hope to compare to the deity Su Ming formed with his curse. One of them was an illusion, and the other was real. One of the wills could only be made to move with the convert's thoughts, while the other had formed completely and truly belonged to the former 5-faced beast deity. As Su Ming's words echoed in the air, the 5-faced beast deity puppet formed by the countless threads jolted, then threw its head back and let out a roar that caused the entire area to tremble. The flesh tunnel shuddered, and even Dark Dawn and St. Defire's galaxies quivered. The roar contained the presence of time along with an obsession towards the heavens, earth, and all forms of life, as well as an indignation and madness that was so strong it could not be described with words. It was as if its owner still longed for the life it once led, as if it still harbored resentment and a will to fight that had gathered over the countless years since it lost against Arid Triad, could not accept that it had died. Its soundless roar had not been let out just once over the years after its soul had dissipated. There was only one sentence contained in that roar. If I had just one more chance. If it had just one more chance. Su Ming could not hear its words, and neither could anyone else, but during the countless years and various eons, its voice had constantly echoed in the universe, and at that moment, Su Ming gave it that chance. As its roar echoed through the air and the entire universe shuddered, Arid Triad's expression changed for the second time. The first change had been because of Su Ming, and the second change was because of the 5-faced beast deity. At the instant its roar rang out, the 5 heads of the deity instantly gained a ferocious and crazed look. All 10 of its eyes shone with an unprecedented light. At the same time, a huge shadow appeared around it. That shadow swiftly gained corporeal form, and it looked like it was about to manifest into the 5-faced beast deity's formerly shocking body. The 5-faced beast deity roared, and the shadow appeared around it while it executed an indescribable speed to charge towards the huge, expanding circle formed by the fragments of the ring after it shattered. A sense of danger rose like a tidal wave in Arid Triad's heart, one that screamed at him that the plot to murder Su Ming and devour him was about to be broken. He moved, intending to charge towards the 5-faced beast deity to prevent it from leaving, but Su Ming also rushed forward. He, too, executed his fastest speed to prevent Arid Triad from attacking so that the 5-faced beast deity could charge out of the flesh tunnel. All of this seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth it was over in the blink of an eye. Arid Triad closed in on the 5-faced beast deity when the creature had already begun to enter the circle formed by the fragments. There seemed to be another world contained in the area of the circle, and the 5-faced beast deity looked as if it had entered a mirror when it went inside it. "You cannot leave." Arid Triad's eyes flashed. A powerful light instantly erupted from his body. Under that light, his body was immediately concealed, and he transformed into a huge hand that charged towards the 5-faced beast deity. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. He could not let Arid Triad prevent the 5-faced beast deity from leaving, because this concerned his own survival. Although he might be able to use the power of Harmonious Morris Alba's wing fragment to escape while Arid Triad tried to stop the 5-faced beast deity. But Su Ming did not want to, even though this might seem to be the correct choice. He did not want to flee. He did not want to use the 5-faced beast deity this way, and his pride would never allow him to do such a thing. Why should he run? He wanted to be there and shatter Arid Triad's plot right before his eyes. The one who would flee could not be Su Ming, but Arid Triad. Because of that, when the thought of bringing out Harmonious Morris Alba's wing fragment appeared in Su Ming's head, he immediately squashed it. With a cold harumph, he gathered his will, congregated his soul, assembled all his cultivation base, and in an instant, formed a sword that could shock the heavens. It was the strongest hit Su Ming could bring out in his life, and it was also the one he had used to attack the black-robed young man when he executed the art of time to return to the past. With that attack, Su Ming gave Arid Triad 2 choices. The first choice was to give up on preventing the 5-faced beast deity from leaving and turn around to fight against him. The second choice was to not give up on preventing the 5-faced beast deity from leaving, but if he did so, he would have to withstand Su Ming's attack. In truth, it might seem like Su Ming was offering 2 choices, but to Arid Triad there was only one choice. The moment the violent presence erupted from Su Ming's body to form his strongest hit, a hint of conflict appeared in the eyes of the young man formed by Arid Triad, but it turned into determination in an instant. He believed that he could withstand Su Ming's attack. He believed that the 5-faced beast deity could not flee from his palm, and with this confidence as his foundation, the young man immediately made his decision. He gritted his teeth and did not dodge Su Ming's strongest attack, simply allowing the illusory sword formed by all of Su Ming's life to close in on him. The young man did not even spare it a glance. He just sent the huge hand he had formed towards the 5-faced beast deity. In an instant, the palm formed by Arid Triad caught the portion of the 5-faced beast deity's body that had not entered the circle of fragments. A loud bang shook the sky and earth, echoing through the entire flesh tunnel. Within that noise, Arid Triad's growl was mixed in. Shatter! At the same time, the strongest sword formed by Su Ming's life, will, and his soul closed in on Arid Triad. It pierced the palm, and the sound from the impact overlapped with the loud bang from before, causing an even stronger wave of sound. It made the fog tremble as it fell backwards. The flesh tunnel shuddered, and a large number of cracks appeared on it. The 5-faced beast deity let out an incredibly shrill roar, and its body shuddered violently. Arid Triad's palm contained a power that could destroy all lives as well as Arid Triad's will. In fact, that strike was no weaker than the power of the disaster brought forth when all 4 of Harmonious Morris Alba's wings overlapped with each other. The five-faced beast deity's body, which had been gaining corporeal form from its previously illusory form, instantly shuddered and broke down. When it shattered to pieces, the destructive power from Arid Triad crashed into the body of the five-faced beast deity formed by Su Ming's curse. It shuddered again and showed signs of collapsing, but at that moment, the five-faced beast deity let out a roar filled with unwillingness to admit defeat. The madness it had accumulated for countless years and eons erupted from its body with a bang. It was a madness brought by its indignation for having failed yet again, even though it had received a second chance. It was its strongest will, one that even surpassed its will when it first fought against Arid Triad. The moment the five-faced beast deity's strongest will rose up, it turned into a power that accumulated all of its madness, and it crashed violently against Arid Triad's attack. A loud bang shot up, and it seemed like it would surge into the heavens and last for eternity. Half of the five-faced beast deity's body shattered with a bang and disintegrated. But with an unprecedented madness and indignation and resentment it had accumulated over countless eons, it forced the other half of its body to withstand Arid Triad's strike. Arid Triad. Damn you, Arid Triad. Even if I have to stake everything I have against you, I will not allow myself to lose a second time. The five-faced beast deity's roars echoed in the air. 4 of its 5 heads instantly exploded on their own to turn into its strongest power to withstand Arid Triad's strike. Its one remaining head and the small portion of its remaining body rushed into the circle formed by the fragments. It charged out of the circle and the flesh tunnel, and with its body formed by the curse, it left. This scene caused Arid Triad's heart to tremble. He had thought he could definitely kill it, but he had made a judgmental error. While it would have been nothing at any other point in time and he could just deliver another attack to finish the job, the error this time had unsavory outcomes. First, his plot to murder and devour Su Ming failed. And second, Su Ming's strongest attack that had a crazy amount of power caused Arid Triad to sense danger. When the palm formed by Arid Triad turned back into the shape of a human, he turned around, and Su Ming's strongest attack pierced through him. During that moment, Su Ming's faint words echoed in his ears. This time you lost. In the expanse cosmos belonging to the heavenly foxes within Dark Dawn's camp was Old Man Extermination's tomb. In its third layer was a rune with an area shrouded in fog. At that moment, the rune let out cracking sounds. Soon after, they turned into loud bangs that surged into the sky. Countless cracks appeared on the rune, spreading out swiftly. It was as if an indescribable power was about to charge out from within it. At the instant the rune crumbled into pieces that flew out in all directions. The head of a boy with a ferocious expression charged. Aura was spilling out of the corners of his lips while it dragged for headless necks on what little was left of its body. At the instant it charged out, it let out a piercing roar at the sky. It held madness, crazed delight, and resentment that seemed to have accumulated over countless eons. The endless fog in the area tumbled back when the boy roared. When it charged forth, its body looked like an illusion. There was no material object that could stop it in its tracks. In an instant, it moved through boundless space to appear in the second layer. When it charged out once again, it shot through the land and appeared above the 9 heavens, and with one move, it flew out of Old Man Extermination's tomb. It appeared in the heavenly fox's expanse cosmos, right before the dumbfounded sovereign of Dawn Yenpei as well as the chattering bald crane. When the bald crane saw the five-faced beast deity's broken body, it took a swift step back. If it had had feathers on its body, they would have definitely been standing at that moment. Clearly, the bald crane was scared. You! The bald crane opened its mouth wide. Just as it was about to say something, the five-faced beast deity threw its head back and roared again. This was the first time it truly let out a roar in the universe since it had been defeated. As it roared, the five-faced beast deity did not forget why Su Ming had used the curse to form its body once more. It did not forget the real reason behind why he wanted its help to defeat Arid Triad. While it roared and an indescribable will and might grew to an extremely great degree on its body, the broken figure of the five-faced beast deity opened its mouth wide and tore apart the space right before the bald crane. Yen Pei and the heavenly fox's dazed gazes. Then it instantly leapt into the distance. It tore space. Yen Pei's pupils shrank. By his side, the bald crane stood silent. All of them looked towards the five-faced beast deity's back as it traveled into the distance through the space it had just torn apart. As for the five-faced beast deity, once it charged into the space it tore apart, it mustered its full speed and instantly went through almost 100 expanse cosmoses. It tore through all the space of the expanse cosmoses in Dark Dawn's camp to charge towards Saint Defier's camp using the power of the curse in its body as its guide. It was so fast that in just the span of a few breaths, it appeared in Saint Defier's camp. It shot through numerous expanse cosmoses and in the next breath, it saw 3 floating altars. It also saw the 3 people sitting cross-legged and meditating on the altars, and its focus was immediately attracted by the pink liquid flowing from the broken bone in front of the old man sitting on the altar at the top of the triangular formation, as well as the strand of hair swiftly fusing with the bone. It's these 3. At that moment, the five-faced beast deity only had a boy's head. A ferocious and hideous expression appeared on his face. It tore apart the space again, and immediately, a loud bang shook the skies and earth. That sound traveled into the expanse cosmos where the 3 lords were, and their expressions instantly changed. The first to lift his head was not Fei Hua, and neither was it Xianxia, but the middle-aged man, Xiaosong. At the instant he looked up, he saw a huge crack in the galaxy, and a ferocious-looking head. It belonged to a boy who stared at him from the crack with a ferocious smile. The second to lift her head was Fei Hua. At the instant she did so, her pupils shrank and her hair stood up on end. She had a strong feeling of familiarity from the almost human creature. That familiarity made her feel as if she was looking at another version of herself. In fact, when she looked over, she noticed that there was an invisible thread connecting her to the creature. The five-faced beast deity charged out of the crack. Its body might have seemed real, but it was formed by Su Ming's curse, and the threads of the curse came from Su Ming's body, which was why the five-faced beast deity was not actually a physical entity, but neither was it an illusion. Instead, it was an existence caught between a physical form and an illusion. Tearing apart space was its natural ability, and it was also the effect of Su Ming's curse. But in truth, it could not directly kill another life. However, it could use the curse to deliver a backlash on the 3 lords, which was why once it flew out, it instantly changed direction and charged at Fei Hua. The root of Su Ming's curse came from Fei Hua. The connection between the ring and her was what Su Ming had used to make the curse bloom. It was just like karma. There had to first be a cause before the consequences could be delivered. The connection between Fei Hua and the ring was the cause. The five-faced beast deity laughed ferociously. It moved so quickly that Fei Hua could not avoid it. The five-faced beast deity closed in on her, and its broken body instantly turned into black threads. When Fei Hua's expression changed into one of shock, those threads seeped through her clothes and crawled into her through all her pores and the 7 orifices. When Xiaosong saw this scene, his pupils shrank. His heart let out a thump, and he was sure that something bad was about to happen. All of that might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth it was over in an instant. Once all the black threads seeped into Fei Hua's body, she shuddered. When the five-faced beast deity disappeared, black smoke surrounded Fei Hua's face. As she shuddered, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, which was black. Xiaosong, who had a connection with her, shuddered as well. A large amount of black smoke immediately appeared around his face too. It gushed out of him, and he coughed up black blood as well. His presence instantly weakened, and with shock on his face, he let out a cry of surprise. At the same time, Xianxia jolted. His hands turned black, and even his face looked as if it was covered by black clouds. As his body shuddered, he opened his eyes, and once he coughed up blood, he let out a roar of indignation. How can a backlash happen? There's no way a backlash is supposed to occur. I've already asked the greatest will protecting Saint Defier to descend on us. This is impossible. Once he said those words, Xianxia's expression changed again. Countless black spots appeared on his body, and they increased in number and size with each passing moment. Some even began festering. A foul stench immediately spread through the area, and even the altar beneath him started showing signs of falling apart. Xianxia was the only one with the black spots. Fei Hua and Xiao Song did not have them, but their presences grew weaker with each passing moment. Their faces were black. The power of the curse grew in them at a maddening speed, absorbing their lives and their cultivation bases to turn into an even stronger curse that landed directly on the old Xianxia, which was why the old man was in such a state. They had only lasted that long because they were in Avacania realm. If they were slightly weaker, they would have turned into puddles of blood a long time ago. But even if they were in Avacania realm and Su Ming's curse had descended to deliver a backlash on them, due to Arid Triad's interference, the five-faced beast deity was quite weak, which also weakened the curse. However, it was still not something the three lords of St. Defier could withstand. Fei Hua immediately closed her eyes and lifted her right hand to bring out a large number of medicinal cores. She did not even have time to move. She could only sit on the altar and circulate her cultivation base at full strength, not with the intention to fight against the curse in her body, but to maintain her life force. If she did not do so, then before long, she would die from the curse. Xiao Song did the same. The threat of death descended on his heart in a manner he had never felt before. He brought out medicinal cores almost at the same time as Fei Hua and swallowed them without hesitation. He also circulated his cultivation base with all his power to maintain his life force. I won't accept this. Only Xianxia did not do so. A ferocious look appeared on his face. He intended to continue casting the curse without caring about his entire body festering. But suddenly, his lifted right hand turned into a puddle of black blood right before his eyes. He did not even feel any pain. At that moment, the bone before him let out a shattering sound. As it rose into the air, the bone crumbled to pieces. The pink liquid evaporated along with it. The two turned into fog that quickly vanished. Only the strand of hair remained in its place, undamaged. However, it gave off a feeling that it was the one that broke the bone and caused the liquid to evaporate, exuding an air of a supreme existence. When the bone shattered and Xianxia's left hand turned into a puddle of black blood, a shrill, broken laugh tumbled out of the old man's lips. His face had started to fester. The person which Su Ming hated the most was the old man. There was no enmity between them, but for some unknown reason, that person had set him up, and Su Ming had no interest in searching for the reason as to why the other had done such a thing. No matter the reason, as long as he chose to stand against him, he had to be prepared to suffer Su Ming's wrath and die. Yet perhaps Su Ming had known the real reason a long time ago. When he was in the flesh tunnel and used his third eye to see the three lords of St. Defier, he knew the answer upon seeing the strand of hair in the small bottle with the pink liquid. That strand of hair belonged to him, but it did not come from him after he had become an adult. It was a strand of hair taken from him while he was still a baby. It was something prepared a long time ago, and if Su Ming had been at the altars right then, he would throw a question right back at the old man. Are you prepared? A few moments before the five-faced beast deity had the curse descend on Fei Hua, then spread to Xiao Song, causing it to trigger the backlash formed by the curse in Xianxia's body, thereby causing the bone to shatter and the pink liquid to evaporate. The strongest attack Su Ming formed by assembling his will cultivation base, life, and his soul in the flesh tunnel landed on the young man formed by Arid Triad when he turned his head around. Arid Triad could not dodge it. In fact, he could not even strike back, because Su Ming had already gained the initiative and the upper hand by delivering his attack right when Arid Triad attempted to stop the five-faced beast deity. However, while Arid Triad had miscalculated the five-faced beast deity's ability, had he also miscalculated Su Ming's strength? That question rose in Arid Triad's mind at the instant Su Ming's divine ability approached him. A loud bang shook the sky and earth when Su Ming's attack landed on Arid Triad's body in its full form and force. From the distance, Su Ming's strongest attack, born from the accumulation of his entire existence, seemed to have a vast force. However, if anyone looked at it closely, they would find that the attack was concentrated on one finger of Su Ming's right hand. It was a tiny little finger, but gathered on it was the terrifying power that caused Arid Triad's eyes to shrink, and it landed at the spot between Arid Triad's eyebrows when he turned around. When the two came into direct combat, there was no sound. The entire world froze at that instant. The fog in the area no longer tumbled about, the flesh tunnel no longer let out loud booms, and everything in the world outside became quiet. Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos jolted, and Dark Dawn as well as Saint Defire jolted as well. Su Ming's True Morning Dao World, the Emperor of Abyss True World, the Withered True Immortal Sect World, and True Sky Hill World also entered a relative stillness. The lives in the Expanse cosmoses could not sense that stillness. In fact, even the five-faced beast deity could not sense it while moving through Expanse cosmoses. Only Su Ming and Arid Triad could sense it, since they could be considered to be the same type of life forms. There were two more life forms who could sense the stillness. One of them was Harmonious Morris Alba's will in Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. It clearly sensed the fight erupting between Su Ming and Arid Triad at the moment it happened, and it left it Harmonious Morris Alba nervous, but also expectant. The last to notice it was Old Man Extermination, who was sitting beside the gap in the fourth universe contained in Harmonious Morris Alba's fourth wing, and who had vanished from the naked eye while meditating on the ancient ship. He cast his eyes into the distance, and a profound look appeared in his eyes. He could clearly sense the stillness on the entire butterfly. In my former home, there is a saying, if the heavens want you to die, they will definitely make you mad first. This sentence is very logical. Harmonious Morris Alba will soon walk down the path of my homeland. That is why madness has now appeared. One of them is an unparalleled chosen who possessed Harmonious Morris Alba eons ago, and the other is one who was destined to be the strongest of his aeon, the final aeon before Harmonious Morris Alba is destroyed. I look forward to their looks of regret when they learn of the truth. Will they be like me in the past? Old Man Extermination mumbled. After a long while, he sighed softly, and resolve appeared in his eyes when he lifted his head. I'm not doing this for myself, but for my homeland. Even if I have to sacrifice all the Harmonious Morris Albas, to me, it will be worth it. When Old Man Extermination's voice echoed in the air, Su Ming and the young man's eyes met in the flesh tunnel. Su Ming's right index finger was placed at the center of Arid Triad's brow. The two of them did not move, and it looked as if they would remain in this position for eternity. I lost? Arid Triad did not open his lips, but his words could still be heard. They were followed by a sigh. I miscalculated the five-faced beast deity resistance, and I also miscalculated the strength of your strongest attack. Saint Defire's camp no longer has any support. You've already resolved the plot I set up in this place. Su Ming did not speak. There was only a hint of aloofness in his indifferent expression. We can now call off the promise we made to meet 100 years later. Arid Triad's voice now sounded much older. When it echoed in the air, Su Ming spoke faintly. Even if you didn't call it off, I would still have fought against you 100 years later. Aren't you going to think about the possibility of working with me? The ancient tree growing on the ocean in the capital planet of the Emperor of Abyss True World is just a soul fragment. The real tree has already withered a long time ago. It died eons ago. Perhaps you remembered your promise to it at some point in time and created that tree, but you couldn't change its determination to withhold its promise to wait for you. There is no way I will work together with someone like you, Su Ming said faintly. Arid Triad was silent. It was as if the flesh tunnel where the two of them were had turned into the ancient tree of the past, and the fog the boundless ocean. It looked just like in the capital planet, where on the vast sea beside the ancient tree, the shades of green and blue seemed to be connected with the sky. I have two questions. After a long while, Arid Triad's old voice appeared again. Go on, Su Ming said calmly. With your will, it should have been impossible for you to form this attack. The strength of this attack does not rely on your will, not the rise and decline of your life, not the strength of your cultivation base, and not the weight of your soul. The main strength of your attack lay in your determination to not even consider your own survival when trapped where you will surely die, and I could sense your previous fear and struggles in that attack. This should be the strongest attack of your life after you were intimidated by some existence and knew you were going to die. You created this attack because you were unwilling to accept such a destiny. And I can also sense that you haven't completely finished executing this attack. I want to know where you first launched it and who made you form it. When Arid Triad's ancient voice landed in Su Ming's ears, he fell silent. An existence who you previously refused to believe exists. He was dressed in a long black robe and had black hair. He held a string of strange pearls in his right hand and sat on a huge feng shui compass. I personally saw this person devour a harmonious Morris alba. Su Ming's answer caused Arid Triad to fall silent. I don't know who you're talking about, but after I possessed harmonious Morris alba, I could sense that figure in its memories. It gave off a cordial feeling to harmonious Morris alba. So, no matter what you saw, there is a high chance you don't need to be worried about it. Arid Triad's voice echoed in the air with a hint of certainty, but when Su Ming heard it, he shook his head. He believed in what he saw and what he understood from it. He did not believe in Arid Triad's words. My second question is about Old Man Extermination you spoke about just now. Know about him, but where exactly do your worries about him lie? Arid Triad's voice sounded as ancient as ever, and there was even a hint of fatigue to it. He is a person who fled when a harmonious Morris alba was destroyed. He fled to our world and is planning something we do not know. Tell me, what exactly am I worried about? Su Ming asked coldly. Arid Triad was too confident, and in Su Ming's eyes, that confidence could bring the destruction. You don't need to worry. He arrived in this aeon, and 400-something years later, when the four wings of harmonious Morris alba overlap and this aeon is destroyed, he will be wiped off. Arid Triad's voice contained the same confidence that caused Su Ming's brows to furrow. What if there will no longer be another aeon? Su Ming asked slowly. Impossible, Arid Triad said without hesitation. When he spoke, the young man cast Su Ming a deep look. We will meet again in the disaster 400-something years later. Now, you can finish the execution of that divine ability of yours. When Arid Triad said those words, his voice gradually became weaker until it faded away. Spirit! A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He said one final word, and it was the key to his strongest divine ability. It was the word he had uttered when his will shattered after going up against the black-robed young man, when he returned to the past with the art of time. At the instant the word tumbled out of Su Ming's mouth, the young man's body jolted, but he did not dissipate. Instead, a shadow appeared and overlapped with him. That shadow split into 10, then 100, and continued splitting until it reached tens of thousands. The number of overlapping shadows was so great that it surpassed what a cultivator could calculate with his naked eye. After all, the overlapping shadows simply could not be seen clearly. Only Su Ming knew that during that short instance, 100,000 overlapping shadows had appeared on the young man who did not disintegrate. At the moment they overlapped with one another, cracking sounds rang out, and cracks spread out from the spot where Su Ming's finger touched the center of Arid Triad's brow until they covered his entire body. Then, with a bang, the young man's body shattered to pieces, which were reduced to ashes that dissipated into the air. Vanishing along with it were the 100,000 overlapping shadows. This meant that all 100,000 of Arid Triad's manifestations were destroyed at that instant. Since Arid Triad did not have a body, it was a heavy blow to him. This sort of grave injury caused him to no longer be able to summon the strength to fight against Su Ming. But Su Ming did not have the confidence to give chase and kill him either, because the time had not yet arrived. Only when the disaster appeared and the four wings overlapped with each other could he have the chance to possess him. The instant Arid Triad's body vanished, the fog formed by the poisonous aphrodisiac no longer increased in density and even gradually showed signs of vanishing. Only at that moment did exhaustion appear on Su Ming's face. His gaze was no longer fierce, and his mind became muddled. The poisonous aphrodisiac he had been suppressing all that time boiled in his body at that moment. Fortunately, the amount of the poisonous aphrodisiac around him no longer increased and even showed signs of dissipating. Su Ming sat down without hesitation and circulated his cultivation base, restraining his will in his body to continue suppressing the poisonous aphrodisiac. If there was no stimulation from the external world, then before long, when the fog in the flesh tunnel dissipated, Su Ming would return to normal and no longer be affected. However, he forgot about Zi Ruo. Not long after Su Ming sat down, a moan came from the fog, and a naked body rushed out to embrace him. At the instant Zi Ruo reached him, the poisonous aphrodisiac in Su Ming's body seemed to be stimulated, and it instantly erupted in him. It was not important to know just how many times Su Ming had experienced changes of heart. What was important was that with each one, he would go through a metamorphosis, and during those baptisms, his epiphanies gradually reached an abstruse state. Su Ming did not know that someone during one of the incredibly prosperous eons in harmonious Morris Alba had already calculated that if someone reached the peak of the metamorphoses and took one step further, they would be able to reach an even higher realm. However, that was just a calculation. The person who did it had not been able to reach that realm, and neither had he gained an epiphany of it. During that prosperous aeon, Almighties had predicted that the abstruse state was known as Tao. In truth, not many of the eons harmonious Morris Alba's universe had flourished and been especially prosperous, but some Almighties had predicted a similar realm. However, they had not been able to calculate and predict it as clearly. They found it to be as abstruse as the Almighties from the prosperous eons. Even Su Ming's aeon had rumors of a marvelous realm existing after Avacania realm. The name of that realm was Boundless Tao. It was a cultivation realm, but its main focus lay in the heart. It was just like Avacania realm. It was a level of cultivation, but it was also an abstruse state of the heart as well as a transformation of a person's state of being. The specific manifestation of the realm was in truth divided into two parts. One of them was when a cultivator only had their cultivation base reach Avacania realm, just like the three sovereigns of Dawn and the three lords of St. Defire. They were the typical examples of cultivators whose cultivation bases had reached Avacania realm. However, cultivation bases would in the end reach a limit. That was why on the surface, in the eyes of other cultivators, the lords of St. Defire and the sovereigns of Dawn had reached the peak of their levels of cultivation. They themselves knew that they had only obtained the form when they reached Avacania realm. They had not obtained the soul. This was also why their power was nothing before Su Ming. They might be in Avacania realm, but if they were to divide Avacania realm into initial, middle, later, and great completion stages, the 6 of them were only in the initial stage. And they could only be in the initial stage. In fact, they could only stay in the initial stage for the rest of their lives unless they could make the abstruse state in their hearts reach Avacania realm as well. Only by doing so could they reach a breakthrough. Song San knew of the 3 sovereigns of Dawn had been powerful because he had harmonious Morris Alba's wing fragment. Xianxia of the 3 lords of St. Defire was powerful because he was the only one among the 6 who had reached the borders in regards to the cultivation of the heart. That was why, despite still being in the initial stage of Avacania realm, he was clearly stronger than the other people. The second group had the antecedental spirits. Regardless of whether they belonged to Su Ming's aeon or the previous ones, all those who had successfully had their spirits ascend 3 times could be known as having reached Avacania realm, but that did not mean that they had reached it in terms of their cultivation bases. Instead, by relying on the flaws in their lives being complemented and mended, they could reach Avacania realm by reaching a higher state of being. Those who had reached Avacania realm in this manner were not strong. Some aspects of them were even weaker compared to those of people who had reached Avacania realm with their cultivation bases. Only when they had their spirits ascend more than 6 times could they be powerful enough to wipe the floor with powerful warriors in Avacania realm. However, the people who had their spirits ascend 6 times were rare and few in between. This was also why antecedental spirits were regarded as equals to the sovereigns of Dawn and the lords of St. Defire. The people who had reached Avacania realm either by relying on their cultivation bases or the ascension of their states would exist as long as the aeon itself, and while it might seem as if they had eternal life, in truth, they could really only live for 1 aeon. The prime example of this realm was the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe. 8 spirit ascensions had allowed him to become the strongest among all those in the initial stage of Avacania realm. He could sweep through Dark Dawn and Saint Defire and stand at the peak of the universe. Yet, in the end, he was still just in the initial stage of Avacania realm. If anyone wanted to reach the middle stage of Avacania realm, then the first thing they needed to do was to not perish in the disaster. If those who were in the initial stage of Avacania realm obtained a great serendipity and stepped into harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos to search for their other selves and fused with them, they could live through many eons. There were a lot more of the people who did not manage this, and when the disaster fell, they could only laugh sorrowfully at the heavens as they flew away with the wind as ashes. Only those who could live through the disaster could reach the middle stage of Avacania realm. It was a foundation. Once it was established, they would need to gain an even deeper understanding towards the realm of the heart. They would also need to have their cultivation bases reach Avacania realm. It could be said that reaching the middle stage of Avacania realm require the heart and cultivation base in Avacania realm. In fact, this also involved a transformation of a person's state of being. Only then could the person become a powerful warrior in the middle stage of Avacania realm. The prime examples of that were the old monsters who would not die during the disaster and who had slept through countless eons. They were among the few who had reached this realm. However, the middle stage of Avacania realm was their limit. To many people it was already the peak, and they did not know how to step over it. It did not matter whether it was their cultivation bases or their states of being. Both had already reached the limit, and the truth was that there was truly no other stage after that. The five-faced beast deity was practically the strongest at that stage. In fact, for most eons, when anyone reached that stage, they had already reached the peak of their cultivation. That was until there came a cultivator who would later be known as Arid Triad. He possessed harmonious Morris Alba, and in one go, pushed himself to being the strongest he could possibly be, breaking through that seemingly impassable barrier that had existed for an unknown number of eons. He succeeded, and at the moment he succeeded, he rose beyond the middle stage of Avacania realm and reached the later stage. Hence, after he succeeded, many of those in the middle stage of Avacania realm started trying to possess and devour harmonious Morris Alba, but all of them failed. Gradually, they learned to start from something smaller, such as possessing the will of a true world. However, since ancient times, no one had ever succeeded in possessing a true world's will. Until Su Ming. Only he alone completed that feat. Only he alone won a competition against Su Xianyi and possessed true Morning Dao world's will. At the moment he succeeded, it was as if a door leading to heaven had opened before him. Su Ming had wondered before why he could succeed, but there seemed to be no answer to that matter. After all, Su Ming knew that if he had not succeeded in his possession, Su Xianyi would have definitely done it. There was a similarity between him and Su Xianyi. They were both abyss builders. Once Su Ming possessed true Morning Dao world's will and fused with his other self, he came into possession of 4 great true world's wills, as well as succeeded in multiple spirit ascensions and gained an epiphany regarding the god of Berserker's transformation. It allowed him to borrow the power of 100 million Berserker souls to truly reach Avacania realm when he was under the effects of the god of Berserker's transformation. After that, he stepped into the stage that only Arid Triad had managed to reach since the ancient past. The later stage of Avacania realm. That was why Arid Triad had said that he had the right to possess him, because they were in the same realm. This realm was already the limit of all limits. In fact, Su Ming had once believed that even if he went through all spirit ascensions, completely changed his state of being, and possessed even more true worlds, he would only become the strongest in this realm, because he had already reached the end of his Tao, unless he successfully possessed Arid Triad. The other possibility would be that Arid Triad possessed harmonious Morris Alba. No matter what, this matter involved them devouring each other. Perhaps only by doing so could they truly attain great completion in Avacania realm, just like how harmonious Morris Alba had been one complete butterfly in the past. This assumption lasted until Su Ming saw the black-robed young man when he cast the Art of Time and returned to the past, until Su Ming noticed Old Man Extermination through the butterfly's wing fragment and the murals in the ruins. Only at that moment did he come to a realization that even after he attained great completion in Avacania realm, there was still a greater realm above it. Perhaps this realm was the boundless Tao people spoke of in legends, the Tao that was predicted by the Almighties during the prosperous eons. Su Ming could only stare at that realm from the distance, unable to even think about touching it. But the moment he was unwilling to give up and chose to attack the black-robed young man to overcome the fear in his heart, he understood a small trace of that realm, spirit. It was one word, but it was like a seed in Su Ming's heart. It already existed in him, which was something arid triad, harmonious Morris alba, and even old man extermination did not expect. There were 4 complete stages of Avicania realm. And right then, Su Ming was seated in the flesh tunnel with the pink fog around him. However, an extremely alluring and beautiful naked body that could make all hearts race had wrapped its arms around him. The enticing figure moved like a snake, twisting and moaning next to Su Ming, as if asking him to embrace it. The woman's cloudy eyes held a temptation that could melt all minds. The instant the alluring body appeared and straddled Su Ming, panting entered his ears, and a nice, feminine fragrance wafted into his nose. Su Ming might not have opened his eyes, but the poisonous aphrodisiac in his body instantly erupted at full force. His mind instantly descended into a state he could not control, and a wave of desire rushed through his body. But Su Ming's level of cultivation, cultivation base, and his mind still retained a hint of alertness despite his condition. His eyes flew open. An animalistic glare was within them, but a brilliant light shone in their depths. Su Ming watched Zi Ruo straddle him while not a single piece of clothing covered her body. Her beauty struck him at full force, and even Su Ming struggled against it when a hint of clarity appeared in his eyes. Her hot body, alluring pants, enticing pink skin, and continuous movement of her hips, subconsciously begging for his attention, would be the most alluring picture if anyone drew it onto a canvas. There might be a layer of clothes separating them, but Zi Ruo's indescribable lust burned Su Ming's body, making him quiver. "This is a change of heart," Su Ming said softly while closing his eyes. His voice was slightly hoarse, as if there was a ball of invisible fire scorching it. He did not move and simply allowed Zi Ruo to straddle him. No matter how she begged for his touches, Su Ming did not move. He could lift his hand and push her away with the slight alertness remaining in his mind, but he did not do so. His clothes were still fully on his person. When he closed his eyes, he chose not to continue meditating, but to direct his gaze into his body and his heart. He could sense that under the effects of the poisonous aphrodisiac, his body had become incredibly sensitive. He had become completely different from before. His emotions became much more easily affected, and he was no longer calm. Yet the more this was so, the more Su Ming tried to keep his heart calm. It was just like how he had sat on a cliff when he tried to search for the method to calm his heart while in the 9th summit all those years ago. At that time, he had sat like that for nearly a month. Back then, Su Ming needed to create his own method to clear his mind and gain an epiphany of what changes of the heart meant, and right then, he was doing the same thing. He still sat in the same manner and still tried to gain an epiphany. However, the things that had disturbed his state of mind at that time were the winds in the mountain and the confusion in his own heart, and right then what disturbed him was the poisonous aphrodisiac in Zi Ruo, who was moaning and panting against his side. Su Ming's mind gradually turned blank. He no longer paid any attention to the things around him and dedicated his full attention to watching his heart and soul. He saw how his mind occasionally looked like a raging tidal wave, and how at other times it looked like flames surging into the sky. Sometimes it would be as calm as still water too. As it changed, Su Ming gained an epiphany of his change of heart, and his mind went through a metamorphosis while he tried to gain an understanding of the Tao that he could not put into words but which he had glimpsed before. Tao had to be refined by the vices of the external world, just like how the heart had to be disturbed by external causes to trigger the changes of the heart. If a person could not control themselves, they would find themselves forever stuck. If they could get through them, their heart and soul would go through a metamorphosis until the person reached a state where they could no longer be affected by the affairs of the world. With the hint of alertness in his heart, Su Ming could originally push Zi Ruo away, but he did not. Since there were evils in the world around him and a problem had occurred, then with his personality he would just let the problem come. He would have it disturb his heart, and during that time he would refine himself. He would look at the sky while he was in the abyss, and welcome a new life while the flames of lust burned him. I will stare at light from the darkness. I do not long for light to come to me. My only desire is to become a black hue that even darkness cannot turn darker. I don't like light. In the past, I could not see the light of day and could not see the darkness of night. It was as if the heavens had placed a veil before my eyes. If that's the case, then I don't want to live under the sun. I wish to become the source of darkness in the universe amid the shadows. When I am under the sun, I will chase away the light. When I am in the shadows of night, I will make night fade away, because I am the only darkness under the heavens, in the galaxy, and in the entire universe. This is me, Su Ming. My life is one of possessing others. My life is one that other people cannot hope to replicate. My life is one that pursues the darkness. I can kill countless people. I can destroy all lives in the universe. I can turn day into night, and I can make darkness descend on the earth. But in my heart, there will always be a spot of light left for my family, my friends, and my beloved. Su Ming's heart seemed to have found the direction of his metamorphosis as the quiet thoughts echoed in his mind, causing the raging sea to calm, the surging flames to fade, and an unruly ripple to appear in his heart, which was as still as dead water. Who was it that said that only light can be magnificent? Who was it that said that only saints can be noble? In the darkness, I can turn the moon into the sun, and I can also turn light into darkness. Su Ming's heart had never been as calm as it was right then. He opened his eyes. He no longer kept them closed so that he would not look at the alluring Ziruo, because having his eyes shut was a form of running away. Only the weak and those who did not dare to face the temptation would be afraid of having their hearts perturbed and would keep their eyes closed. I want to open my eyes and take a look at the world others cannot see. With that determination, I will face this change of heart. I want to open my eyes and take a look at the evil that caused this disturbance in my heart. Su Ming stared at Ziruo before him. He watched her curvaceous body clinging to him while she panted and moved her hips, begging for his attention, but his expression remained aloof. It was like the darkness of night. If the now pink-skinned Ziruo was light, then it was a fight between light and darkness. In the fight, Su Ming did not move. His heart did not tremble. Nothing about him moved. He only watched everything before him, and his heart gradually became calmer. The poisonous aphrodisiac in him seemed to be unable to find blood that it could boil and could only wither away. When it lost all of its energy, it assimilated into Su Ming's body. Su Ming did not consider whether he wanted to engage in activities that only bonded cultivators shared with Ziruo. What he cared about was that he would not allow himself to be controlled by the poisonous aphrodisiac, and he would absolutely not allow the little fox to gain the initiative. The fog around him gradually spread out. It looked like before long it would completely disappear. Su Ming remained sitting in the tunnel while he watched Ziruo before him. His expression was calm, and not a single hint of lust could be seen in it. The red in his eyes had long since faded away, and his breathing had grown calm. As his heart went through the metamorphosis and his emotions calmed down, he transcended a personal barrier. A pair of unseen eyes saw all of it. Their gaze seemed to have fused with the air and come to exist everywhere. If the owner of the gaze wanted to see something, they could even look into the flesh tunnel. There was no truth that they were unable to witness. The eyes noticed Su Ming's calm and a presence that even their owner found fierce. That presence was only a feeling that came from Su Ming's conviction towards the darkness. Old Man Extermination was the owner of that gaze. At that moment, he was meditating on the hidden ancient ship near the gap in space in the fourth universe. Those eyes belonged to him. Su Ming lifted his head and cast a calm glance at the air above him. During that instant, for the first time ever, Old Man Extermination's heart trembled, because he felt as if they had met gazes with Su Ming through space. At the instant their eyes met, Old Man Extermination shuddered. The hidden ancient ship trembled because of him, and distortions appeared around it. In the end, The ship showed up beside the gap in space in the butterfly's wing. Su Ming, what a man! As expected of the strongest of this aeon, and perhaps even the strongest since the history of harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos. Old Man Extermination's body also showed up when the ship distorted. Change of heart. This art began with Xianxia, and it was written in destiny that he was to be the strongest of this aeon. But due to my interference, Xianxia's change of heart failed, but I didn't expect that his disciples would succeed one after another, up to this Su Ming. His change of heart actually caused something in him to grow, something that brings me fear. This presence, damn it. This presence reminds me of that terrifying Xianxia. Old Man Extermination's pupils shrank, which was a rare sight to be seen, but he did not avert his gaze. He kept staring into space. His gaze locked on Su Ming, who was in the flesh tunnel. And Su Ming did not lower his head either. He simply looked at the air. Old Man Extermination was silent for a long while before he spoke again. As expected of a person that belongs to a race of the man who joined my bloodline, which I later modified and led. After he spoke, a loud bang shot up before him. It shook the sky and earth, and resounded very prominently in the constantly rumbling galaxy. A dark figure showed up at that moment. It was a black-robed man. His clothes as well as the air he gave off were exactly the same as those of the 3 black-robed men who had previously been there. The person had appeared with a loud bang. At the instant he showed up, he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to Old Man Extermination. He is a descendant of yours. In fact, based on your position among your people, he would even have to address you as his progenitor. Since he is here, go and meet him. I want a drop of his blood. Old Man Extermination said faintly. The black-robed man did not say a single word. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply again. When he lifted his head, only the light in his eyes, born from conviction and zealousness that almost resembled foolish loyalty, could be seen on his face, which was hidden under a black hood. He turned around, and another loud bang shot up. The black-robed man disappeared without a trace. Old Man Extermination gradually closed his eyes. As he did so, the ancient ship he sat upon faded away until not a single hint of it could be found. It was also during that moment that Su Ming averted his eyes. He lowered his head and looked at Zirua again, but her image was not reflected in his pupils. Old Man Extermination, huh? I wonder what stage you belong to in Avacania realm. If you have truly absorbed the presence and power of more than one butterfly before they died, then is the current you equivalent to a complete harmonious Morris Alba? Su Ming wondered faintly, his words echoing in the tunnel. While he went through his change of heart, there were 3 black-robed men traveling into St. Defire's camp. Each of them summoned a large number of clones, and when they charged forward, they gradually took Su Ming's form, and with murderous intent as well as aloofness, they rushed into each expanse cosmos to bring forth massacre upon massacre. Due to them taking Su Ming's appearance, an unimaginable resentment became directed at Su Ming. One day, it might have a terrifying eruption. The 3 black-robed men's appearances were identical to that of Yu Ming. Their faces were hidden by black hoods, making their features impossible to see. However, there were different aspects about them. One of them was clearly a big and built man. He had a domineering and aggressive air about him. Another one of them appeared rather thin and lean, and his presence constantly changed. The last one had an arrogant air that could not be chased away no matter what. Most of the fog in the flesh tunnel gradually dissipated. At that moment, when Su Ming looked over, he found that there was only a little left, and what remained was already so faint that it could be ignored. The poisonous aphrodisiac in Su Ming's body had completely assimilated with him, and it could no longer do anything either. There was no longer any red in the whites of his eyes, and he looked very alert. In fact, he was even more alert than when he had stepped into the flesh tunnel. Only Zirua still remained pink. The poisonous aphrodisiac in her body had not diminished, but had grown stronger. It had grown to a point where it was endangering her cultivation base and life. This was because of backlash. It was so strong that she could not disperse it even though she had already reached Avacania realm. After all, it was a poison that had gathered together the power of all heavenly foxes and the curse cast by the three lords of Saint Defire. Due to arid triads sealing the tunnel, it had also been strengthened greatly. Su Ming stared at Zi Ruo and lifted his right hand to tap the center of her brow. She shuddered, and numerous pink threads appeared on her skin. They rose from her skin like veins before they surged toward the spot between her eyebrows. If someone looked over, they would find that Zi Ruo's body looked as if she had been covered by a pink net. Several breaths later, all of the pink threads came to her brow. The spot where Su Ming's finger touched had become a pink dot. Su Ming lifted his index finger from her forehead, and a pink thread followed after. Once he extracted it from Zi Ruo's brow, it turned into fog that disappeared from his finger. Only at that moment did Zi Ruo return to normal, but her face was incredibly pale, and she was quivering. She wanted to open her eyes, but felt a heaviness that made it feel like even raising her eyelids was too hard of a task. Her body fell limp and she collapsed on Su Ming. He swung his right hand in her direction. Immediately, Zi Ruo was dressed in one of Su Ming's robes, and after a moment of hesitation, he lifted his right hand to press it against her forehead. With a light pat, a gentle force surged into her body, nourishing her. With the gentle power from Su Ming, Zi Ruo regained her consciousness around a dozen breaths later instead of having to use her own cultivation base for it. Once finished, Su Ming let go of the hand holding Zi Ruo and took a step into the depths of the flesh tunnel. He was so fast that he instantly disappeared without a trace. Zi Ruo drifted about in the flesh tunnel. A gentle light spread out around her and enveloped her. A dozen breaths later, her eyelashes quivered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She looked dazed for a moment, but soon vigilance entered her gaze. She swiftly got up and looked around herself. The area around her was empty. Besides the walls on the flesh tunnel, there was nothing else around her. When she saw this, Zi Ruo also noticed that there was a gentle layer of light around her. Once she woke up, it slowly dimmed before it vanished. At the same time, Zi Ruo also saw that her clothes had turned into male garments. She was momentarily stunned before a red flush appeared on her cheeks. She could only remember things up to the moment her consciousness faded away due to the poisonous aphrodisiac, but in the muddled recollections from what happened after, she could vaguely recall tearing off her clothes, and she seemed to have even wrapped her arms around someone. In silence, she found that Su Ming was nowhere around. Complicated emotions flashed through her face, but when she lowered her head to check her body, they all turned into disappointment. She did not know what had happened when she lost her consciousness, but based on what had happened before she woke up, she could somewhat guess what had transpired. She sighed softly, then lowered her head to cast a glance at the depths of the flesh tunnel. She could sense that Su Ming had not left, but was down below, heading towards his destination. With another light sigh, Zi Ruo bit her bottom lip. She did not continue down the tunnel in search of Su Ming. Instead, she turned around and transformed into a long arc to head upwards, towards the entrance of the flesh tunnel. She felt slightly ashamed, so the only thing she could do was leave. Su Ming could sense Zi Ruo's arousal, but he did not turn his head back. His heart was as calm as water. In the form of a long arc, he charged down the flesh tunnel, and just like what had happened in Yin Death Region, as he continued charging downwards, he saw the end of the flesh tunnel. It was, as expected, a rune. It was in the form of an octagon. When Su Ming descended, he lowered his head to observe it before he lifted his right foot to step on it lightly. The rune shuddered, and countless rays of powerful light surrounded Su Ming. Once they concealed his figure, the rune was activated, and after a moment, Su Ming disappeared as the rune rumbled. When he reappeared, he was welcomed by a loud rumbling. The noise seemed to have been around for years, and it formed countless echoes, causing a person to have the misconception that the entire space was roaring when they arrived for the first time. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He looked around himself and saw a vast galaxy, but it gave off an incredibly unfamiliar presence to him. No collisions could be seen in that vast galaxy, but the rumbling did not sound like it would ever weaken. It was a universe filled with sound, which was something Su Ming had never encountered before. He could also sense how big that universe was. It was clearly a complete expanse cosmos that had never been divided. Su Ming averted his gaze from the area. If he did not have sufficient power, he would have to be careful in this unfamiliar universe, but to the current Su Ming, he had no need to act as such. What he needed was to use his quickest speed to understand that universe. That was why he had his will swiftly spread through the area. His will was so strong that it instantly sounded as if thunder had begun roaring, and with him as the center, those thunderous sounds swept outwards. Wherever they went, all life was shocked and intimidated by Su Ming's powerful will. There was a coffin stuck on a shattered continent in the fourth universe. It was so large that it went through the whole continent, and a small portion of it even shot out at the bottom. From the distance, the coffin looked incredibly terrifying. The moment Su Ming's will came charging forth with a howl, a growl came from within the coffin. A bang shot into space, and a huge arm broke through the coffin's lid and stretched out. That arm was pitch black, its nails were red, and it had not just 5 fingers, but 6. There was also a corpse floating in the space in the fourth universe. It was shriveled and looked as if it had died many years ago, but the instant Su Ming's will swept past it, the corpse's empty eyes suddenly lit up with dark ling. The corpse then slowly sat up. Flesh, blood. A hoarse and unpleasant voice came from its mouth. It gnashed its teeth, and an indescribable presence erupted from its body. In a spot incredibly far away from the corpse was a planet. It was covered in grass and looked like a cultivation planet overflowing with life. It had multiple cities, and there were countless mortals and cultivators who had lived and grown in numbers for a long, long time there. There was a mountain on that planet. It was very ordinary, and there was nothing strange about it. At the mountainside was a herd of cows and goats as well as a boy in a shirt. He held a small stick in his hand and was leaning against a huge stone. He stared at the blue sky and white clouds above him while humming a happy tune. But the instant Su Ming's will swept over the area, the boy jolted, and he instantly lifted his head to stare at the sky. When he did so, an incredibly strange thing happened. All the cultivators, mortals, and other life forms froze and did not move. Their bodies even showed signs of distorting and disintegrating. It was only when the boy narrowed his eyes and lowered his head after a long time had passed that all the lives on the cultivation planet returned to normal. Whose will is this? Could it be that one of the powerful warriors from the past eons have awakened in the sacred wood? There was a huge log floating in a galaxy. The log was so big that it was equivalent to one of the small expanse cosmoses in Dark Dawn and St. Defire's camps. On the sacred wood were countless densely packed caves. At that moment, when Su Ming's will swept through the universe, low roars shook the sky from inside the sacred wood. A rebound also spread out, knocking away Su Ming's will. It prevented him from seeing the structure of the sacred wood. In another direction of the universe was a huge gap, and a vast expanse of emptiness could be seen through it. Su Ming's eyes focused several breaths after he had spread his will outwards. There is no will here. Su Ming did not sense any will in the expanse cosmos. Harmonious Morris Alba's will was not present there, and neither was Arid Triad. It was as if this was a territory both of the two great wills had lost. In fact, the faint thoughts that formed an expanse cosmos consciousness were also absent. This meant that there were not many lives in this place, which was why it could not utilize a race's beliefs and thoughts to form the expanse cosmos consciousness. This is indeed the fourth wing's universe. Su Ming stayed silent. He did not bother about the non-stop rumbling around him, because the powerful warriors in this expanse cosmos had appeared in his mind's eye, and the image of the sacred wood he could not investigate with his will had also showed up. Most importantly, Su Ming saw the gap leading to the universe beyond. He was in a different expanse cosmos. In silence, Su Ming slowly lifted his head, and with a relaxed expression, he stared into the distant space. Since you have arrived a long time ago, why bother continuing to observe me? Once Su Ming spoke, the space his gaze was fixed upon let out a loud bang that drowned out all other sounds in the area. Then, a black-robed man showed up. Naturally, He was Yu Ming. Yu Ming was dressed in black robes that had the pattern of falling leaves embroidered on them. The robe covered his body and went down to his feet, making it impossible to see his figure. Any observers could only see a wide, long black robe. Su Ming could not see the face hidden under the hood, but he could see the bright eyes shining from within it as well as the hint of aloofness within them. The black-robed man exuded an incredibly great ancient feeling. He felt like the symbol of time passing, but at the same time, Su Ming also had a false feeling that time seemed to distort while around the man. The black-robed man was distorting time and exuding an ancient air, as if he was not a person, but an ancient mirror that was reflecting the changes of the universe across time. Su Ming stared at the black-robed man, and the black-robed man lifted his head to look back at him. The two of them met each other's gazes as the world rumbled around them. "Your clothes made me think of a few people." A slight smile appeared on Su Ming's face when he spoke faintly. The moment he opened his mouth, something flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, and a fierce light shone in them. He took a swift step forward, and at the instant his foot landed, a loud roar shook the entire universe. It was much louder than all the other sounds around. A tidal wave that was louder than thunder. It turned into the strongest noise in the entire galaxy. When it echoed, it distorted space, seeming to want to submerge Su Ming in it and bind him inside itself. At the same time, the black-robed man lifted his right hand and pushed forward in an entirely casual manner. That push might have seemed gentle, but at the moment it was delivered, cracking sounds rang out in space, and 9 huge cracks tore through the galaxy. They were like 9 dragons, and the rumbles were their roars. With a speed that the naked eye could not see, they charged at Su Ming, who was bound by the distortions. A loud bang shot up. The instant it echoed in space, it fused with the endless booms in the area, creating an even louder noise. When it resounded in every direction, more distortions spread to Su Ming. It was as if, as long as he was in that galaxy filled with sound, the black-robed man, who was born from the sounds, would stand invincible. Amid the loud noise, the 9 dragons crashed into Su Ming, making the area around him contort. They forcefully tore the galaxy open to reach their target. Su Ming watched the black-robed man through the distorted space, and as he stared at the ancient presence as well as the air of time about him, he sighed softly. He already knew who he was. He was just like the 4 people from the 5th ocean he had seen in Divine Essence Star Ocean. What Su Ming had chosen not to be in the fake 5th true world, the 5th apostle. "You are the apostle of happiness." Su Ming, who looked as if he had been torn apart when space contorted, said slowly, and brilliant light shone in the black-robed man's eyes. He brought his right hand up and pointed at the heavens before bringing his hand down to push at space. At the same time, he spoke for the first time. Time reversal. When he said those 2 words, a layer of golden ripples came from the black-robed man's right hand. They swept out and instantly affected the area around Su Ming. The power of the art of time descended to change the laws of time to make it flow backwards and return to ancient past. Space transformed, and layers of the galaxy tumbled back, causing the booming sounds to become even louder. The effects even spread to Su Ming, who was within the area. Happiness, anger, grief, resentment. Among the 4 of them, I should have long since guessed that you are an abyss builder. Su Ming sighed softly. He did not cast any divine ability, but the 3rd eye at the center of his brow opened, and a brilliant light shone within it. Su Ming's body, which seemed to have shattered, fragmented even further like a broken mirror, but what fragmented was a mirror that seemed to have been placed in the galaxy. At the same time, the contortions around him vanished. Even the booming sounds went silent at that moment. The area affected by the black-robed man's golden ripples vanished without a trace when the 3rd eye at the center of Su Ming's brow flashed, as if it was devoured by darkness. The galaxy returned to normal. It was still the same galaxy as before, and the 2 of them were staring into each other's eyes once more. They were the only ones around, and it seemed as if their attacks several breaths ago were just a dream. To be in possession of the art of time and to be able to become one of the 4 great apostles of happiness, anger, grief, and resentment, Since you are an Abyss Builder, then with your status besides the progenitor of the Abyss Builders who was foolishly loyal to Dark Dawn's camp, I can think of no one else. But by the looks of it now, you were not loyal to Dark Dawn, but Old Man Extermination. Su Ming shook his head. He felt a variety of emotions in his heart, but there was also a hint of relief among them. Because at that moment he had learned something. Be it Xianxia Zi or Lai Shanxiu, both of them had not died. They were the four great apostles of happiness, anger, grief, and resentment. If the apostle of happiness was still around, then the other three apostles were naturally around as well. I, too, am very glad that I could meet with a descendant of the Abyss Builders, the black-robed man said in a hoarse voice. It echoed in the area, and he did not intentionally suppress the rumbles around him. He simply let his voice echo amid the loud bangs in the galaxy, and they naturally and steadily fell into Su Ming's ears. The black-robed man was clearly a cultivator who had reached the middle stage of Avacania realm, and whose level of cultivation surpassed those from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. He was even slightly stronger than the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe, and Su Ming did not sense Harmonious Morris Alba's presence on him. He had not fused with his other self from Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. They were in the fourth universe. It was a completely different Expanse Cosmos to its relative Expanse Cosmos, Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. There were not many people in it either, which was why the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire could not find their other selves here. After all, the gap leading to the vast expanse existed in that Expanse Cosmos, and the powerful warriors who had lived through the various eons also lived there. Most of them were asleep, but there were some who had already awakened. It might only be able to happen in the fourth universe. Perhaps it was because of those reasons that the Expanse Cosmos gained various differences distinguishing it from Harmonious Morris Alba's third wing, Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. In time, it then turned to be truly different from its relative Expanse Cosmos. When the black-robed man spoke, he lifted his right hand and pulled back the black hood from his head to reveal an old face covered in wrinkles. He had a head full of white hair. His sunken eyes shone with an eye-catching light when he looked at Su Ming. His face was somewhat similar to Su Xianyi's, and his domineering air was revealed without any restraint at that moment. He was Yu Ming, the progenitor of Abyss Builders, the strongest person in Arid Triad's fifth true world. Su Ming was an Abyss Builder, but if he were to compare the purity of his blood, he could not compare to Su Xianyi, much less the progenitor of Abyss Builders standing before him right then, who was already a ruler of a region when he was in the third era of their aeon. Su Ming was silent for a moment before he asked slowly, "Must we continue with this fight?" There were originally not supposed to be any Abyss Builders. There was just Great Abyss Tribe. Only when our benefactor appeared and used his blood as a guide did Great Abyss Tribe slowly turn into the Abyss Builders. I will never be able to repay his kindness, and I once swore that all Abyss Builders will worship our benefactor for all their lives. They must be his slaves until the universe shatters. You are an Abyss Builder, so you must obey this as well. If you don't obey, your blood will deliver a backlash on you. Because this is the destiny of Abyss Builders since an eternity ago. The progenitor of Abyss Builders said slowly, and a fierce light shone in his eyes. Su Ming stayed silent for a moment before he sighed softly and said, "That is your destiny, not mine. Since you insist on fighting me, then I will respect you, as you are the progenitor of Abyss Builders. I will not use my will to suppress you. We will both cast the art of time, and let us see who among us will be the first to fall." Men couldn't forget their roots. Su Ming's attitude towards the progenitor of Abyss Builders was different from his attitude towards Su Xianyi. He respected this person a lot, and this respect was not related to Old Man Extermination. It was solely limited to the progenitor of Abyss Builders for his acts of supporting the Abyss Builders in the fifth true world while he was there so that the Abyss Builders could rise to power. Su Ming could also never forget what Su Xianyi's wife, the woman in the fifth kiln, had told him. When Su Ming was born, his name was given to him by the progenitor, and he believed it to be true. The progenitor of all Abyss Builders. If he could choose not to fight against such a person, Su Ming would not fight against him, but if he had to fight him, Su Ming would give him the respect he deserved, which was why he chose to use one of the Abyss Builder's inborn abilities, the Art of Time. Very well. The progenitor of Abyss Builders cast Su Ming a deep glance. After speaking, he sat down cross-legged in space, and his eyes fell shut. The power of the Art of Time instantly erupted from his body. It came off in waves of gold, which soon became the brightest light in the galaxy. In silence, Su Ming also sat down cross-legged. His eyes fell shut, and gradually his body started to fade away. Darkness appeared around him, and it looked like he was about to fuse with darkness of the galaxy. But his darkness did not fit with the other, because the galaxy's darkness was not worthy of dyeing Su Ming's darkness black. If there was anyone going to dye anything black, then it would be Su Ming dyeing the entire universe black. We will start now. The progenitor of Abyss Builders opened his eyes before speaking, then closed them again. A thick wave of power belonging to the Art of Time immediately turned into a piercing light about him. It instantly swept through the area like the white of the sky. It swiftly illuminated the galaxy within it, as if no darkness could exist before it. The reversal of time was activated at that instant. The fight using the Art of Time was a competition about who would last till the end and who would not end up being reduced to a skeleton in the passage of time. In this aspect, the progenitor of Abyss Builders had the upper hand because he had lived for a long, long time, and he could make tens of thousands of years reverse at once. Su Ming might not be able to do that, but he did not cast the Art of Time at all. He only sat there quietly and stared at the galaxy. He watched the universe and simply allowed the progenitor of Abyss Builders cast his art. He was like a tree. When wind blew against him, perhaps he would sway along with it. But in the end, it was just wind, and the tree would still be a tree. It would only sway for a moment, not for an eternity. Once the autumn breeze blew through and the rosy rays of dawn arrive, the tree would still be standing. If one saw that it was moving, then it was moving. If one saw that it was not moving, then it was not moving. There was once a person who said that the person's heart would determine whether the tree they saw was moving or not. He said it because the main focus of the phrase landed on the person who looked at the tree itself, but to Su Ming, the thing that moved was his own heart, because he did not care about the heart of the person who watched the tree. His only concern was himself. If his heart was not swayed, then all manner of lives in the world would not move, and if all things did not move, then the universe would not move, and then all wills would not be swayed or transformed. The person who watched the tree left with a smile, thinking that they had gained an epiphany. But the moment they turned around, that epiphany actually belonged to the tree. What came after karma? It was not truths and falsehoods. Neither was it illusions and reality. Instead, it was this: when you learn who you are no longer you. When you no longer know who you will be you. If a person was not swayed, they would not understand, and it was precisely because they did not understand that they would not need to understand. They would, instead, come to understand a certain state. It was just like the logic with the changes of the heart. Once they ended, Su Ming would always come to understand something he could not put into words. When you look at the tree is also looking at you. When you are trying to understand Tao is also trying to understand you. When you are not you. Only when you are not you will you be you. A hint of a smile appeared on Su Ming's face. It was very faint and barely discernible, just like the smiles that would appear when one thought they had come to see through the truth behind something. Su Ming was in a battle of arts without any use of intense divine abilities. The powerful light from the progenitor of Abyss Builders surpassed everything. If someone looked over, they would feel as if it suppressed the darkness that Su Ming represented. But after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the progenitor of Abyss Builders opened his eyes, and a hint of exhaustion appeared in his gaze. There was also a hint of praise there, but it soon disappeared. When he opened his eyes, the progenitor of Abyss Builders spoke hoarsely. "I need a drop of your blood." Su Ming stood up. He did not say anything, but instead walked slowly forward. He moved past the spot where the progenitor of Abyss Builders sat, then walked into the distance. He did not reply. When Su Ming left into the distance, blood trickled out of the corners of the progenitor's mouth. It fell on his robes and looked like it was about to seep into the past. He lost. His art of time was so strong that it could instantly cause tens of thousands of years to move in reverse, but when he used it on Su Ming, he still lost. Even if Su Ming had never cast the art of time, the progenitor still lost, fully and completely. It was as if he had become the wind, or the person staring at the tree. He had lost psychologically, but it was a loss that brought a smile appear to his face. It looked like, for the first time ever, he did not care about Old Man Extermination's task. He was smiling from the bottom of his heart. Old Man Extermination was his benefactor. He wanted to repay his kindness, and the Abyss Builders had to repay his kindness, but he was still the progenitor of Abyss Builders. There were plenty of times when his status was ignored, but in his heart, it was his greatest pride. You are the first to understand the true essence of the Abyss Builders' inborn ability to control time, the progenitor of Abyss Builders said softly. After a long while, he stood up. He did not turn his head around either before choosing to walk into the distance. He smiled while doing so. His clothes were the first to be reduced to ashes. It was followed by his legs, then his upper body, and when his head as well as his soul were reduced to ashes, he passed away while walking into the distance. All traces of his existence disappeared from that moment, and he died. Do his own art of time. It was very profound. Perhaps there were few who understood it, but it was a matter with divine abilities. Was how Tao was. When the progenitor of Abyss Builder's body disappeared, Old Man Extermination sighed softly, while meditating on the hidden ancient ship beside the gap in space within the fourth expanse cosmos. I still underestimated him, he murmured to himself. The ability to control time is only born during the last aeon. That is what I have seen in the worlds of the 4 harmonious Morris Albas I lived through. There has never been an exception, and it is the same for this harmonious Morris Alba. It is just like how a person likes to remember the past when they are old. The art of time appeared because harmonious Morris Alba no longer has a future and can only exist in the past. Hence, in actuality, its users are people created by harmonious Morris Alba due to its natural instinct before it is destroyed. I have gathered together the blood of the races with this talent in the final eons of the previous 3 harmonious Morris Albas before they were destroyed. In this 4th harmonious Morris Alba, I found Great Abyss Tribe born on this butterfly, and as I researched countless races, I found the way to perfect fusion. I changed the Great Abyss Tribe and created the Abyss Builders, a race with the inborn ability from the culmination of 4 harmonious Morris Albas. It is a beautiful race, a breathtaking race that will make others envious. Since their talent is too great, I couldn't allow them to continue growing. I had to destroy them, because I only wanted the strongest one among them. Yu Ming was one of them, and Su Xianyi was also one of them. As for this Su Ming, he was not someone I paid attention to, but as chance would have it, he has already grown this much. He possessed a true world's will and became the strongest in this aeon, reaching the later stage of Avicanian realm. But even so, I can still control him. He will be just like the lives in the other harmonious Morris Albas. None of them were able to escape from their destinies. They cannot escape from becoming the sacrifice Xianzong needs. They are also a secret that has not been told between me and Xianzong. Old Man Extermination mumbled, then lifted his head to look into the distant galaxy. But a ferocious expression suddenly appeared on Old Man Extermination's face, causing his face to contort. A presence, which he seemed to be barely able to suppress, almost spread out from his body. He has actually managed to figure out the slightest bit of the essence of the art of time. This is something I pondered upon for a long time before I was able to figure it out. What gave him the right to gain such an epiphany? There are 4 levels to the art of time. The first level is of the wind blowing against the tree. Can be seen as a simple reversal of time. The second level is of the tree viewer standing beside the tree when the wind blows against it. The person would stare at the tree being moved by the wind, and they would come to understand that the tree would not move when the heart is not swayed. The third level is of becoming the tree. Only when you've reached this level would you be able to truly be able to understand what the art of time means. I've only discovered an inkling of the 4th level, but during the instant just then, I clearly sensed the signs of the fourth level. As Old Man Extermination's expression twisted, a fierce glare gradually appeared in his eyes. Even if you are the strongest person I've seen in the 4 harmonious Morris Albas I've lived through, you will still be unable to run from the destiny of becoming a sacrifice. You are bound to be a sacrifice, bound to be the stepping stone for me to take the final step to become the same existence as Xianxia. The time has not arrived yet. There are still 400-something years. It will be soon though, very soon. The ferocious expression on Old Man Extermination's face gradually faded away. He calmed down and cast a deep glance into the distance before he turned his head back to look at the gap leading to the vast expanse. His gaze penetrated space, and no one knew how far he looked into it. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see a feng shui compass that made him tremble rushing over. On the feng shui compass, he saw a young man with black hair and black robes, whose face was aloof and did not hold any expression. The young man had a string of pearls on his right wrist. Some of them shone with a dark light, alternating between flashes of brightness and darkness. Fear appeared in Old Man Extermination's eyes. His heart trembled. When he averted his gaze, he let out a long and deep sigh before closing his eyes. Oh! Su Ming walked through the galaxy. He seemed to have already grown used to the booming sounds around him. He did not turn his head back, because he knew that the progenitor of abyss builders had found his resting place. He had died in his own art of time. Perhaps this sort of end was a formless release for the progenitor of abyss builders, but only the progenitor himself would know whether it was the answer he wanted. It was impossible for others to understand his heart after he had lived for tens of thousands of years. Even Old Man Extermination could not do this. The progenitor had silently watched the race he brought up with his own hands be reduced to ruins under his own administrations. An innumerable number of his people had died. No one knew whether their shrill screams echoed in his head when he meditated. Perhaps they did because he was the progenitor of abyss builders. But perhaps they did not because he was Old Man Extermination's slave. Su Ming walked quietly. His footsteps while walking through the galaxy were not quick, but every single time he took a step forward, the galaxy would change. He continued moving until he reached a cultivation planet. When he looked at it, his left eye saw a cultivation planet filled with an abundance of life. There were countless cultivators practicing the ways of cultivation on it, along with numerous mortals living happily by themselves. There were lush green mountains, crystal clear waters, blue skies, oceans filled with life, as well as rising and falling mountain ranges. The cultivation planet was an existence that seemed to be operating under some form of law. There was a boy staring back at Su Ming from a mountainside. With his right eye, Su Ming saw a huge meatball exuding a foul stench. There were countless tentacles squirming about it. The mountain ranges on the cultivation planet were bone spikes. The ocean was a swamp on its back, and the rising and falling mountains were its ribs. As for the cultivators and mortals, they were skeletons who no longer had any life and who had died an unknown number of years ago. There was a bone spike sticking out diagonally from the center of the meatball's brow. It was like a mountainside, and on it stood a boy staring back at Su Ming. "Sir, what is your intention for coming here?" The boy grinned in an incredibly exaggerated fashion. The corners of his lips split till they reached his earlobes, revealing a ghastly mouth as well as countless sharp teeth. When he smiled, the huge meatball beneath him immediately started squirming and letting out a threatening air. "I have no ill intentions. I was simply passing by and grew curious about this planet," Su Ming said faintly, and his field of vision returned to normal. He had seen an ancient air about the boy, which meant he was a cultivator who had fused with his other self an unknown number of eons ago to obtain the right to not perish during the disaster. The boy had reached the middle stage of Avicania realm, which was why he could wake up before the time frame, but Su Ming believed that he could only remain awake in this place and not leave the fourth expanse cosmos. If he did, he would most likely fall asleep again. Su Ming had seen several powerful warriors like him when he sent his will sweeping out. The boy before him was just one of them. The boy sank into a moment of pensive silence before his smile faded away. "If that is the case, you are a guest, since you came from afar. Fellow Taoist, Would you be willing to descend on my planet and have a drink of nectar? If you come, I can call some good friends of mine over as well. They must surely be interested in your origins." The boy smiled faintly, and he looked incredibly innocent. He stepped on the ground lightly, and the meatball beneath him immediately jolted. When it began contorting, all that Su Ming could see before his naked eyes was the cultivation planet overflowing with life. Unless he used his will to sweep through the place, it was impossible for him to see the truth about the place. Clearly, the boy did not want anyone to see the ugliness of the meatball, which was why he spared no pains in using his power to cover it up. Su Ming cast the boy a look. His expression was calm, and no changes of emotion could be seen on his face. Su Ming did not care whether the boy hid any ill intentions. After all, with Su Ming's current level of cultivation, the number of people who could pose a threat to him in all four of Harmonious Morris Alba's wings could be counted on one hand. Arid Triad could be counted as one, but for the time being, he could not attack again. As for Harmonious Morris Alba, with Arid Triad keeping it in check, the butterfly's will was incredibly timid. If there was one who could truly pose a threat, it would be Old Man Extermination. He had hid himself for a long period of time, never letting himself being seen. Clearly, he did not want to immediately determine who would win and live among them, which meant he was aiming for something big. But once Su Ming assumed this much, he could guess that he was already standing supreme in Harmonious Morris Alba's expanse cosmoses. Perhaps this advantage will only last for another 400 years. Su Ming sighed in his heart. He knew full well that if the black-robed young man came, then the moment he arrived, true destruction would descend upon them. Harmonious Morris Alba would cease to exist, and Arid Triad would be destroyed. There would be no disaster, and there would no longer be any new lives born. Even he would be unable to survive that destruction. The only path remaining for him would be to act like Old Man Extermination. He could only watch his world disappear, his family as well as his friends return to ashes while he brought with him hatred, madness, and a darkness that could cover even the darkness of night while he left by himself. This understanding caused Su Ming to remember the scene he had witnessed from The Secrets of the Universe. He could never understand why that version of him would slaughter its way into Dark Dawn and St. Defire after throwing its head back and crying out in grief once he saw the countless corpses, becoming the so-called devil once he killed most of the lives in the two camps. What is the devil? Su Ming had thought of this question before, but even right then, he did not have the answer. His only clue was that Old Man Extermination was connected to Dark Dawn. But that was only a clue. After thinking about it, Su Ming looked at the boy and nodded slowly. He took a step forward and descended on the illusory cultivation planet and stepped into its atmosphere. Then, he arrived at the mountainside right in front of the boy. The sky was blue. The mountain wind was gentle, bringing with it a faint, cooling air. It blew against the grass, causing it to sway, while the cows and sheep in the distance ate it demurely. The boy was leaning against a mountain rock. There was a smile on his face, and it appeared naive and innocent. But when Su Ming took a closer look, he could see the aloofness coming through the boy's eyes from the core of his being. The planet was very big. When Su Ming landed on it, he felt like he could hear the noise from the people on it. He could hear quite a number of cultivators fighting against each other, be it due to verbal arguments or because of disagreements. He could sense that at that instant many babies were born, and at the same time there were also a lot of people who died. Everything worked in perfect tandem to form a cycle. This divine ability is quite impressive, Su Ming said faintly after a while. Fellow Taoist, I am not worthy of your praise. The boy smiled faintly. He swung his right hand, and the mountain where he was immediately distorted. When it became clear again, it turned into an existence resembling a volcano. The sunken portion was a platform, and they were surrounded by walls. Above them was the blue sky. It was a cave abode. A huge table was placed in the middle. The cows and sheep that were previously around them had turned into boys. In their hands they held some fruits and nectar, which they placed on the table. Su Ming sat down, and the boy went to sit across from him. When their eyes met, the boy continued to smile. He brought out a jade slip and pushed it against the center of his brow. After a moment, the jade slip started burning at the boy's forehead. After a moment, some of my good friends will come. I haven't introduced myself. I've chosen to forget my real name due to the disaster of my aeon. My Taoist monastic name has also changed continuously due to the epiphanies I gained through time. Right now, you may call me Ban Bu Zi. While speaking, the boy lifted his wine cup and looked at Su Ming. Taoist monastic name was not used in Su Ming's aeon. Clearly, it was a term used many eons ago, during the time belonging to the boy. Su Ming picked up his wine cup and said softly, Su Ming, fellow Taoist Su, those who have come from afar are my guests. Today, allow me to receive you. The boy laughed, then picked up his wine cup and finished its contents in one gulp. He held the cup and tilted it, showing that he had finished everything and not a single drop was left. Su Ming's smile was faint. He lifted his wine cup and drank the wine. Once it entered his stomach, it turned into a hot stream that flowed through his entire body. Then that heat exploded in all parts of his body to charge to his throat, turning into a spiciness that could not be described with words. But that spiciness only lasted for one breath before it turned into a sweet taste, causing the breath he exhaled when he opened his mouth to smell sweet. How is it? The boy lifted his head and cast a gaze at Su Ming. It's very good. Su Ming closed his eyes and savored the taste for a while. When he opened his eyes, praise showed up on his face. Even if he did not drink often, he could tell that the wine could be known as nectar. I have always only invited those who share my views to drink my wine. Even in heaven-lacking expanse cosmos, there are less than a handful of people who have the right to drink this wine. There was a smile on the boy's face. He put down his wine cup with some pride, then lifted his head to look at the sky above. Boasting again, huh? If it wasn't because you added the blood of that strange creature from the vast expanse, how could it possibly be so captivating? Come. Prepare a pot for me as well. Hoarse laughter rang in the air, and a huge face appeared in the sky above. It charged to the ground, but it did not get bigger. Instead, it became smaller, and when it descended, it turned into an old man in a long blue robe. He was tall, and while there might be quite a number of wrinkles on his face, Su Ming could tell that he was definitely a handsome man when he was younger. At that moment, his body turned into a purple ray of light that appeared beside the boy the next moment. He picked up the wine cup on the table, and once he finished it in one gulp, he let out a long sigh and sat down at the table. Fellow Taoist, you must have been the one who sent his divine thought outwards just now. The moment the old man in purple robes sat down, he looked over. Su Ming smiled faintly. He did not speak. Instead, he looked at the sky above them. At that moment, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a young man dressed in a long white robe. He had an aloof look on his face, and on his back he carried a huge sword. He exuded an incredibly fierce presence. When he took a step forward, he walked into the cave abode and sat down beside the boy. Before the boy could introduce him, a ghastly, untamed laughter came from the sky and turned into a wisp of black smoke. As it spun around the area, Su Ming could see a mummy inside it. The mummy had withered and resembled a skeleton. Dark light shone in its eyes when it walked out of the black smoke. The man only took 3 steps forward before he appeared in the cave abode. He cast a cold glance at the crowd, then his gaze stopped on Su Ming. That old wretch He entered isolated training in his coffin. I reckon he won't be able to come. We'll all hear now. My fellow friends, I invited fellow Taoists Su here today so that we may get to know each other. It can also be considered a serendipity. The boy swept his gaze over the crowd and laughed. Fellow Taoist Su Ming, I will first introduce you to these 3 people. The old man in purple robes is the strongest person from the martial ideal Aeon. I've already forgotten his name. Everyone here just calls him Reverend Z. When the boy introduced him, the old man in purple nodded at Su Ming. It might have been the first time they met, but the purple-robed old man was incredibly wary of Su Ming. However, there was also a hint of curiosity in him. If that had not been the case, he would not have come. As for this fellow Taoist, he was famous in heaven-lacking expanse cosmos and was the strongest in his aeon. Sword Immortal Li Han's sword has been brought out 3,907,891 times, and every single time it was brought out, someone died, the boy said, continuing his introductions. It's 3,907,892 times. When I came over, I ran into an idiot, so I drew my sword and killed him, Li Han said faintly. When he looked at Su Ming, a fierce glare appeared in his eyes. And this? The boy cast a glance at the figure who was as thin as a skeleton. But before he could finish speaking, the person cackled strangely and spoke on his own. I'm Kumu, and I love eating flesh. But there's only 2 chances for me to devour other people's flesh and blood as I please each aeon. Still, based on my calculations, that day is no longer far away. When Kumu said that, the boy scowled. When Kumu finished speaking, the boy scowled. Su Ming was his guest, and since he invited him over, he did not intend for things to go sour between them. Instead, he had his own plans. But whatever they were, most of them had the intention of befriending Su Ming. People at the boy's level of cultivation had few things they cared about, but for some reason, he felt uneasy about the latest aeon. It was as if something bad was about to happen, and as time passed and the disaster came closer, that feeling grew stronger. When he saw Su Ming, he could tell at first glance that Su Ming was not from his expanse cosmos, and for some unknown reason, he wanted to befriend him. The boy could not see through Su Ming's level of cultivation, but he could sense that the newcomer was not weaker than him. When the boy scowled, the old man in purple beside him narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not speak. As for the young man in white, brilliant light shone in his eyes, but no one could really tell what he was thinking. Su Ming's gaze landed on Ku Mu's skeletal figure. The people around the table were silent and watchful, but all of them had given silent consent to the test. Only the owner of the place, the boy, seemed to be rather displeased. Judging by the looks of it, he was not pretending either. Su Ming naturally knew that Ku Mu would not do this out of nowhere. It was clearly a test. In other words, he was trying to gauge Su Ming's level of cultivation. Try saying that one more time, Su Ming said flatly. There was not a hint of anger in his voice, as if he was having a casual conversation with friends. In fact, even the purple-robed old man and the young man in white could not detect any sort of frightening might in his words. Even the boy, who had intended to speak up, continued scowling when he heard Su Ming's words, but he did not say anything. A faint glint shone in Ku Mu's eyes at that moment, and he spoke while cackling in his strange manner. Didn't you hear? I like eating flesh. When he spoke, Su Ming suddenly lifted his head and seized the air with his right hand at a speed of lightning. Since the skeletal man dared to try to gauge his strength, he was naturally confident in his own power, and since he still dared to repeat himself, he had to have made preparations for it. He might not have seemed like he was about to attack, but the instant Su Ming brought up his right hand to seize the air, a chill ran through Ku Mu's entire body. All his divine abilities seemed to have vanished from his body at that instant. All of that happened in the blink of an eye, and a shrill scream of pain tumbled out of the skeletal man's lips. His head and his body were instantly separated. Once Su Ming grabbed his head, he squeezed it lightly with a calm expression. A trickle of blood immediately flowed down from the spot where he had separated the body from the head. That blood flowed into the cup in front of Su Ming. Not a lot of blood fell, and it only filled half a cup. But this scene managed to shock all the people around the table. Neither of them dared to say a word. This person might seem gentle, but his ruthlessness is in complete opposite to his outer appearance. The purple-robed old man's pupils shrank. Su Ming's actions were ruthless enough to shock him. Su Ming's attack brought a storm to the purple-robed old man's heart. He realized that even he would have been unable to avoid it. But more importantly, Ku Mu's reaction was incredibly strange. He had showed no resistance at all, but the purple-robed old man did not believe that he had not wanted to fight back. It was clear that Ku Mu's cultivation base had been suppressed some unknown method. The brilliant light in the eyes of the young man in white instantly disappeared, replaced by a hint of shock. What he paid attention to was not Ku Mu's power, and neither was it Su Ming's ruthlessness, but Su Ming's lifted hand. Other people might not care about how quickly he brought it up, but since the young man was a sword immortal, his strength lay in his speed. Yet when Su Ming brought his hand up, acting as if nothing had occurred, the young man had seen 97 seals. I could only see 97 seals, but during that instant, he had made hundreds of seals. This sort of person. The young man in white's expression changed swiftly. The wariness in his heart instantly reached its peak. As the owner of the place, the boy was shocked even more than the others. The cave abode was formed by his original form. The boy everyone saw was fake. His real self was the huge meatball Su Ming had seen before. He was a powerful life form that was as strong as the five-faced beast deity. But he was smarter than it. He hid himself and transformed his body. He did not act arrogantly, did not kill, and lived through the disaster of his aeon while keeping a low profile. That was why he could clearly see why Ku Mu could not fight back just then. It was because the power of time had gathered on his body. In an instant, countless years had flowed back around him, until he was reduced to the time when he was still immortal. It had happened extremely quickly, which was why the others did not notice it. Even Ku Mu himself had not understood it. This person, is this powerful? This was the only thought that rose in the boy's head once his breathing started to quicken. If that was the shock the onlookers felt, then the headless Ku Mu's shock was even greater. He staggered a few steps backwards before his body shrank. Then, he turned into fog and reassembled himself there. When he manifested his form again, his body had shrunk slightly, but a new head had appeared on top of his neck. Shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. He watched Su Ming hold his head while his precious origin blood fell into the wine cup. As everything in the area stayed silent, the head in Su Ming's head became even more withered until it turned into fog. Then, it vanished while Ku Mu's heart twisted in pain. Su Ming stayed as calm as ever. No anger could be detected on his face. He picked up the pot of wine beside him and poured wine into his cup so that it would fuse with the blood. When the cup was full, he put the pot of wine, picked up the wine cup, and as everyone stared at him with fear, he drank the blood. As expected of a life that loves devouring flesh and blood. When its blood fuses with the wine, the taste becomes even better. It's a pity that there is only one cup. I still haven't had my fill of it. Su Ming smiled faintly. When he put down his wine cup, he lifted his right hand. Then, with an indifferent expression, he seized the air in the direction of the corpse again. As the skeletal man screamed in fear, his body shuddered. His head was torn off his body for the second time, and it charged to Su Ming. Once Su Ming caught it, he let the blood fall into the cup again. This time, it only filled up 3/10 of it. A tyrant! This was the only word the old man in purple had to describe Su Ming. His domineering attitude made the old man feel apprehensive. Ruthless. This was the most direct word the white-robed young man had for Su Ming. The stranger was a person who would definitely seek revenge for every grievance committed against him, while also having a temperamental personality. The boy hesitated for a moment before he sighed in his heart. Ku Mu's body had turned into fog again, and when it formed once more, his pallor was worse than before. He was even trembling. There was great terror and despair in his eyes. The boy thus had to speak. No matter what, Ku Mu was a friend he had invited to the table. Fellow Taoist Su. Ku Mu's second head disintegrated in Su Ming's hand, and Su Ming poured wine for himself again. Once he drank it, he savored the taste for a while before shifting his gaze to the boy. Since fellow Taoist Ban Buzi has spoken, while the taste of the blood wine is good, and I originally intended to take it with me so that my friends and family could enjoy it when I return home. Oh well, fill up that cup, and I will forgive you for your rudeness today. Su Ming flicked his fingers, and the wine cup immediately flew before Ku Mu. Be it the boy, the purple-robed old man, or even the white-robed young man, all three of them were outstanding cultivators in this expanse cosmos. However, neither of them would have guessed that Su Ming would think of taking Ku Mu with him so that he could constantly use him to drink blood wine. Could be said that at that moment, Su Ming was like a murderous fiend who donned a human skin. A malicious air that the four people could not see but could sense spread out from him in incredibly thick waves. It had come from Su Ming's words, actions, and his indifferent expression. Sometimes what was seen was not the most terrifying. The malicious air that could not be seen created an even greater cause for wariness. It was the same principle as to how only an evil person could be the cause of other people's terror. Kumu fell silent. His expression contorted, but he could not hide the terror in his eyes. He could sense the threat of death from Su Ming, which was something that he rarely felt. He had not come across it in a very long time. It reminded him of the feeling he had when he saw the powerful while being weak during the time before his aeon was destroyed. He gritted his teeth and lifted his right hand. With a flick of his wrist, drops of blood immediately fell down. Each drop caused his heart to ache in pain, because they were the essence of his life he had accumulated after devouring a large amount of flesh and blood through the countless disasters of each aeon. The drops of blood fell into the cup one by one, and the trio witnessing this scene did not dare to open their mouths. When the cup was completely filled, Kumu laughed brokenly and took a few steps back before rapping his fist in his palm to the group. Today I have been rash. I will leave first. My fellow Taoists, I bid farewell to all of you. Once he finished speaking, he intended to leave, but Su Ming spoke up faintly at that moment. Did I say you could leave? You! Madness appeared in Kumu's eyes, but it was immediately pushed down. You can leave now. No resentment could be seen on Kumu's face, but those who knew him understood that it had definitely grown to an incredibly great degree, and the more he hid his emotions, the stronger they were. They would then grow in him until the day they could erupt. Kumu turned into a long arc that charged out of the cave abode and into the sky. In an instant he stepped into the galaxy. His expression contorted with ferociousness, and he turned his head around to glare at the planet behind him. I, Kumu, hereby swear that one day, I will eat all of your family and friends to wash away the humiliation I suffered today. Once Kumu left, the boy had a slightly complicated look on his face. He naturally knew of Kumu's personality, but no matter what, Kumu was a person he had invited, and he could not say anything about it, just stare at Su Ming. The expression of the old man in purple had already become calm again. He sighed in his heart, thinking that Su Ming was, in the end, not ruthless enough, or else he would not have let Kumu flee. The white-robed man swept his gaze past Su Ming. His expression was calm, and his thoughts could not be seen. However, this was the first time they came to know Su Ming. They could only gain a superficial understanding of his personality. There was no way for them to come to know what he was really like. If there had been anyone in that cave abode who was familiar with him, they would definitely know that Kumu was going to die. Su Ming lifted his right hand and seized the air. Immediately, the wine cup filled with Kumu's blood landed in his hand. He cast a glance at the blood in it, and the third eye at the center of his brow sparkled. The power of his curse then fused into the blood. The blood immediately started boiling. When the boy and the others saw it, their hearts shuddered. The blood flew out of the wine cup and turned into a small, blood-red humanoid in the air. It looked similar to Kumu. Before the group's eyes, the small humanoid started trembling, and black smoke came from its body. It swiftly engulfed its figure, which was, of course, due to Su Ming's curse. In just the span of a few breaths, the small humanoid turned completely black, then shattered with a bang to disappear into wisps of black smoke. At the same time, as Kumu charged through the galaxy with resentment boiling in him, he suddenly jolted. When he lowered his head, he saw black patches covering his withered body. They instantly spread all over him, and to his horror, his body began rotting. Screams of pain shot into space, and in a few breaths' time, the soul and body of the famous powerful warrior were destroyed. The boy and the other two guests could not see this, but with their levels of cultivation and experience, they did not have to. When they saw the small, blood-red humanoid turn into black smoke and vanish, they instantly understood what was about to happen. When they looked at Su Ming, their gazes immediately became different. "Ha ha! I haven't managed to introduce fellow Taoist Su Ming to all of you just yet. You must have surely noticed his divine thought earlier. This fellow Taoist of ours has outstanding power, and his origins are a mystery. We should become closer to him. A smile appeared on the boy's face. He refused to mention even a single word about Kumu, and once he finished speaking, he got up and rapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. The purple-robed old man put on a cordial smile and looked at Su Ming in good faith as well. He rapped his fist in his palm as a greeting. The young man in white's expression was no longer icy cold. When he looked at Su Ming, there was respect and admiration on his face. As he rapped his fist in his palm, he smiled. Su Ming stood up and rapped his fist in his palm towards the three people too. Once they greeted each other, the boy served them, and all of them drank the nectar. A pair of graceful women showed up and began dancing, and the atmosphere in the area livened up slightly. Once they drank 3 rounds, the purple-robed old man hesitated for a moment before he looked at Su Ming. Fellow Taoist Su, you must have come from another expanse cosmos. I do wonder why you came here. When the boy heard his words, he also looked at Su Ming. He lifted his right hand and swung it. Immediately, the dancing women and the boys around them stepped back, returning the cave abode to silence. I came to have a look at the gap leading to the universe beyond. I would like to ask all of you about it, Su Ming and said faintly after putting down his wine cup. That place is one of the 2 great areas of mystery in heaven lacking expanse cosmos, the purple-robed old man said after a moment of silence. The young man in white picked up his wine cup and took a sip from it before he added calmly. That's right. One of the 2 great areas of mystery is the gap you mentioned, and the other is the mothership's sacred wood. I've gone to the gap you mentioned several times before, fellow Taoist Su. Once you step through it, you will find a vast universe with no end. There were quite a few fellow Taoists who tried to explore that universe, but once they expanded their search area, no one returned. All of them died. There is a wind there that can tear us apart, a fog that can engulf all souls, and countless strange living creatures, though most of them have no intelligence. In fact, they don't even have corporeal bodies. It's as if they were born from space. They won't get close to our world, the boy said, sharing all he knew without keeping anything to himself. Su Ming pondered over their words and asked, "What is the mothership's sacred wood?" The young man in white chose to answer him. It is a giant log of wood that appeared nobody knows when. There is a natural seal on it that prevents all divine senses from reaching inside. The interior of the log is incredibly suitable for us to sleep, which is why when the time for us to sleep arrives, we go there to sleep. Based on different levels of cultivation and physical constitutions, the time we spend sleeping is different. Some need to sleep for thousands of years and some tens of thousands of years, but whatever it is, the sacred wood allows us to cut the time we need to spend sleeping short. Fellow Taoist Su, since you are surely another almighty who has merged with his other self, you should be able to obtain a cave abode in the sacred wood as well. Use it as a place to sleep in the future while you wait for the arrival of the next aeon. Clearly, they did not know that there would no longer be another aeon. Is there an old ship here? Su Ming asked after a moment of silence and swept his gaze over the 3 people. The 3 people's pupils shrank. No one spoke, causing the area to instantly fall silent. Even the constant rumbles beyond the planet seemed to have disappeared at that moment. This scene caused a smile to appear at the corners of Su Ming's lips. The purple-robed old man let out a few fake coughs before he looked at the boy. The young man in white lowered his head, as if he did not hear Su Ming's question, and a rarely seen look of hesitation appeared on the boy's face. After a long while, he shook his head towards Su Ming with a bitter smile. I know, but I can't tell you. I can only say that there is a mysterious sect in heaven lacking expanse cosmos. Its name is Life Extermination Hall. If we were to talk about the sect's strength, even the 3 of us are just external members. Almost everyone in the sacred wood are members of this sect. Fellow Taoist Su, you should know a bit of the sect's strength by now. After saying that much, the boy stopped speaking. Su Ming nodded. Since the boy treated him with courtesy and there was something keeping him from speaking, Su Ming did not further interrogate him. He stood up and rapped his fist in his palm towards the three of them. If that is the case, I will bid my leave first. If we are fated to meet again, we will see each other again. After saying that, he turned around, intending to leave, but suddenly, resolve appeared in the boy's eyes, and he took a step forward. Fellow Taoist Su, please don't be in a hurry to leave just yet. I have 3 questions I would like to ask you. If you can provide me the answers, then I, Banbu Z, will risk my life and tell you a few secrets. Su Ming stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at the boy. The purple-robed old man's expression changed when he heard the boy's words. He looked as if he wanted to leave, but then hesitated. After a moment, he gritted his teeth, lifted his right hand, and swung it at the entrance of the cave abode above them. Fog instantly filled the area and covered the entrance. As for the young man in white, he did not speak, but his actions spoke of his mind. The sword behind him instantly shot up, but it did not bring with it any killing intent. Instead, it exuded a vast amount of power. When it floated in the fog, millions of souls spread out from the sword. They filled up the area and formed a seal. At the same time, the boy took a step forward. The cave abode immediately started swaying violently and showed signs of sinking. If anyone was out in the galaxy, they would be able to see that the mountain was devoured by the ground. If that someone stared at it with their will, they would see that a crack had opened up on the back of the huge living meatball. It swallowed the cave abode and fused it with the meatball so it could use its body to form a seal. Su Ming's expression remained the same. Not a single change could be detected on him. When the purple-robed old man exuded the fog, he could tell that the old man was not trying to attack him, but wanted to seal the place. Its purpose was to trap the others, ensuring that no divine senses or wills from the outside world could enter. Su Ming was still staring at the boy. When the boy lifted his right hand, a green log the size of his palm appeared in his hand. He placed it carefully on the table, and when Su Ming looked over, his vision immediately distorted. He could not send his divine sense into the log at all. "The sacred wood?" he asked slowly. "I obtained it in the vast expanse. This is the first time I used it," the boy said solemnly with a nod. "What are your 3 questions? You can ask them now." Su Ming turned away from the sacred wood and focused on the boy. By his side, the purple-robed old man and the young man in white sat quietly. Clearly, the 2 of them knew what the boy wanted to ask. "This is my first question. Will the disaster that will fall this time mark the end of this aeon, or the end of this harmonious Morris Alba?" When the boy spoke, he kept a close watch of Su Ming's expression. "Why do you ask?" Su Ming's expression remained the same, but his regard for the boy grew slightly. A person who could ask this question was definitely no one ordinary. "Because I went to the vast expanse before. I saw the harmonious Morris Alba where we live. It is just like what the legends said. It is indeed a butterfly. I also saw a great amount of aura of death about it, and it's grown especially strong in this aeon. Its aura of death reminds me of someone who is about to die. The reason I ask this of you is because you are clearly different from us. You are a person of this current aeon, and if you are the strongest in this aeon, then you have clearly surpassed the strongest of any aeon before yours. I base it on the principle of how all things are born and how they die. Only when a life is about to die will its strongest power born from a sort of madness would reveal itself. If you aren't the strongest of this aeon, then this will be even scarier," the boy said in anguish. Su Ming was silent for a moment before he sighed softly. "It will mark the end of this aeon, and the end of this harmonious Morris Alba. It's just as I expected," the boy said in anguish. He looked at the purple-robed old man and the young man in white, but the 2 of them were silent. Once a person reached their level of cultivation, had lived for an incredibly long time, and had gained an insight towards life and death, they would more or less no longer be that concerned about living and dying. What they cared about was their level of cultivation. Perhaps the end of their lives could no longer be changed, but once they reached their particular level of cultivation, their obsession towards the path of cultivation would have long become their greatest desire. They were no longer living for the sake of living. The state of being alive was simply the most basic need for them to continue training in the path of cultivation, which was the reason they had fallen silent at that moment. There were few among those who had lived for so long who would be afraid of dying, but most of them knew that they had not reached the limits of their cultivation. Because of that, they would be unwilling to accept the fact that they did not have enough years to live. This was the main reason why they would not want to die. So, we only have a few hundred years left, huh? The young man in white smiled. There was no anguish in his smile. Instead, a hint of determination appeared in it. A few hundred years. The purple-robed old man sighed softly. He still had plenty of things he wanted to do, but he had too little time left. To them, a few hundred years was equivalent to a few days for a mortal. Since everything is about to be destroyed, then even if I leave behind my phala and all the legacy of my cultivation, I still won't have a chance to keep it, but I will still try. The purple-robed old man also had a determined look. The domineering air spreading out from his body at that moment was incredibly distinct. It was clearly a presence of someone who was fearless in the face of true disaster. The boy, the purple-robed old man, and the young man in white were incredibly good friends. They had been together for many eons, and the friendship formed through the course of such a long time allowed them to go through all storms together. As for the old Kumu, it was clear that he had not been on very good terms with the three, or else the event before would have never happened. If the purple-robed old man or the young man in white had been in his place, the boy would surely have stopped them. This was something Su Ming had deduced based on how everyone had descended, the expressions they had on their faces when they did so, and how they had spoken to each other. It was also why he had attacked so ruthlessly and without hesitation just then. He had wanted to intimidate them. The three did not show any signs of not trusting what Su Ming said. After all, they had spoken about this beforehand, and they had formed their own speculations. Su Ming's arrival and his power, which so obviously surpassed theirs, could only come from one logical explanation. Besides, they had lived for many years, and they each had their own judgments. They would not doubt Su Ming's words. This is my second question. I would like to ask, how confident are you in surviving this disaster that will truly destroy everything? The boy looked at Su Ming when he spoke. Upon hearing his words, the purple-robed old man and the young man in white looked over at Su Ming as well while waiting for his answer. Su Ming was silent for a long while before he answered slowly, "About half. Is it 5/10 or?" When the boy heard his words, he formed an answer in his heart. But even so, he still wanted to verify it, and his voice could no longer remain calm. "Half of 1/10, Su Ming answered while looking at the boy. Once he said that, the trio immediately fell silent. Su Ming did not attempt to hide the truth. He was indeed only half of 1/10 confident that he could live through the disaster. "What method will you try to attempt living? Are you going to the vast expanse?" The boy asked after a moment of thoughtful silence. "But the universe is boundless, and the fog and lives in it have great strength. It's impossible for us to survive there for long. In just 100 years we would surely die," the purple-robed old man said calmly with a sigh in his heart. His words were true. Even with Su Ming's level of cultivation, it would be impossible for him to survive for long in the vast expanse, unless he attained great completion in Avacania realm. Once he reached that stage, he would have the right to move in the vast expanse, just like the 9 harmonious Morris albas. Su Ming sighed softly. He then swept his gaze past the three people and said slowly, "It is one of the choices. Fellow Taoist, do you have other alternatives? Do you mind telling us?" The boy said with a grim expression, "The second alternative is to make my own level of cultivation reach the level of this harmonious Morris alba, but even so, I would still only have half of 1/10 of a chance to survive while in the universe beyond, which is much more dangerous than the disaster. The third alternative is something I sensed vaguely in this universe when I received an epiphany some time ago. Perhaps countless years later, or perhaps countless years before, or perhaps in a place incredibly far from here, there was another world. I once sent the souls of a race called the Morning Death Soul into that world, and they brought with them my curse, but I don't know whether that world truly exists or not. Perhaps all of it was fake. But perhaps, It truly exists. I will send the people who are most important to me into that world I cannot be certain exists with my blessing. But this choice is the last choice. Because I cannot be certain whether that world truly exists. Once they enter that place, will they still be them? Will they still have their memories intact? Will we be able to meet again? Su Ming said slowly, and there was a melancholic tone the trio could sense in his words. They fell silent again. You finished asking the 3 questions, right? If you don't want to talk about life extermination hall, then it's fine. I will take my leave now. If we are fated to meet again, perhaps we will. Fellow Taoist, thank you for your nectar. Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm towards the trio. Fellow Taoist Su, the boy said. When Su Ming looked towards him, he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards him. Stern looks appeared on the purple-robed old man and the young man in white's faces, and they wrapped their fists in their palms. They too bowed deeply to Su Ming. It's not something I cannot say. The ancient ship is ever at one spot, and that is beside the gap leading to the vast expanse, but it will occasionally hide itself. However, I can be certain that it's there. When the boy lifted his head, determination appeared on his face. He did not hesitate in his speech. As for old man extermination, he always sits on the ancient ship. Su Ming looked at him. It might have been the first time they met, but the feeling the boy gave Su Ming was very unique. He was a powerful warrior who came from an ancient aeon and who possessed great wisdom. Thank you. Su Ming nodded. I do not deserve your thanks. I would like to ask you to promise me something as well. Fellow Taoist Su. There was resolve in the boy's determination. When he spoke, he looked at Su Ming with expectation in his eyes. My Tao is different from other people's. Among the cultivators over the countless eons in this universe, my Tao is one of a kind. My Tao is born from my epiphany. In it, the world, the universe, this harmonious Morris alba, and all lives contain 2 forms. When all people close their eyes, everything is reduced to nothingness. They are pellets no one can see. When everyone open their eyes, the pellets instantly gather together and turn into this world. This is my Tao, and it is also the origin of my Taoist monastic name. My only wish is that the legacy of my Tao will not end with me. Fellow Taoist Su, please agree to send my Tao into that world that may or may not exist. Let it have hope in that place. The boy's expression was grim. When he spoke, he bowed deeply to Su Ming again. It's the same for me. Fellow Taoist Su, please fulfill my request. Please send my legacy, which is the accumulation of all my epiphanies and my cultivation into the world that may or may not exist. The purple-robed old man swung his arm, and he too wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply to Su Ming. Since the 2 of them have already decided to do this, then I also do not wish to have lived in vain. If that world truly exists, I wish the will of my sword will have a legacy as well. If it doesn't exist, then it's fine that everything that I have done will return to dust. The young man in white smiled, but a resolute glint appeared in his eyes. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to Su Ming. Have you thought about this properly? Su Ming looked at the people who had wrapped their fists in their palms towards him, then sighed in his heart. The trio did not care about their lives, but they could not afford to not care about the legacy of their cultivation. It was why before the destruction they wanted to fight for their survival. There's no need to think. The boy lifted his head and stared at Su Ming. Su Ming was silent for a while before he made his decision. The 3 had gained his respect. All right, I don't know how long I'll be in this expanse cosmos. The shortest will be several months, but perhaps I will stay longer. 3 months later, I will come to this place again, and I will execute my divine ability to send your legacy items into that world. If there are others, the boy hesitated for a moment. As long as they are as determined as you are, then even if I have to spend some of my cultivation base, I will help all of you, but I cannot guarantee whether that world exists once I send your legacies over, and I cannot guarantee whether your legacies will change if that world truly exists. Su Ming looked at the boy while speaking, then nodded at the other 2 as well. Once he wrapped his fist in his palm towards them. He turned around and walked towards the sealed entrance of the cave abode above him. In the blink of an eye he disappeared. When Su Ming left, only the boy and his two friends were left. They were silent for a moment before the purple-robed old man let loose a long sigh. More wrinkles appeared on his face. I have to go back and prepare the brand of my legacy. I will take my leave now. A few hundred years. The purple-robed old man shook his head. Then once he wrapped his fist in his palm, he stepped out of the entrance. The young man in white did not say anything. He only nodded to the boy and left as well. When the boy was the only one left in the cave abode, he slowly sat down beside the table, picked up his wine cup and drank. The determination on his face grew stronger. Only hundreds of years, huh? If I could personally witness the destruction, then even if I died, I would not have lived my life in vain. But the only difference between me and the others is my legacy. It contains my epiphany and also the legacy of my life. I wonder how the children who have my legacy will look like when they are sent to that world that may or may not exist. I wonder if they will remember that an ancestor of theirs existed here. The boy drank all of his wine in one gulp while full of anguish. The wine was spicy, but the sweetness at the end was like time and the vicissitudes of life. When the three black-robed men called up many clones with Su Ming's appearance and stirred up waves of resentment with their slaughter in St. Defire's camp, Xianxia, one of the three lords, had already turned into a puddle of black water. When Fei Hua opened her eyes, anguish appeared on her face. She did not need to touch her face to sense that her life force was about to be extinguished. Even so, she still had 1,000 years left to her. However, her looks could no longer be seen. Her face was old, and her dark locks had turned white. It looked like too much of her life had been extracted from her, and she had withered like an old flower. Fei Hua sighed softly. There was little reluctance to part with her looks in her heart. The calmness of her personality allowed her to just accept it. Scheming against the powerful warrior from Arid Triad she had never seen before was something she had not agreed to, but the other two had joined their hands, and she then gave silent consent to it. When she stood up slowly, she saw Xiaosong open his eyes on the other altar. He was no longer as handsome as before, but he did not appear old, like Fei Hua. Instead, he looked like a mummy. So much of his life force had been extracted that it looked like he was rotting away, as if he had just crawled out of a coffin after having been buried for several months. A foul stench spread out. Then, Xiaosong's incredibly shrill screams filled the area. Every part of him hurt, as if countless insects were tearing into his flesh and squirming inside. Even his soul felt like that. Under the intense pain, his originally rotting cultivation base was heavily damaged, causing his mind to become muddled. It was as if he had gone mad. As he screamed in pain, he flew up swiftly, and with his voice echoing shrilly in space, he charged into the distance. It hurts! It hurts! His voice gradually turned into lingering notes in space. When they slowly disappeared, Fei Hua lowered her head in silence. The three of them had lost completely. Xianzhou died, Xiaosong went mad, and as for her, she lost her looks. Even though her level of cultivation had not changed much, she had only 1,000 years left to live. In the end, Fei Hua sighed. She then cast a glance at the area around her and walked into space. She was tired, and she wanted to finish the journey of her life quietly in her hometown. Perhaps I will not be able to wait until he arrives. He never cared about me to begin with. He only ever cared about my sister. Fei Hua shook her head in anguish, then went into the distance. In the meantime, the bald crane was smugly rebuking Yen Pei in Dark Dawn's camp. It was also boasting about itself, but Yen Pei was distracted. He would occasionally train his eyes on Ziruo, who was daydreaming in the distance, while he wondered just what exactly had happened in Old Man Extermination's tomb. As the bald crane spoke, its heart suddenly clenched in pain for some unknown reason. Its words instantly came to a halt. When it lifted its head, it stared at the galaxy with a blank look on its face. It was looking in the direction of St. Defire's camp, and confusion appeared in its eyes. A faint image took shape in its mind. The picture had a woman who was staring at a handsome young man beside her with a smile. The two of them stared into each other's eyes and did not notice a black crane in the distance staring at the young man with jealousy on its face. Standing beside the black crane was a teenage girl. She caressed the black crane's feathers gently, looking innocent and naive. The scene brought confusion to the bald crane's heart, causing it to instinctively raise its claws to scratch its face fiercely. Once it shook its body, the image disappeared, and the bald crane suddenly decided that it was no longer in the mood to talk to Yen Pei. It suddenly had an urge to go to Saint Defire's camp. It did not know what it wanted to do there, but it grew stronger with every passing moment. In the end, it chose to leave. Yen Pei looked at it with a stunned expression, but the bald crane ignored him and turned into a long arc that charged through the galaxy. Oh! Harmonious Morris Alba's fourth wing, or what the boy called heaven-lacking expanse cosmos, had a very direct name. Perhaps the people who lived in it did not see a missing part in the heavens, but there were those who knew of the existence of a gap. If anyone compared the galaxy to the heavens, then that heaven was indeed lacking. Su Ming rushed towards the gap in the heavens, which he had seen with his will previously. He did not cast a glance at the unfamiliar galaxy. It might be Harmonious Morris Alba's expanse cosmos, but it was not Su Ming's homeland. Once he found Xianxia and the others, he would not stay around. He also had the same feeling in regards to Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. He would return to his homeland, to Ninth Summit, and when he was there, he would live through the final few hundred years and prevent what he saw in Heavenly Incense Rune from becoming a reality. I need Old Man Extermination to make a fatal mistake. As long as he does it, then no matter what his final plan is, that mistake will foreshadow his defeat. If he makes no mistakes, then I will make him. Su Ming rushed forward calmly. He had already grown used to the loud rumbles around him. He did not seem to move fast, but with his power, before long, he appeared at the spot the boy had mentioned, which was also the place Su Ming had seen with his will, the gap leading to the vast expanse. From the distance, the borders of the tear were not uniform. There was nothing beyond the gap, only the gray of the universe. It had no bounds, and thin fog tumbled about as if hiding some secret within it. The closer Su Ming got, the thicker the presence of the universe beyond became. If he was a normal cultivator, then at that moment his cultivation base would get jammed greatly. Only powerful warriors like the boy could persevere and step into the vast expanse to see the world outside. With a calm expression, Su Ming walked near the gap. He stood there and stared at the vast expanse in silence. Based on what the boy had said, the ancient ship was hidden there. Based on that, it was not hard to imagine that perhaps Old Man Extermination was also looking at him. "You don't want to meet me, huh?" Su Ming said faintly. "Perhaps you think that it is not time yet." Su Ming turned around and looked at space with his back turned towards the gap. Old Man Extermination was sitting on the ancient ship hidden in space and also looking at Su Ming. They seemed to be in different worlds, but their gazes met. "Since you don't want to show yourself, I won't force you either," Su Ming said slowly. As his voice echoed in the air, it did not drown out the rumbling bangs. Instead, his words seemed to fuse with them, making it hard to hear him clearly. "But—" Su Ming lifted his left hand and lowered his head to cast a glance at his palm lines. Slowly, he clenched his left hand before he slowly unfurled his palm towards a spot in space, as if he was pushing at it. The loud rumbles that seemed like they would echo eternally in space instantly fell into true silence. At that moment, all sounds in the expanse cosmos disappeared. It lasted for about 3 breaths. After them, everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Su Ming pulled back his left hand. He did not say anything more and turned around, taking a swift step towards the vast expanse. His target at the gap was Old Man Extermination, but since he hid himself, it was clear that he did not wish to meet Su Ming. With that being the case, Su Ming would have to try achieving his other goal, and that was to test just how dangerous and treacherous was the so-called vast expanse, where Harmonious Morris Alba flew. Su Ming wanted to personally experience it and to see Harmonious Morris Alba, in which he lived, from the outside. With a step forward, Su Ming turned into a long arc. With determination in his heart, he closed in on the gap. In a flash, he rushed out of harmonious Morris Alba for the first time in his life and stepped into the universe beyond. During that moment, ripples appeared in his calm heart. He could not describe that feeling. It was a form of transcendence, of ascension, where he stepped into a place that was truly unfamiliar to him. After all, what he sensed in the art of time and what he sensed with his own body was different. The instant Su Ming stepped into the vast expanse, the eyes of Old Man Extermination shone on the ancient ship beside the gap. When he lowered his head, he saw a clear palm print on the wooden plate at the bow of the ship. That palm print was very distinct, but when he looked at it closely, he felt that he could not see the palm lines clearly. However, Old Man Extermination could sense a wave of murderous aura within the palm print at first glance. It was so thick that it was almost corporeal. There was a threat in it, and even Old Man Extermination could not overlook it, because Su Ming had gained an epiphany that allowed him to reach a state at which he could pose a threat to him. It was just a palm print. Even if the meaning contained in was ignored, just its appearance alone spoke volumes. It showed that Su Ming could find the hidden ancient ship. The threat contained in the palm print and the powerful presence spreading out from it passed over Su Ming's silent words. He had chosen a signal that could only transfer meaning. "Don't provoke you, huh?" Old Man Extermination mumbled, and his lips curled up into a cold sneer. "You are just a life that has lived through half an era of this aeon. As expected, a fool. Even if you have reached a high level of cultivation, your mind is still immature. Is this supposed to be effective? If you think I will truly stop provoking you just because of your threat, then besides being ludicrous, you are plain ridiculous. And I say you are a fool because of this palm print. Su Ming, you have practically delivered me a sword that can kill you." As Old Man Extermination stared at the palm print, a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He lifted his right hand, swung his arm, and the indistinctiveness of the palm print was forcefully chased away to reveal Su Ming's palm lines. "With these palm lines, I will no longer need your blood." A flash of dark light shone in Old Man Extermination's eyes. He naturally had a method to check whether the palm lines were real. The word vast means something immense and boundless, and the word expanse means all existing matter and space as a whole. When the two words are grouped together, they meant that there is no end to the universe. The expanse encompasses the galaxy, the heavens, space itself, and hence, it was the vast expanse beyond the gap. Su Ming had no idea just how big it was. He believed that even the black-robed young man on the feng shui compass did not know just how far the vast expanse extended. It was different from the galaxy. The instant Su Ming stepped out of harmonious Morris Alba's universe, he felt a weight suddenly pressed down on him. It was as if a mountain had landed on his shoulders. That mountain was heavy, making it hard for him to breathe. He felt a slight discomfort. In fact, he felt as if there were invisible shackles on his limbs, which made his movements slightly jerky when he lifted his feet. There was also a thin fog around him. Su Ming sensed a certain degree of danger from it. It seemed like the fog could devour life and destroy all signs of it. In silence, Su Ming lifted his right hand and touched the thin fog. His hand began to rot. In fact, gray also appeared at his fingertips, as if he was about to turn to ash. But soon, as Su Ming circulated his cultivation base, his finger reached a state of balance with the world around him. If this is what happened even at my level of cultivation, then people in the middle stage of Avanikea realm can stay here for dozens of years, while those in the initial stage of Avakinea realm would die in half a year. As for those below Avakinea realm, once they stepped into the vast expanse, they would instantly be destroyed. And Su Ming frowned. He did not sense any signs of will or power that could allow him to restore his cultivation base in the vast expanse, which would mean that he could not restore his cultivation base in the vast expanse. The amount he used up would be the amount he was not getting back. Most cultivator could not bear it. But to Su Ming, this was not something unfamiliar. After all, be it when he was in the barren lands of divine essence or the world in All Spirits Hall, he had experienced something similar there. Su Ming knew well how to use his power in places where he only had a limited supply of his cultivation base. He could do it to an ingenious level, but besides that, while Su Ming did not spread his will through the vast expanse, he could still sense it constantly fading. Based on the rate it flowed away from him, in about 100 years, his will would completely disappear, as if devoured by the vast expanse. Su Ming let out a soft sigh. Most of his thoughts of avoiding the disaster in the vast expanse disappeared. It was not a place where cultivators could exist. Besides, the thin fog around him was the most common thing. There were also quite a number of existences that even he would need to be wary of, such as vortices and the strange lives that lived in the vast expanse. Perhaps others would not quite understand it, but Su Ming had survived an encounter with the black-robed man in the past. He had seen the mysteries and the terrifying aspects of the vast expanse. When he experienced them with his body, that feeling became even deeper in his heart. Su Ming remained in pensive silence for a moment before a glint appeared in his eyes that shone with resolution. With a single move, he turned into a long arc and charged into the distance. He was not a person who would easily give up on his choices. He had 3 paths to take under the threat of the destructive disaster, and he would not give up on any one of them due to a rash assessment. If the vast expanse was inhabitable and people could live in it, it would mean that Su Ming had found a way for his friends and family to live through the disaster. But he was not certain as to whether Conglan and the others could leave harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos. After all, their levels of cultivation were not high. Over the years, their experiences and the serendipities they received were different, so their levels of cultivation had grown far apart. Su Ming had no way of dealing with this. Forcefully increasing their levels of cultivation was only a temporary solution, and he could not make it so that everyone arrived in Avacania realm. Yet no matter what, the vast expanse was one of the 3 paths. If he found proof that this plan was executable, then he could think of ways to solve other problems. With a resolute gaze, Su Ming charged forward and disappeared into the seemingly thin fog that was actually very thick. As Su Ming left into the distance, the thin fog formed gray marks on his body. They expanded until they practically covered every single part of his body. But once he made his cultivation base reach an equilibrium with the fog, he was perfectly fine even though he looked as if he had died. If the boy was in his place right then, he would not dare to leave too far into the distance even though he had stepped into the vast expanse several times. Instead, he would only move around the area near the gap. Even so, every single time he headed out, he made lots of preparations, and the fog still damaged him greatly. Practically every 100 breaths, he would need to swallow medicinal cores and forcefully circulate his cultivation base to regulate his breathing. He was not like Su Ming, who did not stop at all while he charged forward. Su Ming continued until a glint shone in his eyes. He brought his right hand up and seized the fog to his right. With it, the fog in that region immediately shrank, and a face with 3 eyes showed up. That face was an illusion which shone with a dark light. It had a ferocious expression, but it gave off a feeling that it possessed no intelligence. It let out a piercing roar and charged towards Su Ming. He did not hesitate and grabbed it swiftly. With a bang, the face was torn to pieces, but it did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into a dozen portions that charged back at him. Su Ming frowned. He might not have used his full strength in the attack just then, but he could have killed a cultivator in the initial stage of Avacania realm with it. Yet, in the vast expanse, he could not even kill the strange life form. He snorted coldly. Then, in the face of the dozen faces charging towards him, he swung his arm. This time, he used his will, and as his sleeve fluttered in space, booming sounds rang out in the vast expanse. The dozen faces let out shrill screams of pain and disappeared into the wind. But Su Ming's expression grew darker. Even though he had noticed that his will was dissipating, he did not expect that the instant he used it, the speed at which it dissipated would become 100 times faster. Based on that, in 1 year his great will would wither away. And Su Ming had to use the peak of the power of those in the initial stage of Avacania realm to kill the strange life form. It was also clear that its kind was not rare in the fog. Su Ming was silent for a moment before he sighed in his heart. There was no longer any need for him to check around. The vast expanse was completely unsuitable for cultivators, because even he could only stay in it for some time. If he was forced to stay for a longer period of time, he would die. In silence, Su Ming turned around to go back to the butterfly. From the distance, he could only see a wing that was slanted diagonally upwards. It exuded a presence that was completely different from the vast expanse. The wing was so big that Su Ming could not see the end of it. Looking at something from a different angle would cause the size of something to be different as well. When Su Ming had seen the butterfly through the art of time, it hadn't seemed too big. When he saw Harmonious Morris Alba's ancient memories under its guidance, it was the same. Back then, the butterflies looked to be only the size of a baby's palm. Yet what he saw right then was so huge that it could not be described with words. Su Ming stood frozen in a daze and stared at the huge butterfly before him. He could not see how it looked like, just its fourth wing. In fact, he could not even fully see the fourth wing. It was difficult for him to put what he felt into words. It was an incredibly complicated feeling, and there was a strange sentimentality in him. He could see the aura of death on the butterfly, and it was so thick that he would probably feel it even if he was very far away. He wondered if that thick aura of death had attracted the strange life forms in the vast expanse around him, causing a distorted dark shadow that looked like a soul to appear once the fog gathered together. A determined look suddenly appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He still did not want to give up on the path of trying to survive in the vast expanse. Even if his efforts would end in vain and he would even have to pay a certain price for his perseverance, he still wanted to see just how big the vast expanse was, how many strange life forms it had, and see Harmonious Morris Alba in its entirety from another angle. His determination at that moment was similar to when he had willingly swallowed a large amount of medicinal herbs, so that he could rush out of the house sealed by his elder to help Dark Mountain Tribe. When he persisted to use the grass dolls to record the faces, he did not want to forget, even though his emotions had been sealed in the barren lands of divine essence. And when he had picked himself up after falling into depression once he learned that Su Xianxia was not his family and wanted him dead. That was all his determination. If he was not determined, it would have been impossible for him to survive for that long. If he was not determined, Su Ming would no longer be Su Ming. He would not have reached his level of cultivation and would have been an average person in a sea of people in the universe. With determination, Su Ming chose to do something that he should perhaps not do in the vast expanse. He spread out his will completely. It was just like what he had declared in his mind. He wanted to take a look at the butterfly. It was similar to what the elder of the Berserkers had said, that he could see a world no one else could see when he predicted the Berserker Day. Su Ming longed to see a world no one else could see when he lifted his head to look at the galaxy. At that instant, when he spread his will outwards, countless shrill roars suddenly rang out in the vast expanse. At the same time, the fog tumbled swiftly, as if Su Ming's will was a lamp in the dark. When it shone brilliantly, it was deemed as something that should not exist in it. Su Ming saw it. He saw thousands of strange life forms in the vast expanse and that the universe truly had no end, extending beyond the area his will could cover. Su Ming also saw Harmonious Morris Alba's complete body. It was a beautiful butterfly with all four of its wings standing erect. At that moment, they were only a sliver away from overlapping. At first glance, it was even difficult to see the crack between them. While starting at the huge butterfly that was Harmonious Morris Alba through his will, Su Ming fell silent. The life forms resembling specters beside him felt like it was their chance, and they instantly charged at him. But the instant one of them drew close, Su Ming seized that specter's neck with his left hand, which he had brought up at some unknown point of time. No matter how the specter struggled, it could not free itself, could only let out faint shrieks. Su Ming did not look at the specter he captured. He only stared at Harmonious Morris Alba, and after a long while he sighed softly. He swiftly recalled his will. During that short period of time, some of his great will had dissipated, but Su Ming did not pay any heed to it. With the specter in hand, he walked forward with a calm expression, and perhaps it was due to his will filling the area just then, or perhaps it was because of the specter he captured in his hand, but wherever he went, the strange life forms gradually surrounded him. They kept close, but did not dare to pounce on him. Instead, when Su Ming stepped forward, they immediately moved backwards. From the distance, even though Su Ming did not release any sort of killing intent, once those hundreds of strange life forms surrounded him, he gained an air of looking down on the entire world. When he stepped forward, all lives moved back. When Su Ming approached the gap in harmonious Morris Alba's wing, he stopped for a moment and turned around slowly to cast a cold glance at the strange life forms staring at him from behind. He did not speak, and he still did not harbor any killing intent. However, under his aloof gaze, the hundreds of strange life forms shuddered. They had long since noticed that this life that had walked out of the butterfly was completely different from all the others they remembered. The person before them was stronger, and he was so strong that he reminded them of the more ferocious existences further in the universe. The specter in Su Ming's hand struggled even more furiously at that moment. It might not have a lot of intelligence, but its survival instincts told it that if it was brought into the gap, it would definitely die. Because of that, the specter screamed shrilly. His voice made the hundreds of strange life forms restless, but under Su Ming's gaze, they did not dare approach. Instead, they started screaming shrilly with the specter. The sound formed by hundreds of strange life forms screaming together immediately echoed in the universe. It was something that had never happened before. The sound traveled forth in a method Su Ming could not understand, and spread through an unknown distance, causing the thin fog in the area to tumble, as if their cries were some sort of summon, a plea for help. A barely discernible glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. He had his back turned to the gap and was no longer in a hurry to step inside. He wanted to see what sort of existence would be called over by the screams. The voice of the specter in Su Ming's hand grew shriller. In fact, Su Ming made it scream harder by relaxing his grip slightly before he squeezed down. After doing it, the specter's screams instantly turned several times shriller. At the same time, the hundreds of strange life forms also seemed to have sensed it and let out screams that even Su Ming found piercing to the ears. It made Su Ming narrow his eyes slightly. Could it be that the strange life forms in the universe have some form of connection between them that makes them feel what the other is feeling? As Su Ming observed them, he suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. When he did so, the strange life forms shuddered and spread out to reveal a path. Immediately after, the thin fog disappeared, allowing Su Ming to see a huge object in the distance. It was big compared to Su Ming, but if it was compared to harmonious Morris Alba, it would be insignificant. It was simply a huge specter that was thousands of feet tall. A terrifying presence spread out from it. Its eyes were red, but it did not possess much intelligence either. However, its madness and its instincts to murder spread out along with its presence, forming a mighty pressure that made even Su Ming's pupils shrink. The specter was an existence that had reached the peak of the middle stage of Avacania realm. With just one more step, it could step into the later stage of Avacania realm, but the difficulty of taking that step was the same as crossing a huge ravine in one step. During the countless eons in harmonious Morris Alba, besides Su Ming, only Arid Triad had found a method to reach that stage. From that, the difficulty of reaching that stage could be seen. As the huge specter drew close, the strange life forms around Su Ming all moved back as if they did not dare to be close to it. There seemed to be a rigid order in which they had to conduct themselves based on the differences of their levels of cultivation. When the huge specter stopped, it stared at Su Ming with its red eyes, then let out a roar that shook the universe around them. Su Ming let out a cold harumph, but he did not move back. Instead, he headed forward. With the specter in hand, he turned into a long arc and charged towards the huge specter. It might not be weak, but it was still in the middle stage of Avacania realm. Even if it had reached the peak, it was still not in the later stage. When it saw that Su Ming was about to close in, the huge specter roared and opened its mouth wide. The universe around it immediately froze for a moment, and signs of it about to collapse swiftly appeared. A huge vortex instantly appeared, and with a huge force that could suck in everything, it enveloped Su Ming. At the same time, the specter lifted its right hand, and with a swing, it gained sharp claws that charged towards Su Ming. The aura they stirred up could destroy a cultivator in the initial stage of Avacania realm. Su Ming's expression remained calm. When the space collapsed and the vortex appeared, he lifted his foot and took a light step forward. With it, rumbling sounds immediately rang out, and the huge vortex disintegrated. Then, Su Ming lifted his left hand, and, in a very casual manner, struck the incoming specter's claws through space. Even though Su Ming's body was very small compared to that of the specter, his strike made a small region of the universe let out a loud bang. The specter's huge claws came to a pause, then crumbled right before his eyes. "You overestimated yourself." When Su Ming spoke flatly, he lifted his foot. When it landed, he stood on top of the huge specter's head. He brought his right hand up again, then quickly pushed against the top of the huge specter's head. The specter let out a roar that shook the sky and earth. In an instant, it started disintegrating on its own, causing Su Ming's strike to miss, and hundreds of specters appeared around him. They let out a shrill scream together. The piercing sound instantly turned into invisible arrows that struck towards Su Ming. If they landed on him, then no matter how strong Su Ming's physical body was, he would still be affected rather badly. But a hint of scorn appeared in Su Ming's eyes at that moment. When the arrows closed in on him, he spread his will through the area. It crashed against the incoming arrows, and an incredibly loud sound erupted in space. It formed a wave of impact that swept outwards and made the hundreds of specters instantly tumble backwards. Time reversal. Su Ming's attack was smooth and clean. He did not hesitate. The moment the hundreds of specters tumbled backwards, he brought his left hand up and drew a circle before he pushed it forward. The hundreds of specters immediately shuddered and stopped falling backwards. Instead, they swiftly drew closer to one another before they merged into the huge specter again, and Su Ming stood on top of the specter's head. He brought his left hand up and pushed down once more. The specter jolted. At the same time, Su Ming's great will surged into the huge specter's body through his palm. He wanted to investigate how the strange life forms born in the vast expanse could survive. What were their body structures? The huge specter was without a doubt much more fitting specimen for Su Ming to find the answer he wanted compared to the weak life forms. It would give him a better understanding of their structure. Su Ming's will swept through the huge specter's body inch by inch. What he sensed was a vast expanse of emptiness, and it was not that much different from the world outside. However, he could not see just how strong the huge specter was or how it managed to survive in the vast expanse. As he continued researching, Su Ming scowled. He had already scanned the specter several times, but he did not discover anything. This was clearly not normal. Su Ming snorted coldly, and a blinding light shone in his eyes. The power of his will instantly increased. The wills of the four great true worlds descended on him simultaneously, making Su Ming's investigations of the huge specter's body much more detailed. This might have seemed to have taken a long time, but in truth, the entire process was over in several blinks. When Su Ming sent all his will over and began searching through the huge specter, he narrowed his eyes, and in fact, there was even a hint of shock in them. He saw a universe that had almost been formed in the huge specter's body. It was an almost complete universe. It had a galaxy, cultivation planets. So the only thing lacking were lives. If there were lives, that universe would be complete. Even though it was not big, it formed a self-sustaining cycle. The instant Su Ming's will descended in the huge specter's universe, it shuddered and began showing signs of crumbling. Then it fell apart. At that instant, the huge specter let out a shrill scream of pain. Its huge body contorted under Su Ming's palm, and in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ash. Su Ming lifted his head. His expression was slightly grim. The hundreds of life forms in the area were stunned. In a moment, all of them fell back and no longer dared to approach. In fact, even the specter in Su Ming's hand no longer screamed. It just shuddered. Su Ming was silent for a moment before he swept his gaze over the area. When he looked away, his expression turned calm. He took a step forward and walked towards the fourth wing's gap with the specter in his hand. He drew closer to the gap, but even up to the moment he stepped into the gap, no other strange life form appeared behind him. The battle seemed to have turned Su Ming into that area's master in the hearts of the strange life forms. Only when Su Ming stepped into the gap did the specter in his hand struggle weakly. When he entered Harmonious Morris Alba's universe, the specter started shuddering, and its body distorted as if it was about to wiped off. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he pushed outwards with his right hand. Immediately, the specter was sent out of the gap and appeared in the vast expanse. The specter who escaped death by luck was stunned beyond the gap. It might not have much intelligence, but it knew that it had been about to die just then. It then looked at Su Ming, who was still in the gap. As it watched him, a hint of respect appeared in the specter's eyes. Then it turned around and disappeared without a trace. Su Ming watched the specter disappear while deep in thought. The lives in the vast expanse did not possess much intelligence, but they had the most basic instincts, and while Su Ming had noticed the respect, he was still a little uncertain. Based on how all lives with intelligence acted, hatred was always much easier to come by compared to gratitude. Lives who only had instincts could hate, but if they wanted to learn how to be grateful, they needed intelligence for that. When Su Ming fell into pensive silence over that, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He suddenly remembered seeing distortions that seemed to resemble death when the specter was brought into Harmonious Morris Alba's universe. Could it be that the reason they gathered around the near-dead Harmonious Morris Alba is because this place can help them gain intelligence? And that huge specter had a universe in its body. It might not have any lives in it, but I can tell that if it reached the later stage of Avicania, life forms might appear in it. But there's also a possibility that it would still be impossible even after it reached the later stage. It might only be able to do so once it attained great completion, no matter what sort of level of cultivation it needs before it could make lives appear in its universe. The lives born in the vast expanse are the same as Harmonious Morris Alba. They can create their own universes. If this guess holds true, then could it be that the black-robed young man also has a universe in him? And by the looks of it, his universe would be much larger than Harmonious Morris Alba's. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes when the bold assumption took shape in his mind. A universe. Countless mortals look at the blue skies and white clouds on their planets. They watch the sun and moon take each other's places and live through their short lives. It's impossible for them to know that perhaps the universe where they live is within a strange life form's body in the vast expanse. All schemes and ploys against each other and all entanglements are truly insignificant compared to the will of the entire universe and the vast expanse. Su Ming sighed softly. It was only a guess, but he was sure that it was infinitesimally close to the truth. What is the point of practicing cultivation? Is it for eternal life? That is too narrow of a goal. Su Ming turned around to cast a glance at the galaxy in Harmonious Morris Alba's universe. He did not care about the hidden old man extermination and his ancient ship. With his questions and epiphany, he walked towards the galaxy. How many people would know just what is eternal life? Even Arid Triad cannot live forever. Would the black-robed young man dare say he can live eternally? Everything in the world ends. Eternal life is just something that comes along. The true goal of cultivation is to pursue the truth. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and his footsteps became firmer. To search for the truth, to search for an answer to a question. This is the goal of the cultivators of my generation and why we practice cultivation. Getting stronger and having longevity are just affiliations in the path of pursuing the truth. When we search for the truth, we also cultivate the truth. When we seek understanding, we also cultivate understanding. I, Su Ming, practiced cultivation because I wanted to understand what is happening around me. I wanted answers to my questions. It is just like what they say, Tao is the truth. Even though life is ephemeral, we can leave the world with a smile. As he gained his epiphany, Su Ming gradually gained an unfathomable presence. It was faint, and there was only a hint of it, but its appearance made it look like Su Ming was about to become transparent. It was as if at that moment, he surpassed Harmonious Morris Alba. But even if I pursue the truth, even if I pursue understanding, it is only for an answer. But the phrase "to seek the answer" means that the path of cultivating Tao is destined to be boundless. You will never know where the end is, because the path of cultivation is only differentiated by how far different individuals can go. The end can never be seen. Su Ming smiled. He looked like he had just been freed from something. With his epiphany, he laughed, and his laughter gradually grew louder. I live in Harmonious Morris Alba's wings. But in whose body does Harmonious Morris Alba live? Even that life hosting Harmonious Morris Alba will only live for a short moment. When it lifts its head, would it not see that it is living in another life that will only live for a short moment? And when that life hosting these two is laughing, would it in the future understand that perhaps it is just a short brushstroke for a writer? When that writer looks at the sky, I wonder, who will be the writer? There is no end, just like how Tao is boundless. Su Ming stopped for a moment. When he lifted his head, a resolute light shone in his eyes. Slowly, he murmured, I do not wish for much, only for those eyes to be mine. When Su Ming said that, his body became even more indistinct. The aura of one who surpassed Harmonious Morris Alba in terms of realm became even stronger around him. Su Ming lifted his head, and his aura spread out in an unseen manner. It enveloped his body, and Su Ming no longer had any semblance of sentience in his eyes, only empty eyes. He was still moving forward, but he did not know where he was headed, or what his destination was, because his soul, his consciousness, and his will were completely immersed in his epiphany. It bloomed about him as the invisible aura roared. He had no idea how long the epiphany would last. Perhaps for several days, perhaps for several years, or perhaps for several decades, centuries, or even more. Even Su Ming himself did not know how long it would last. He did not know what the epiphany would signify for him either. He also did not know that since ancient times, over the countless eons in Harmonious Morris Alba's universe, there had never been anyone who had obtained an epiphany that would lead them to boundless Tao's realm. Forget others, even Arid Triad had never had such an epiphany. In fact, even the once complete Harmonious Morris Alba had only longed for it. However, Su Ming had gained it at that moment. It was the first time and perhaps the last for that universe. The moment Su Ming gained his unprecedented epiphany, he lost his consciousness. With a dazed expression, he continued walking through the empty galaxy. At that moment, Harmonious Morris Alba's will shuddered while hiding in its expanse cosmos, the place connected to the end of Death Vortex's tunnel. Its will turned into a butterfly and stared at the distant galaxy. His body trembled. It sensed a presence that shocked it. It was boundless Tao's presence. Someone was trying to gain an epiphany of boundless Tao. To Harmonious Morris Alba, this was something unbelievable. As it shuddered, it showed signs of scattering, but it soon gathered together. But it was a telling sign of how shocked it was at that moment. Is it him? Is the person trying to gain the epiphany him? Complicated emotions appeared in Harmonious Morris Alba. The epiphany was something that it longed for, but it had never gained it. And right then, it had appeared in its universe. In the capital planet of the Emperor of Abyss True World within Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos was a tree that looked incredibly lush, but was in truth dead. The young man formed by Arid Triad stood underneath it silently and stared at the tree. No one knew what he was thinking about. When Su Ming gained his epiphany, the young man's expression changed drastically. He turned around swiftly and lifted his head, staring at the galaxy. Disbelief gradually appeared on his face, and it was an expression that he wore incredibly rarely. He took a step forward, intending to investigate what was going on. Boundless Tao's presence. This is boundless Tao's presence. Someone is trying to gain an epiphany of boundless Tao. It's impossible. There is no life here who has gained great completion of Avicania realm, and for anyone not in that realm, it's impossible to gain an epiphany of boundless Tao. It's Su Ming. The young man's footsteps stopped. There was still disbelief on his face, but he no longer moved forward. Within heaven-lacking expanse cosmos, Old Man Extermination was sitting on an ancient ship, hidden by the gap with a cold sneer on his lips, while staring at Su Ming's palm print on the wooden plate before him. However, the cold sneer suddenly froze on his lips. He swiftly lifted his head, and his expression changed drastically. He's gaining an epiphany of boundless Tao? This is... Old man Extermination's pupils shrank. His disbelief even surpassed that of Arid Triad and Harmonious Morris Alba. In fact, he did not dare to think more and moved swiftly. While it looked like he was still sitting, a shadow overlapped itself on his body before it flew out swiftly. It instantly appeared in the expanse cosmos like an afterimage, then brought up its right hand to push against Su Ming, who was moving forward in a daze. But the moment his palm touched Su Ming, a hint of an aura that could shake the heavens spread out from Su Ming's body without a sound. And it belonged to boundless Tao. At the instant that aura appeared, the afterimage let out a shrill scream of pain and disintegrated. But Su Ming did not seem to be aware of it. He continued moving forward in a daze. He was indeed not aware of anything. At that moment, while in the state of gaining an epiphany, he forgot everything. His mind was blank. When the shadow disintegrated, Old Man Extermination's body jolted while he was sitting on the ancient ship, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was the second time he saw his blood since he stepped through the gap in Harmonious Morris Alba's wing. The first was due to his injuries when he just arrived. Harmonious Morris Alba had never come into contact with boundless Tao before, but it had reached a realm where it could sense it. That was why at the instant it sensed that presence, boundless Tao were the only words that rose in its mind. The presence might be faint and it might just be an epiphany, but to the butterfly it was something it could only dream of. It was the same for Arid Triad. Compared to Harmonious Morris Alba, who once attained great completion in Avicania realm, he had lost his chance for it when he failed to completely possess Harmonious Morris Alba. He could only do it if he finished his possession, and he had been trying to do it over countless eons, but he had never managed to succeed. He could only encroach upon it bit by bit. Perhaps if he had enough time, he would succeed someday, but even so, he could only reach the strongest state that Harmonious Morris Alba had once had. He could only attain great completion in Avicania realm. However, once he possessed most of Harmonious Morris Alba, Arid Triad also obtained quite a lot of memories and legacies. Among them was Harmonious Morris Alba's desire to reach boundless Tao, and it naturally allowed Arid Triad to be able to see boundless Tao as well. He also could understand that Su Ming was trying to gain a complete epiphany of the realm. As for Old Man Extermination, for a person who had a grand plan and who managed to survive the deaths of many Harmonious Morris Albas, it was impossible for him to not know about boundless Tao. Just his multiple run-ins with Shenzong were enough for him to never be able to forget the presence of boundless Tao. He also knew just how terrifying it was. No matter how much potential they have, no one in the entire universe can reach boundless Tao realm with just one epiphany. I have managed to barely come in contact with it after devouring the power of life before 3 Harmonious Morris Albas died. So what right do you have to succeed? Su Ming will not be able to reach that realm. Old Man Extermination glared at the galaxy. With a sullen expression, he lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of Su Ming's palm print on the wooden plate. The palm print immediately became indistinct. Everything will still go according to plan. He will still be a sacrifice. It's impossible for him to escape from my hands. Those might have been Old Man Extermination's thoughts, but his gaze when he occasionally lifted his head to stare at the galaxy showed a rarely seen nervousness. It never appeared on his face unless he was facing Shenzong. There still isn't enough resentment. Apostles of anger, grief, and resentment. I will give you full power to gather resentment from this universe. Old Man Extermination clenched his right fist, and when he unfurled his hand, 3 balls of souls appeared in it. His words traveled directly into the souls, and the 3 black-robed men in St. Defire's camp instantly sensed it. The 3 people in 3 different regions fell silent for a moment before they immediately sent out more clones. Each clone took on Su Ming's appearance, and when they spread out, they stirred up a bloody storm in all of St. Defire's expanse cosmoses. All the lives there suffered miserably. Each clone that took on Su Ming's appearance seemed to have its own will. As they killed mercilessly and brutally, they left behind Su Ming's name. His name became a curse. Gradually, it was dipped in a sea of blood formed by great hatred of countless cultivators in Saint Defire's camp. When the slaughter spread to Dark Dawn's camp, the wisps of resentment gathered together, causing the resentment in all of Dark Dawn and Saint Defire's expanse cosmoses to become incredibly thick. This lasted for 10 years while Su Ming continued walking in a daze in the fourth expanse cosmos. He went past many places during that time and the entire fourth wind. Many people saw Su Ming in the galaxy by pure coincidence during that period of time. No life form could get close to him, however. At the instant anyone who harbored hostility attacked, they would receive varying degrees of backlash based on their different levels of cultivation, just like what Old Man Extermination had suffered. Time passed and soon another 10 years went by. A total of 20 years were gone. To mortals, that period of time would be equivalent to a child turning into a young adult. To cultivators, 20 years were only the blink of an eye, and it was especially so for the old monsters who lived through countless ages. To them, 20 years were equivalent to an instant. Be it the boy, the purple-robed old man, or the young man in white, all three of them had long since completed their preparations for their legacies. In fact, quite a number of their Taoist friends had understood everything from their advice and persuasion. They gathered together and tried to leave behind their legacies. They, too, saw Su Ming wandering about the galaxy during the 20 years. They could not get close to him, but they could vaguely sense a presence around him that shook them, and it felt like it was slowly rising in power. They watched, quietly waiting for the day Su Ming would wake up. When the first cycle of 60 years was over, it could be said that all the old monsters who woke up in heaven-lacking expanse cosmos had seen Su Ming, wandering about with a dazed expression and the increasingly more powerful presence. It caused the galaxy to distort wherever he went, and the eternal rumbles in the expanse cosmos would stop when he arrived near them. Right then, there was no way the cultivators in the expanse cosmos did not know that Su Ming had sunk into a state of an epiphany. No one was to interfere with him trying to gain it. If he continued on, he would either succeed and step into a realm that would shock all under heaven, or fail to do so. But no matter what, this sort of epiphany was something that would only come on its own and not something they could gain by seeking it, no matter what realm they were in. Su Ming was completely unaware of the passing time, because at that moment, he no longer had any thoughts. He forgot everything. If no one came to bother him, he would continue in that state of gaining his epiphany until the day the entire universe was destroyed. He did not know how many years had passed or just what deep grudge his name had gathered in Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. Those things were completely unknown to him at that moment. He could only sense that he wanted to seek the truth and an answer while searching for an epiphany. There seemed to be an empty path before him, and he wanted to continue down that path. Even if there was no end to it, he would never turn his head back. During the 60 years, Harmonious Morris Alba and Arid Triad both silently felt Su Ming's existence within their perception. They did not know whether he would succeed, but the severity of the matter would determine the universe's structure of power. Old Man Extermination watched Su Ming as well. He had spent nearly 9/10 of the 60 years on Su Ming, and then another cycle of 60 years went by. When 120 years passed, Su Ming still did not show any signs of waking up, but the presence of boundless Tao realm around him became stronger. At that moment, the anxiety in Old Man Extermination's heart grew to a state where it had to explode. He could not allow Su Ming to continue gaining his epiphany. Even though he was very certain that Su Ming would not succeed, he could not sit by and watch it. He was afraid of something unforeseen happening. He could not allow even the slightest accident happen when there was only 300-something years left until Harmonious Morris Alba was destroyed. His expression contorted, and resolve slowly appeared in his eyes. He swiftly raised his right hand, and his gaze fell on the 3 balls of souls. Step into Arid Triad and behead all the people in Ninth Summit. Then send their heads here. Use their blood to force him to wake up. Old Man Extermination's voice had a dark undertone. It was the only method he could think of to break Su Ming's epiphany. The moment his words reached the 3 balls of souls, the 3 black-robed men, who had stirred up a bloody storm in Dark Dawn and Saint Defire's camps and formed an endless amount of resentment towards Su Ming, fell silent. They chose obedience. They retrieved their clones, and the three of them turned into three long black arcs that charged towards the gap leading to Arid Triad. A sigh came from the space beside Old Man Extermination at that moment. "Must you do this?" The sigh came incredibly abruptly, causing Old Man Extermination's expression to change, and he lifted his head. A figure walked out of the space before him, and it belonged to Su Ming. But Old Man Extermination could sense clearly that Su Ming was still wandering about in a daze while trying to gain his epiphany. Tao divinity! Old Man Extermination's pupils shrank. At the instant he opened his mouth, Su Ming's figure, who had walked out of the space before him, lifted his right hand and pushed forward slowly. He looked real, but in truth he was just an illusion. When he brought up his hand and pushed forward, Old Man Extermination's eyes shone. He moved, and an indistinct figure appeared in front of him as well. It seemed to have appeared in the exact same manner as Su Ming's. The two figures clashed against each other. From one strike, the fourth expanse cosmos cracked. The crack penetrated through space and looked like a dividing line that didn't allow light and darkness to fuse together. At the instant the crack appeared, the ancient ship Old Man Extermination had hidden revealed itself after a series of distortions. Old Man Extermination's hair flew up, and the illusory body before him turned into crystalline glows that scattered away. Su Ming's illusory body disintegrated on the other side of the crack as well. When it did so, Old Man Extermination shook his head, and there was a hint of regret as well as determination on his face. "In just 120 years, you managed to form a Tao divinity. Su Ming, I underestimated you, but it does not matter. You cannot hurt me, and neither can I hurt you. Then, 300 years later, we will end things between us. That moment is no longer far away." Old Man Extermination's lips curled into a smile. His body and the ancient ship gradually disappeared into space. Only a crack that divided the expanse cosmos remained to bear witness of what had just happened. In the galaxy in the distance, Su Ming's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. His presence slowly gathered together, and his expression was no longer dazed. Slowly he opened his eyes. He was silent for a long while before he said faintly, "When we meet again 300 years later, will you still be you?" Su Ming's expression was much more indifferent than before. His gaze was even more profound, and he seemed to have no temper, like a pool of clear water. He was calm and indifferent. It seemed like even if the world was destroyed before him, his expression would not change, unless someone stepped on his tail. Boundless Tao. I didn't expect that with this epiphany, I would be able to come into contact with boundless Tao realm for the first time. It's a pity that I don't have enough time. If I could remain immersed in the epiphany for 10,000 years or even longer, then perhaps I would be able to step into boundless Tao in one go. Su Ming might feel slight pity that he could not do so, but he understood that he did not have enough time. The destruction was around the corner. If he continued with the epiphany, then when he woke up and everything was no longer around, the sadness and grief he was supposed to feel might be buried in the passage of time, and he would never be able to find them. After all, the art of time was not an art did not allow him to work wonders. I might not be able to truly step into boundless Tao realm, but I now have a wisp of boundless Tao realm's presence, and I managed to manifest. The Tao divinity Old Man Extermination spoke of. Su Ming's third eye shone at the center of his brow. He could vaguely see an illusory figure sitting cross-legged within it. That figure exuded an incredibly terrifying presence, and it was so strong that even the complete harmonious Morris Alba would instinctively avoid it. After all, it was the Tao divinity Su Ming had obtained when he took the first step in understanding the boundless Tao realm. It was the divinity of boundless Tao. It was like a seed and also like a qualification. Only those who had manifested a Tao divinity could step into boundless Tao realm. This was also why Old Man Extermination had been so confident previously that Su Ming would not be able to be successful in gaining an epiphany. Before trying to gain his epiphany, Su Ming had not gained the right to manifest his Tao divinity. But right then, it was different. With a Tao divinity, he had ascended to a higher state of being. At that moment, there was practically no difference between him and Arid Triad. In fact, in certain aspects, Su Ming was even stronger. Even though he had not reached the peak of the later stage of Avicania realm, he could already sense his limits, and he had gained a direction. Cultivation base as well as power are just complements in the path to search for answers. I don't have to pay too much attention to them. As Su Ming mumbled to himself, he flung his arm and looked at the space around him. The process of trying to gain his epiphany for over 100 years had lasted for about the blink of an eye to Su Ming. His memories were of the moment all that time ago. However, he had a feeling as if they had been covered in dust. It was due to an insignificant discomfort naturally formed due to the change of time. While walking through the galaxy, Su Ming gradually stopped bothering about the insignificant discomfort. When he looked around himself, he felt as if he could vaguely see the planet formed by the boy's original form. He could also see the huge sacred wood floating in the galaxy. Before he left the expanse cosmos formed by the fourth wing, Su Ming had to go to the sacred wood and meet the boy and the others again so that he could deliver their legacies into the world that may or may not exist. Once he finished doing that, he would leave the fourth expanse cosmos as well as Dark Dawn and St. Defire's camps. He would return to Arid Triad, since the three black-robed men, be it Xianxia or Lai Xianxia, had already headed there. Su Ming's morning Dao's will was observing all of it. In fact, once Su Ming obtained his Tao divinity, he had a feeling that if he wanted, he just needed to close his eyes, and when he opened them again, true morning Tao worlds would manifest another version of him. He was omnipresent. This was what Su Ming understood once he gained his Tao divinity. With an indifferent expression, he walked through the galaxy until a huge sacred wood appeared before him. It was hundreds of feet long. At that moment, it had a great presence that could shock people. Su Ming stopped moving. When he looked into the distance, he spread his will and had it descend on the sacred wood. The strange power from the sacred wood which had once blocked Su Ming's will from investigating it appeared again, making it difficult for him to proceed. He could not send his will into all of the sacred wood. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever. He instantly opened his third eye, where his Tao divinity sat and meditated. At that moment, he opened his eyes as well, and at the instant he did so, the Tao divinity's third eye at the center of its brow opened as well, and within it was another figure who was also sitting and meditating. That figure too opened its eyes. There was no end to it. Su Ming did not know just how many figures there were. It was the mysterious aspect of Tao divinities. The moment they opened their third eyes, Su Ming's will gained a hint of boundless Tao realm's presence. It was like a general leading an army of soldiers. Once it appeared, it immediately surged into the sacred wood, and all forms of power blocking its path were instantly dissolved upon touch. This allowed Su Ming to see into the sacred wood's world. There were countless cave abodes in the sacred wood. Most of them were occupied by sleeping cultivators, but when Su Ming's will entered, the hearts of all the cultivators who were sleeping or had long since woken up trembled, and they instantly opened their eyes. Shock appeared on their faces. The old monsters who had lived there for an unknown number of eons instantly felt their hearts thump in fear. At the same time, they heard a calm voice in their ears. The voice was not loud. It only echoed faintly in space. It did not sound at all majestic, and neither did it sound overbearing. But the meaning behind its words was filled with a domineering air that was not at all hidden. It was laid bare to the world, showing off an air of superiority. "I'll be taking this wood. You have 10 breaths to leave." Su Ming spoke calmly, and once he finished, he did not add anything more. Instead, he waited calmly for the 10 breaths to pass. The sacred wood was silent. When the 5th breath arrived, some of the powerful warriors flew out. Upon rushing out, they saw Su Ming in the distance, and their hearts trembled. They immediately recognized him as the person who had been walking in the galaxy in a daze for over 100 years. After all, while most of the powerful warriors in the sacred wood were asleep, there were some who were awake. They did not stay for long periods of time in the sacred wood either. They would occasionally venture out, and they had either personally seen or heard from the others about Su Ming. They were not unfamiliar with him. During the 8th breath, only 2/10 of the cultivators in the sacred would chose to leave the place, but they did not go far. Instead, they stared at Su Ming coldly. They wanted to see just how conceited this person was that he would think he could stand against nearly 10,000 powerful warriors in the sacred wood with just his own strength. After all, they were all powerful warriors from their own eons, and they had the right to not be destroyed by the disaster. Each of them had the power that could cause the galaxy to tremble when they stomped down. At the instant 10 breaths went by, Su Ming lifted his head. His expression was as indifferent as ever. He only lifted his right hand to point at the huge sacred wood. With my will and my Tao divinity, become smaller. Once he declared that he wanted the sacred wood to become smaller, the huge log let out a loud bang that shook the entire expanse cosmos. The log trembled viciously, and the cultivators in the area who were watching with cold sneers on their faces were dumbfounded. They personally saw the sacred wood shrink to nearly a size smaller. At that moment, a huge storm rose up in their hearts. They were all shocked, and disbelief showed up on their faces. In their minds, the sacred wood was indestructible, could not transform, and in fact, was something that could not be slighted. There were some people who tried to turn the sacred wood into their treasure before, but none of them had succeeded. No matter how strong they were, they could not do so. In fact, those who tried to refine the log would suffer great backlash and would die miserable deaths. However, right before their eyes, the sacred wood shrank when Su Ming pointed at it. The shock delivered to all the people watching was no different from 1,000,000 lightning bolts roaring in their minds. If that was the case for those outside, then it was even more so for the countless powerful warriors who had chosen to ignore Su Ming and remain in the sacred wood. Their expressions changed drastically. They could clearly sense the sacred wood becoming smaller, but the size of their own bodies did not change. All of their cave abodes became much smaller. In fact, those cave abodes, which were not big to begin with, even became too narrow for anyone to sit within them. At that moment, almost all the cultivators who had remained in the sacred would chose to get out of the log as their expressions changed. Their bodies instantly appeared outside the sacred wood. Some of them might have lived for a very long time, but were still very hot-tempered people, and when they rushed out, they immediately started shouting loudly. But their shouts only lasted for an instant. They went silent when Su Ming made his second declaration that he wanted the sacred wood to become smaller. Their shouts turned into the thumping of their hearts. Become smaller! The still huge sacred wood shuddered again and shrank by one size once more. At that moment, it no longer looked like it was 1,000,000 feet long. Instead, it was only hundreds of thousands of feet long. The change in its size did not cause any cultivators to die. After all, Su Ming gave them enough time to leave. Because of it, all the cultivators from the sacred wood were levitating in the galaxy around the area. They watched the sacred wood, now only hundreds of thousands of feet long after shrinking twice, and the apprehension they felt turned into terror in their hearts. They could imagine how their bodies would have been squashed by their cave abodes if they had insisted on staying inside. When Su Ming declared that he wanted the sacred wood to become smaller the third time, the sacred wood shuddered again, and as all the people's pupils shrank, it became smaller again. This time, it did not become a size smaller, but was reduced to only thousands of feet long. Su Ming seized the space in the direction of the sacred wood with his right hand, and it immediately charged towards him. While doing so, it shrank again. When it landed in Su Ming's palm, it had already shrunk to the size of a palm. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators who saw the event were rendered speechless, and a chill ran down their backs. The hot-tempered ones from before also felt their hearts tremble, and they did not dare to say a single word. To them, power was everything, and Su Ming showed his by controlling the sacred wood that no one had been able to refine for countless years. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the area knew just how powerful Su Ming was for having been able to do such a thing. His strength had already surpassed theirs by far. No one could say who was the first to wrap their fist in their palm to bow to Su Ming, but soon the others followed suit and wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed to Su Ming. Respect coming from the bottom of their hearts appeared on their faces. This was power, and to them everything in the world was decided by power. Before he gained his epiphany, Su Ming had the same belief, but right then, he understood that power was just a complement in the path of seeking the truth, an auxiliary that made the path smoother. It was just something additional that would never become the foundation of the path. Once anyone reversed the positions of the addition and the foundation, they would forever walk on the wrong path while searching for the truth. Su Ming lowered his head and cast a glance at the sacred wood on his palm. The log was not completely unrefinable, as believed by the others due to what they had tried over countless years. It was because the item belonged to Old Man Extermination. Unless they had the same power as him, it was impossible to obtain it. As for why Old Man Extermination had placed it in the middle of the galaxy instead of taking it away, Su Ming did not want to form too many assumptions about it. He only felt that this item was pretty good and could be used as a stepping stone if he wanted to walk into the vast expanse someday in the future. That was why he took it with him. In fact, when he looked at the sacred wood, Su Ming guessed that perhaps the gap on the butterfly's fourth wing had come from the huge log of wood crashing into it from the universe beyond. Su Ming clenched his fist and put away the sacred wood, then cast a glance at the cultivators wrapping their fists in their palms and bowing to him. He sighed softly. Those people were happy because they did not know that the disaster 300-something years later would bring them unavoidable destruction. Sometimes ignorance was bliss. Su Ming shook his head, then turned around to leave. He wanted to settle one last matter in heaven-lacking expanse cosmos before he left. While walking, his footsteps were not quick, but when his feet landed in the galaxy, it seemed to become smaller. With 2 steps, he saw the planet manifested by the boy. He saw the boy, the purple-robed old man, the young man in white, and 4 other strangers he had never seen on the planet. The 7 people had manifested their legacy items and waited on the planet that symbolized beauty, never leaving it. It seemed like they wanted to live through the last few hundred years in that place to look at the final brilliance of their universe. They were also waiting for Su Ming, their only hope as of then. Beyond the prosperous cities on the planet, there was a sycamore tree with red leaves. Su Ming stood there with the setting sun behind him. The sun was red, and it served as a background for the leaves. They did not compete with each other in terms of beauty. The only thing that could be felt when they appeared together was a hint of melancholy that had drifted over from some unknown area. When the autumn wind blew, when the leaves fell, when a person turned their head around, perhaps they would no longer see that figure standing under the sycamore tree nor the setting sun behind it. Su Ming watched the setting sun illuminating the cities with its final rays of light and the scattered lamps lit in the houses, feeling as if he was watching the whole universe's rise and fall. He continued watching until the boy walked over from the distance beside him. Then, the purple-robed old man and the young man in white also showed up. They did not bother Su Ming, but instead stood by the side quietly with respectful gazes. Their 4 other friends also stood nearby. They waited respectfully while watching him. Su Ming was their hope. Even if they were going to die the next day, it was fine as long as their daos and their epiphanies could be passed down. As long as their bloodline would not disappear. This was a mindset low-ranked cultivators would not understand, but they were not the only ones. Some high-ranked cultivators could not understand it either. But the few who did would leave behind countless legends and hopes in the world of cultivation so that there would constantly be people who could practice cultivation in the universe. They had decided to offer their whole life's worth of hard work to the path of cultivation. The sun gradually set as if symbolizing harmonious Morris Alba's world. After coming down, it might no longer appear the next morning. It was just like the red sycamore leaves. Once they fell, they would never be able to return to the sycamore tree and dye it red. They could only direct their resentment at the wind for having arrived too soon, at the season for changing too soon, and themselves for falling. Su Ming sighed softly and looked at the houses in the cities gradually lighting up. He watched the sky slowly turn dark. He might like night, but during that moment, he would rather have had everything remain the same for all eternity. "You're here," he said softly. The 7 beside Su Ming raised their heads and looked at him before they wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed to him. No one spoke. At that moment, no one wanted to speak. Everything they wanted to convey was in their bows. They could not say it, and they did not need to say it. Su Ming shifted his gaze away from the cities in the distance and looked at the boy. The boy was also staring at Su Ming. Their gazes met, and Su Ming saw the sadness as well as the hint of hope on the boy's face. Your Tao is very unique. It also touched me very deeply. It's just like your Taoist monastic name. Ban Bu Zi. Perhaps while you walk through your Tao and open your eyes, everything in existence will serve to be a complement to you, and when you close your eyes, you will serve as a complement to everything in existence. Ban Bu Zi, it means half a step, but Bu also sounds similar to complement, making it seem as if you and everything in existence are two halves complementing each other. The boy shuddered, and a bright light lit up in his eyes. He stood stunned for some time, before he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply to Su Ming. Your disciple has learned his lesson. It was the first time since he had become the strongest of his Aeon and learned that he could survive the disaster of his Aeon that he referred to himself as a disciple and performed the actions of one. He referred to himself as a disciple, but that did not mean that he was a student under Su Ming's tutelage. Neither was it a title referring to differences in seniority. Instead, it was a form of gratitude to a person who bestowed knowledge upon him, and there was no point in caring about seniority, because there was no difference in seniority when it came to the path of cultivation. There was no doubt Su Ming had moved further than all of them in the pursuit of truth, and when he turned his head around, he gave them an epiphany, and hence, he obtained their respect. Your Tao is disheveled and jumbled up. You have only fused everything together and understood it after you gathered all of your power to perceive it. It is like how all things will return to their roots. To fulfill the ambitions of those who seek to perform great feats, your Tao became the ocean, but it will never be able to drown your thoughts. Su Ming said slowly while looking at the purple-robed old man. The purple-robed old man was silent. After a long while, he smiled. He did not speak, but neither did he bow. As for you, you are the peak of all sword cultivators. When you draw your sword, your will to kill is firm and not gentle. These are my words for you. There is nothing in the sky that cannot be cut and nothing on the ground that cannot shatter. They will not be cut and not shatter only because the sword has not been drawn. Once the young man in white heard his words, he took a few steps back, lifted his head to look at Su Ming, then wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to him. Your disciple has learned his lesson. I have never met the four of you before, but since you have made your decision, I will not destroy your hopes, but I do not know whether that world exists. Su Ming cast his gaze on the other four people. All of them had unique features. One of them was incredibly big and built. When he stood there, the air around him distorted slightly. Su Ming could tell at first glance that he had suppressed his body. If he released his full power, his body would definitely become even larger. In fact, there were indistinct stars at the center of that person's brow. Clearly, he had a bloodline that was similar to that of the ancient gods. In truth, there were similarities that could be found in all the races between each Aeon, and that person belonged to the bloodline of the ancient gods in a certain Aeon within harmonious Morris Alba. The person next to him was a woman. She had a dignified look, and Su Ming could see a vague shadow behind her. It was an existence that was green from head to toe, had a single horn, and resembled a monster. The third person did not bother to hide his true form. Black fog spread from his whole body. It was thick and had great corrosive properties. His face could not be seen. Only a pair of red eyes could be detected from within the fog, but nonetheless, Su Ming could see the person's true form. It was a huge creature with two horns on its head. The last person was a middle-aged man dressed in green robes. He looked like a sage and was filled with an ethereal air. Su Ming was not unfamiliar with his presence. It belonged to those in the world of immortals which he had seen before. Su Ming only cast a glance at those people and did not speak. Instead, the moment the sky turned dark, he lifted his right hand. When he was about to swing his arm, a glint suddenly shone in his eyes. They arrived so soon? As Su Ming mumbled under his breath, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze returned to normal. He swung his right hand, and the entire sky roared, turning into a huge vortex. That vortex spun swiftly, and Su Ming opened his third eye. Within it, his Tao divinity opened its eyes as well. Su Ming used his Tao divinity to guide his will so that he could open a crack leading to the world that may or may not exist. Send your legacies in there. When Su Ming spoke faintly, the boy opened his mouth resolutely, and a black statue flew out from his mouth into the vortex in the sky. The eyes of the young man in white sparkled. What he delivered was the sword he always carried behind his back. Once it was sent out, even the vortex in the sky shuddered, as if it was about to stop rotating. It was a testament to how great the will in his sword was. The purple-robed old man swung his arm, and as the center of his brow squirmed, a crack opened up. A crystal the size of a fist flew out from it. The crystal shone with black light and charged into the sky. As for the other 4, they sent out their legacy items as well. A total of 7 items were sucked into the vortex, but the next moment, the crystal sent by the purple-robed old man looked as if it could not withstand the force of the vortex, and cracks appeared on it. As cracking sounds shot into the air, the number of cracks increased, but the purple-robed old man did not show any changes on his expression. However, if anyone took a closer look, they would find that he was only an empty shell. At the instant the other people's expressions changed, the black crystal that was about to disappear into the vortex shattered, and a small humanoid flew out from within. The humanoid figure resembled the purple-robed man. He let out a shrill scream, voicing his unwillingness to admit defeat, and tried to rush back into the vortex. But in the end, as the vortex rotated, he was crushed to powder. The purple-robed old man's body was reduced to ash during that moment as well, and he disappeared from the world. The tunnel formed by the vortex in the sky was a path Su Ming had opened so that the boy and others could send out their legacy items. Besides them, they could not send in anything else, like their nascent divinities. Since greed could never be satiated, cultivators like the purple-robed old man, who took the risk, were always present. Since they were all bound to die hundreds of years later, then he might as well step into the world that may or may not exist. But he was worried that Su Ming would not allow this, which was why he had decided to risk trying to deceive him. In truth, Su Ming had long since noticed it, which was why he had said his words earlier, but he had not done anything to bring about the death of the purple-robed old man's nascent divinity. The man had been destroyed simply because he could not withstand the mighty pressure in the tunnel. When the vortex vanished and the sky returned to normal, the boy turned his head around with a complicated expression and cast a glance at the spot where the purple-robed old man had stood. At that moment, there was no one there. The purple-robed old man had long since disappeared into the wind as ashes. The sycamore tree glowed in a shade of red despite being in the dark, but no one took any interest in it. The boy was silent. The young man in white also had a slightly complicated expression on his face. The other 4 people beside them did not speak either. A hint of sadness rose in their hearts. They knew that the purple-robed old man's death was not related to Su Ming. He had just gone seeking his own end. However, they could understand what the purple-robed old man had felt when he made his decision. In truth, all of them had thought about it at least once. If that world truly exists, then your legacies will continue in that world, and they will have my blessing. Su Ming swung his arm and cast a final glance at the cultivators before him. Then he turned around and stepped into the air. The boy and the others bowed deeply to him as one. There was no need for them to voice their gratitude, and neither did Su Ming need it. He had just done it because he respected their conviction to pass down their legacies. When Su Ming left, the boy continued to stand beside the sycamore tree under the night sky. A smile slowly appeared on his face. There was no calculativeness to it. He stared at the sky with a peaceful look. His legacy held his blessings and hopes, wishing that his children might be able to grow to surpass him in that world which may or may not exist. The young man in white touched his now swordless scabbard with an expression on his face as if he was free. He had turned his own sword into his legacy. Even if it shattered in that world which may or may not exist, it would still turn into numerous sharp swords. Anyone who became their masters would accomplish many great feats. He did not need a scion. What he needed was just to deliver his will of a sword cultivator into that world, into the hands of those who could obtain his sword. The other four stared at the sky quietly. There were different hopes in their hearts, but they were all similar in a way too. They would never know how their legacies would shine in that world, which may or may not exist. The answer was not important, however. What was important was that they no longer had any regrets. My fellow Taoists, I wish to sleep during the final 300-something years. I do not want to think about anything else, and will wait for that day to arrive. The boy said while looking at the people beside him. I'm going to wander about. I'm going to create another sword for myself during these 300-something years. The young man in white smiled faintly. It was slightly cold, but it still contained the air of him being free of his burdens. As he spoke, he wrapped his fist in his palm to the others and took a step into the air. The other four were silent for a moment before they wrapped their fists in their palms towards the boy. They turned into four long arcs that shot into the air and disappeared into the starry sky as well. When the group left, the boy sat down cross-legged under the sycamore tree and leaned against it. He watched the lights of the houses in the city, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The autumn breeze blew past and lifted his hair. The autumn leaves fell and turned into a blanket that covered his body. Once he closed his eyes, the entire world gradually turned indistinct. In the end, it turned into nothingness. When an unknown amount of time passed and he opened his eyes again, he was no longer under the sycamore tree, but was at the mountainside. The sky was no longer dark. The sun hung high above, showing that it was noon. The mountainside was covered in green grass. Cows and sheep formed herds. He was still a shepherd boy, but he had already forgotten his true identity at that moment. I had a dream. The boy patted his head with an enraptured expression on his face. Once Su Ming took a step into the galaxy, the space around him was lifted without a sound, as if a page in a book had been turned. When it fell again, the fourth wing had already been changed and turned into the Heavenly Fox's expanse cosmos, located in Dark Dawn's camp. Su Ming looked at the somewhat familiar galaxy and found that he could not find the bald crane. He could not help but laugh at that. A long time had passed, and with how the bald crane was, it had to have left to fool around somewhere. When Su Ming turned around, he spread his will and noticed that the woman called Zirua was beside Yen Pei. Su Ming was silent for a moment before he chose to take a step towards them. Zirua stood on a mountain in a planet at the center of the Heavenly Fox's expanse cosmos. 100-something years might only be an instant for her, but right then, there was a miserable look on her face. Beside her was Yen Pei. His face was filled with anguish, and he looked as if he wanted to open his mouth to say something. But when he looked at Zirua's side profile, he found that he could not say anything. After a long while, Yen Pei sighed in his heart and said slowly, "You should know that the person who appeared in Dark Dawn and St. Defire earlier was not him. Of course I know it's not him, but I personally saw my people die in his hands. It was his face, his presence, and I saw my people's madness and resentment. What am I supposed to do?" Zirua shuddered, and hatred appeared in her eyes. Yen Pei was silent. He did not know what he should say. Even though he knew that person was not Su Ming, and even though he was a sovereign of Dawn, it was impossible for him to make the cultivators filled with intense resentment believe in his words. If he had not been familiar with Su Ming, then even he would have been in disbelief when he saw what happened. At that moment, neither he nor the miserable Zirua noticed Su Ming standing behind them. When he heard their conversation, he frowned. As he did so, he spread his will quietly through the area, making it fill the Heavenly Fox's expanse cosmos, and by extension all the expanse cosmoses in Dark Dawn. He also spread it into St. Defire's camp so that he could see all the 180 expanse cosmoses there. The things happening in the two expanse cosmoses appeared like pictures in Su Ming's mind. He saw that nearly half of the Heavenly Foxes had died, and it was practically the same for all the races in Dark Dawn's camp as well as the 180 expanse cosmoses in St. Defire's camp. There were many people who hated him. During the 100-something years, they watched the brutality of the person named Su Ming as he slaughtered their people, and the depth of their resentment as well as the intensity of their killing intent towards him caused Su Ming to fall silent once he saw everything. It was clearly Old Man Extermination's doing, but Su Ming could not think of why he would do so. It did not matter how many people died in the 100-something years since the moment the disaster descended, they would all be wiped off. Besides gathering resentment, there was no other gain in performing such an act. Resentment? Su Ming frowned. After a long while, the crease between his eyebrows disappeared. Since he could not understand what was going on, it would be better if he chose not to think about it. The event had already happened, so even if he tried to resolve it, it would be useless, just like crying over spilled milk. Su Ming's expression was calm, and his heart was at ease. He only needed to know that it was not of his doing. As for the rest, Su Ming did not want to care. In fact, he could already imagine that since it was related to Old Man Extermination, there was a high possibility that it was connected to the 3 black-robed men Old Man Extermination had sent to Arid Triad. When he thought of them, Su Ming sighed softly, then turned around and left. He did not show up and interrupt Yen Pei and Zirua. He turned around and stepped into space. When his foot landed, he had already left Dark Dawn's camp and stepped into the galaxy belonging to Saint Defire's camp. He went to the place where the bald crane was located. Saint Defire's camp had an expanse cosmos known as Small Falling Dust Cosmos. It was a small expanse cosmos located at the borders, near the expanse cosmos belonging to the Sky Barriers. Falling Dust had a sacred position in Saint Defire's camp, because one of the 3 lords of Saint Defire stayed there, Fei Hua. There was only one cultivation planet in Falling Dust Cosmos. It was covered in lush greenery, which was surrounded by rivers and seas, making the planet look like a land of water. It was filled with a graceful and gentle air, but it also had a mighty presence, giving off a feeling that was no weaker than that of tall and gigantic mountains. There was a lake on the planet and a wooden house beside it. Countless plants and flowers grew around it, and a nice fragrance filled the air, making the place overflow with vitality. There was an old woman sitting outside the wooden house. She watched the lake by herself with a gentle smile on her face, as if she was going through her memories and was immersed in the past. Not too far away from her was the bald crane. It had turned into a stone and lay on the ground in a daze. Over the 100-something years, it had stared at the wooden house and the old woman just like that. It felt like it could continue staring at her until the world was destroyed and the universe was no longer around. It did not know why it stared at her, and it also did not know why it came there. Every single time the bald crane thought of that question, its heart would throb in pain, and it would feel as if it was about to be ripped apart. Once it stopped trying to figure it out, the bald crane found another form of peace in the 100-something years, one that was different from when it stayed beside Su Ming. It was no longer obsessed with crystals, no longer thought about the past it could not remember, and in fact, it decided to stay beside the old woman and accompany her for the rest of its life. Then one day, when Su Ming appeared quietly beside it and sat down silently, the stone that was the bald crane slowly transformed. Once it gained its original form, it looked over at him. Su Ming was also looking at the bald crane. He saw the tears in the bald crane's eyes. For an illusory body with no physical form, tears were a luxury. It was impossible for them to fall. So those tears were the manifestation of sadness. Su Ming, I want to cry, the bald crane murmured. It was the first time the bald crane had said such a thing, and when Su Ming heard its words, he felt slightly miserable. He stared at the bald crane. To him, the bald crane was not a pet, but a friend. In fact, it was of equal status to Lei Chun, his eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and Hu Zi in Su Ming's heart. Their friendship was like old wine. As time passed, it became more fragrant, and once he drank it, he would be drunk, and he could laugh happily his entire life. She is, Su Ming said softly. She should be Fei Hua. I think so, the bald crane murmured. It had watched the woman for 100-something years. It did not know whether she had noticed it. The bald crane only knew that it wanted to watch her very much. There seemed to be a period of time when it had watched a woman like that before as well, and at that time it seemed to have also noticed that there was a pair of eyes watching it. And at that time, the bald crane did not think that it was a bald crane. To it, who was a being that could transform, the bald crane's form was the one it adapted the most, but it had already forgotten whether this was really its original form. It was a form of sadness, and even more so, a form of pain. It had already forgotten its earliest appearance and forgotten how it became the bald crane. It only vaguely remembered that it did not look like that in the past, but had been a cultivator. Su Ming was silent for a while before saying softly, "I still have your physical body with me. If you want to, you can fuse with it. This will bring more of your memories back." The bald crane fell silent. It had chosen not to fuse with its physical body in the past because it had a feeling that if it did so, it would have its memories restored. Once that happened, however, another set of its memories would disappear. The choice made it feel lost. Yet a voice that had been suppressed for years at a corner of its mind cried out shrilly at that moment. That voice became louder as time passed, as if it wanted to affect the bald crane's mind. Fuse with your physical body and restore your memories. You are Kong Mo, a powerful warrior who has absolutely no respect for laws in this universe belonging to harmonious Morris Alba. You are Kong Mo. Awakening Kong Mo would mean allowing yourself to wake up. It's old man extermination who caused your physical body to be torn apart. It's old man extermination who made you lose yourself after you fought with him. Wake up. Find old man extermination and fight him again. Get lost. Get out of my head. Blood capillaries appeared in the bald crane's eyes, and it swiftly began growling, suppressing the voice that was becoming louder in its heart. When it lifted its head, it looked at Su Ming. "I don't want to turn into Kong Mo." As it spoke, the bald crane trembled slightly. It turned its head back and looked at the old woman sitting under the wooden house beside the lake. At that moment, she raised her head as well, and their gazes seemed to meet. Tears fell from the bald crane's eyes, but they could not reach the ground. They could only disappear into the air. "Let's go. We're leaving. Damn it. I still need to find more crystals." The bald crane swiftly turned around and changed into a long arc to leave. Su Ming watched it quietly. He could sense its sorrow and all the complicated emotions in it. When he turned his head around, he looked at the old woman, and he also saw tears in her eyes. With a soft sigh, Su Ming brought his right hand and pointed at the old woman in the distance. With it, a vortex appeared at the center of the old woman's brow. Once it appeared, the ferocious figure of the five-faced beast deity rushed out from within. It turned into a long arc that charged at Su Ming. When it landed on his palm, Su Ming shook his head, turned around, and left. "I've broken your curse and restored your cultivation base." When Su Ming went away, he left a few words behind. They echoed in the ears of the old woman, whose face was slowly changing to that of a teenage girl. The girl looked at the other side of the lake in a daze. It was the spot where the bald crane had lain during the 100-something years. Fei Hua did not care about the curse's dissipation, and neither did she care about her face changing. But there was no way she would not know that the person she had been waiting for had been quietly watching her for over 100 years. Even if his appearance had changed, it was impossible for her to forget that feeling, and it was also impossible for her to forget how many years she had waited for him. She did not long for him to appear before her. His companionship over the 100 years from across the lake already made her feel content. They were the warmest 100 years in her life since she had reached Avacania realm. The girl sighed softly and lowered her head. When she brought her right hand up, she spread out an ancient picture before her. The canvas were already yellow, bearing the signs of time, but it could not hide the mischievous expression on the smug boy grinning brightly as he stood beside two girls. "If only Lulan was still around," the girl mumbled softly. She watched the boy in the picture for a time, then slowly closed her eyes. "Oh." Su Ming left. With the bald crane, he returned to Arid Triad's Gap, and from there, they went back to Arid Triad's Expanse Cosmos. A familiar galaxy, a familiar presence, and a familiar morning Tao. Su Ming was familiar with everything in that place. It was his home. Ninth Summit was as magnificent as ever. Its development over the 100-something years turned it into an existence that reached the skies. The intruders from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire had returned to their own expanse cosmoses when Su Ming's formed by the 3 black-robed men had gone to slaughter their people. After that, they did not return. The 4 war-torn true worlds in Arid Triad had obtained a period of rare peace. The remaining cultivators started restoring their true worlds, but it did not look like the 4 great true worlds could ever return to their former glory. However, only a few people knew that the disaster was about to arrive. Only a few people were aware that several hundred years later, they would no longer exist. Su Ming stood beyond the disappeared heavenly incense rune and stared quietly in the north. After a long while he turned around, and with the still dispirited bald crane in tow, he appeared in a seemingly calm spot in the galaxy, located beside Ninth Summit. It was a calm and quiet place. It seemed like a lake that would not billow. There were no ripples on its surface, but Su Ming still stood there for a long, long time. I'm going to meet 2 old acquaintances. Su Ming looked at the bald crane. It nodded and looked at Ninth Summit. I miss the Abyss Dragon. We'll meet in Ninth Summit, the bald crane said dejectedly, then turned around and left. When the bald crane disappeared, Su Ming stared at the calm galaxy and sighed softly. He noticed that once he woke up from his epiphany regarding boundless Tao realm, he was sighing for all the 100-something years he had been gone. His expression grew slightly complicated when he took a step forward. With that one step, the galaxy distorted. When it returned to normal, Su Ming felt as if he had stepped into another galaxy, one that was isolated from his true morning Tao world's will. At the instant he entered it, the 3 black-robed men sitting and meditating immediately lifted their heads. They were the 3 great apostles and had actually descended in Arid Triad under Old Man Extermination's orders quite a long time ago. However, when Su Ming was in the boys' planet and cast his divine ability under the sycamore tree, he had closed his eyes. Nothing unusual seemed to have happened at that time, but in truth, the moment he closed his eyes, he had appeared in Arid Triad. He did not execute any shocking art, but had just distorted the galaxy and bound the 3 black-robed men. When he stepped in and the 3 black-robed men looked in his direction, they stood up from their seated positions, and Su Ming appeared in front of them. More accurately speaking, he appeared in front of each of the 3 black-robed men. That was because in the galaxy Su Ming had distorted with his will. The 3 black-robed men might have seemed to be together, but they could not see each other. The world was divided into 3 layers, and each layer bound a single person. Su Ming divided himself into 3 when he arrived, sending one of himself in each layer. In the first layer was the incredibly big and built black-robed man. He looked at Su Ming and snorted coldly. The noise he made had a domineering air, and when it appeared, it shook the galaxy. Su Ming looked at the big and built figure, wrapped his fist in his palm and said softly, I, the 4th god of berserkers Su Ming, greet the 1st god of berserkers, Senior Xianxia. The big and built black-robed man was silent for a while before he took off the hood over his head to reveal an extraordinary valiant face. It had an ancient air, but looked somewhat boorish. He was Xianxia. There was a slightly complicated look on his face when he looked at Su Ming, but it could be clearly seen that his mind was clear, just as clear as that of the progenitor of abyss builders. There was not a hint of his mind being controlled. Their gazes met, and after a long while, Xianxia spoke in a hoarse voice. You should not have refused to become the 5th apostle in the past. He had a dignified and domineering tone that brooked no argument, which stemmed from his personality. He was once the 1st god of berserkers, and he had led the berserkers to power. He had created the kingdom of berserkers and even fought against the immortals. He had accomplished feats that could not be surpassed and created the god of berserkers song. Although had uttered only a few simple words while standing before Su Ming, it felt as if the laws in the galaxy around him were changing. You should not have stood against Master Extermination. You don't understand his Tao. But since you acknowledge me as the god of berserkers, come with me and meet our master. You will then understand that his Tao is the path all of us should pursue. Xianxia turned his head and looked into space. He might not be able to see Ninth Summit, but he seemed to sense the many berserkers there. We are not enemies. Let's go. Come with me and meet our master extermination. What is his Tao? Su Ming asked while staring at Xianxia. The universe is about to be destroyed, and harmonious Morris Alba is bound to die. His Tao is one that can create a chance for all of us to survive before we die. That chance will be slim, but if we can grab hold of it, then be it the berserkers or the other races, we will be able to continue living in another harmonious Morris Alba. Xianxia said without hesitation. That chance of survival requires the use of my appearance and my name to stir up a bloody massacre in Dark Dawn and St. Defire? Su Ming asked softly. Xianxia fell silent, but it only lasted for 3 breaths before a firm look appeared in his eyes. That's right. His Tao is wrong, Su Ming said faintly. All lives have a small chance of survival, if they truly have that chance. Su Ming did not finish his sentence. It doesn't matter whether it's wrong or right, whether you acknowledge it or not, if you serve to be an obstruction to this person who will provide this chance of survival, then no matter who you are my enemy. A brilliant glint shone in Xianxia's eyes. When he spoke, a powerful presence erupted from his body. You cannot win against me. Su Ming stared at Xianxia. No matter how astonishing his presence was, in Su Ming's eyes, he was so weak that he was like a candle flame that could be extinguished easily if Su Ming ever so desired. Xianxia closed his eyes. When he opened them again, fighting spirit burned in them. He took a step forward and instantly closed in. When he lifted his right hand, he clenched his fist and threw a punch in Su Ming's direction. When it struck space, the galaxy roared. Space distorted and tumbled about as if the galaxy had turned into an ocean. It swept up a huge wave that charged towards Su Ming as if it wanted to drown him. Su Ming did not move. He simply allowed the galaxy to distort and charge towards him. But at the instant it touched his body, it was as if he had turned invisible. Nothing about him changed. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He moved again. This time he appeared to Su Ming's right. He formed his left hand into the shape of a claw, then went to attack Su Ming. But his hand just seeped through Su Ming's body. What he touched was merely an illusion. It was as if Su Ming was standing before him and was real, but under his art, he turned into a mere illusion. His Tao. Oh well, since you insist in believing in his Tao and that there is that small chance of survival, I will let you leave and let you follow Old Man Extermination so that you can pursue his Tao. Su Ming closed his eyes. When he opened them, he said softly, 300-something years later, let's see just who is wrong. Fatigue appeared on his face, and he swung his arm. Immediately, a vortex appeared not far from them. It led to heaven-lacking expanse cosmos. Su Ming was tired. His heart was tired, and his body was exhausted. Everything about him screamed fatigue when he saw Xianxia's determination and saw him attack even though they should not have been enemies. All of it left Su Ming incredibly tired. He still remembered how he had sensed Xianxia's hesitation when he was still in Black Ink Planet, of how he had felt before he left the mountain. At that moment, Su Ming finally understood what Xianxia had been hesitant about. It was about Old Man Extermination's Tao, and once he chose to leave, perhaps in the depths of his heart, he had already come to believe in it. Xianxia stopped moving. He quietly pulled his hand back and stared at Su Ming with a complicated expression. He then turned around and walked towards the vortex. In his heart, he did not want to attack Su Ming either, but he believed that Old Man Extermination's choice was correct, which was why he had to attack. At the instant he stepped into the vortex, Xianxia stopped. He did not turn his head back, but he spoke slowly. You are truly, without a doubt, the god of berserkers. I am very happy to see that you have grown to reach such heights. If I am proven wrong 300 years later, Xianxia fell silent. He did not continue speaking, but instead lifted his foot and walked into the vortex until he disappeared. Disappearing with him was the galaxy created for him as well as the Su Ming in it. Within the second layer of the galaxy, Su Ming sat cross-legged in front of a black-robed man. He had already pulled back his hood to reveal a kindly face. There was gratification on his face along with a gentleness that a person would have when they looked at someone who was considered their junior. That smile and that gratification would only be worn by two people when they were before Su Ming. One of them was his elder, and the other was Xianxia. You've grown up. You're no longer the child I took away from Han Mountain City in the past. Xianxia smiled faintly and stared at Su Ming as he spoke with a sentimental tone. Su Ming looked back at Xianxia in a daze. This person was his master in its truest sense. The old man had taught him how to calm and clear his heart, and it was this old man who had taught him to experience changes of the heart. If he did not do it, Su Ming would have definitely not accomplished his feats. It was also the old man before him who had allowed him to experience the warmth of home. He brought Su Ming with him see what it meant to be powerful and showed the land of shamans to tell him what it meant to hunt. After Su Ming went missing, the old man had stepped into the land of shamans many times to search for him, until the moment he went missing himself. Without him, the 9th summit was no longer complete. Without him, Su Ming and his senior brothers always felt pain in their hearts. Su Ming stared at the old man and remembered his journey while searching for Xianxia in Divine Essence Star Ocean. In the end, he had reached the 5th ocean, and only during the very final moments he was there did Su Ming come to realize that Xianxia was there, but he had not noticed his master. Master? Su Ming's eyes were slightly moist as he murmured that one word. You resent me for not going to all of you, I know. Your eldest senior brother could take up the responsibility as your leader. Your second senior brother needed to experience even more trials, and as for Hu Zi, he is still young, but his potential is so great that it surpasses that of your eldest and second senior brothers. If he doesn't change that troublemaking attitude of his, however, it will be difficult for him to accomplish great things. Only you. Your accomplishments are something I never expected. When I learned from Old Man Extermination that you have become the strongest in this aeon, I was very happy. I remember arguing privately with Xianxia at that time about whether you belong to the Berserkers or whether you solely belong to the 9th summit. I can tell you that he is very happy. He is happy that such a powerful warrior appeared from the Berserkers. Xianxia said with a smile. His kindness and the gratified expression on his face were real. Su Ming had already grown up. In fact, he had become so smart that he was already like an old monster. His wisdom was so great that it was larger than the galaxy. He was a darkness that night could not cover. But when he was before his elder and Xianxia, Su Ming felt as if he had returned to the past. He was still the child from Dark Mountain and the youngest in the 9th summit. Old Man Extermination's Tao isn't as what Xianxia had said. It isn't that accurate. Xianxia isn't very certain whether Extermination's Tao will be successful either. When Xianxia spoke, no surprise appeared on Su Ming's face. Xianxia could sense what Xianxia had said. It was something Su Ming had realized from the moment he saw Xianxia. Compared to Xianxia, Xianxia's presence was not great, but there was a feeling about him that bordered on bizarre. Even Su Ming had to observe him carefully before he could tell what it was. After all, change of heart was an art created by Xianxia. He did not choose it, but only believes in it because if he did not believe in it, his beliefs would crumble. Not everyone can be free of their burdens before they die. Sometimes that burden isn't their own lives, but for the most important things in their hearts. Because of that, Xianxia cannot take a gamble. It is just like how the 9th summit and your tribe are the most important things to you. To Xianxia, the most important thing is the Berserkers. He does not want their bloodline to end. That is why Old Man Extermination went to him. Once he made Xianxia understand everything, he spoke of the small chance of survival, and naturally, Xianxia chose to obey. Xianxia is very smart. You are one of the paths for the Berserkers, and he is the other one. He does not care who is right and who is wrong. What he cares about is that, in the end, someone must be right, Xianxia said slowly while looking at Su Ming. There was a profound look on his face. Old Man Extermination came to me when I experienced my 9th change of heart. He turned all the ideals I had gained through my various changes of heart unstable, and he planted the thought that I couldn't fuse them together in my heart. That is why I have to see whether he is correct. If he is, then my thoughts will be clear and I will complete my Tao. If he isn't, my thoughts will still be clear, and I will still complete my Tao. What exactly do cultivators cultivate? To me, what we cultivate are simply beliefs. Xianxia harbored no guilt in using your appearance to slaughter those from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. He was not merciful, and he couldn't be merciful. This is related to his personality. Since he wants to gamble, he must put everything on the line. I don't like Wuxia. He's far too sinister. I don't care if he has an evil heart, but that sinister and cold presence makes me disgusted when he kills. He never feels any sort of discomfort, because it is just what he wants. After all, before you, he was the one known as the strongest in this aeon. Xianxia smiled softly and looked at Su Ming. Without him even needing to ask anything, Xianxia told him all of it. Do what you should do. The path is under your feet, and no one can interfere with it. They're not allowed to. Those who do, just kill them. Xianxia stood up slowly and cast a glance at Su Ming again. I'll be leaving now to return to Old Man Extermination. Since he insists on interfering with my 9th change of heart, then I will either cut him down or he will do it to me. This is my business. You can't interfere with it and you don't need to. 300 years later, if I fail, come and take revenge for me. That will be enough. Xianxia smiled in a manner that said he was free of his burdens and swung his arm, then walked into space. Tell your eldest senior brother that a head isn't a symbol of his aspirations. Not growing it is just him not being able to reconcile with himself. What does he think he is? Does he think it's cool? It's just plain stupid. And your second senior brother too. He had long since gone past his change of heart regarding love. Phantoms might receive the disaster of love most commonly, but he can't act this way. He just had his heart hurt once. So tell him to stop moaning about nothing. I can sometimes see him, and even I get angry when I see him being so useless. As for Hu Zi, tell him to sleep more. Entering dreams is his Tao. When he needs to drink, let him drink. When he should sleep, tell him to sleep. When he wants to peek, let him. Why isn't he practicing his cultivation but getting addicted to fighting? With all that fighting, his whole body is covered in blood. Does he think it makes him look charming? Xianxia reached Su Ming's ears from a distance, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. He watched his master disappear, but his words still lingered in his ears, which made his smile grow brighter. That was the Xianxia Su Ming knew. That was their master. He did not have any inhibitions with his words, and when he scolded them, it made Su Ming feel as if he had returned to the 9th summit of the past. Suddenly, Xianxia poked his head out from space. By the way, I don't like Wuxia. If you can kill him on the way, it'd save me the time of killing him myself. Once he said that, he disappeared once again. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Then his smile became even wider. He stared at the spot where Xianxia had disappeared, and the love of a disciple for his master was very obvious in his expression. Master, don't worry. Wuxia will certainly die. Su Ming did not know anything about Wuxia. He was not unfamiliar with this name. He was the sublime paragon of the 5th true world and the master of the treasured gourd. He once chased the bald crane to the ends of the universe after it lost its memories, though Su Ming had no idea which time it was. The fact that he was one of the 4 apostles of happiness, anger, grief, and resentment was everything that Su Ming knew about him. But no matter who he was and how he had lived his life, Su Ming would obey Xianxia. Since Xianxia wanted that person to die, then Su Ming would attack. Besides, Wuxia had once chased the bald crane to the ends of the earth. With how protective Su Ming was of the ones he cared, regardless of whether what the bald crane did was right and whether Xianxia's words were objective, Su Ming would still choose to kill Wuxia. He watched Xianxia leave into the distance, then slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was already standing before a black-robed man in the 3rd layer of the galaxy. There was a sinister and cold presence spreading out from that person. His eyes under the hood were freezing, and he looked at Su Ming coldly. He was the one who had said that the drop of blood would be able to deceive Su Ming while he was in Dark Dawn's camp. Su Ming cast a glance at the black-robed man and said faintly, "Luya!" A glint appeared in the black-robed man's eyes. His expression grew wary, but also ghastly. He took a few steps back before turning into a long arc that swiftly rushed back. He seemed to be able to sense killing intent from the person before him. Su Ming watched the black-robed man leave into the distance, then lifted his right hand and swung his arm. With it, the galaxy before him roared, distorting as if it was about to crumble. It swept towards the black-robed man, who was retreating swiftly, but who was still unable to avoid the destructive power that came from Su Ming. When he saw that he was about to be struck, the black-robed man let out a shrill cry, came to a halt and turned his head around. He formed a seal and pointed forward. The next moment, the shadow of a huge gourd appeared behind him. It had 99 eyes, and at that moment, all of them opened to look at Su Ming. "Treasured gourd, please kill him." When the black-robed man spoke hoarsely, the 99 eyes shone, and 99 wisps of white smoke flew out from the gourd. They turned into 99 small humans that screamed together before turning into Su Ming charging towards him. Thick murderous aura spread out from them. Su Ming immediately understood that all 99 of the small humans had participated in the 3 black-robed men's act of pretending to be him while slaughtering the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. The strongest of this aeon, that young Xianxia's disciple and the brutish Lai Shan Xiu's fellow kinsman. I'd like to see just what makes you the strongest." Luya swung his arm, and the 99 eyes staring at Su Ming shone with killing intent. They rushed towards him, and a powerful presence erupted from their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they caused the galaxy to tremble. During that moment, the 99 Su Mings raised their right hands together and swung their arms, imitating his previous action. The moment they did that, the space before them distorted and shattered. They had completely imitated Su Ming's divine ability. Booming sounds spread in every direction. The 99 Su Ming's act of destroying space turned into a destructive power that formed a storm in the galaxy. It charged towards the destructive art Su Ming had cast. At the instant the two forces crashed into each other, deafening bangs spread through the area with an intensity that could shake the sky and earth. As space shattered, the destructive power before Su Ming enveloped the 99 Su Mings formed by the small humans like a tidal wave. When it swept through the area, the little humans let out shrill screams of pain, and their flesh and blood were torn apart. They fell back, and most of them were immediately reduced to ashes. The remaining few fell back in a disheveled state. Their bodies trembled, and it was difficult for them to keep Su Ming's form. Soon they turned back into their original forms. Shrill, crazed screams tumbled out of their mouths. But before they could do anything, the galactic storm Su Ming had formed when he flung his arm turned into a black hand that closed in on them. It spread open and seized them. The palm had grown to the size where its end could not be seen and seized the galaxy as well as all the remaining small humans. With one squeeze, the galaxy rumbled. The remaining small humans all shattered while screaming in pain. But this was not the end. The black fist formed by Su Ming might have seized the galaxy, but it did not manage to grasp Luya. Once he fisted his hand, he threw a punch that instantly closed in on Luya. At the instant the punch was thrown, Luya distorted and changed places with the illusory gourd behind him, making it so the gourd had to face the punch formed by Su Ming's divine ability. The punch landed, and loud booming sounds filled the galaxy, causing it to tremble and show signs of shattering. When the loud bang echoed in the air, the huge gourd shuddered. It was only able to last for 3 breaths before it shattered to pieces. The force from it tumbled backwards, affecting Luya, who was retreating at that moment. Luya jolted, feeling as if a violent gust of wind had come crashing against his face. Most of his black robe was immediately torn, especially the hood covering his face. It was ripped to shreds, revealing a middle-aged man's face. It was a face filled with firm resolution. Only his dark and sinister gaze caused the feeling he originally gave off to change. Because of his eyes, he gave off a sullen and cold-blooded air. There was a mark at the center of his brow, and it shaped into a gourd. His gaze was like a blade, and it was fixated on Su Ming at that moment. Blood trickled down the corners of his lips, and it served as a background for the dark expression on his face. He exuded a feeling that Su Ming did not like. You should not have appeared, the fifth true world should not have appeared, and the Abyss Builders should not have appeared even more so. The strongest in this aeon should have been me. The one with all the kismet gathered on me during the final aeon of this harmonious Morris Alba should have been me. Lu Ya's voice was low. He did not shout. Once he spoke, he brought his right hand up and swiftly struck the center of his brow. With it, the mark of the gourd instantly turned red. At the same time, his aura increased exponentially. His right hand also swelled up several times its original size. He raised his head and lifted his right hand. Then, with a cold sneer at the corners of his lips, he punched the space beneath him. That punch stirred up a ripple whose center was his right hand. The ripple spread out like a tidal wave, and it looked like it would crush the galaxy, reducing the world formed by Su Ming's true Morning Dao world's will into pieces. In truth, he could really do so. The world manifested by Su Ming's true Morning Dao worlds will shattered under his punch, and true Morning Dao world's galaxy revealed itself. Lu Ya threw his head back and laughed. He lifted his right hand and struck space again. This time, his body trembled violently, and overlapping shadows immediately appeared on him. In the blink of an eye, he gained thousands of clones, and all of them tumbled backwards in all directions, tearing through space and stepping into the galaxy. They were not running away but were using different methods to head to Ninth Summit's world. Su Ming, you only have a little time. If you can't completely wipe off all of my clones, then your Ninth Summit will disappear from this world forever. Lu Ya's thousands of clones said at the same time. Their voices echoed from every direction, as if they were about to reach every corner of true Morning Dao world. From the beginning till the end, Su Ming's expression remained indifferent. Even when Lu Ya escaped from the world, he formed with his true world's will and the thousands of clones spread out. His expression did not change. Only when Lu Ya said that he wanted to make Ninth Summit disappear from the world did a cold glare appear in Su Ming's eyes. They shone with killing intent, and he slowly lifted his head. You gave me another reason to kill you, Su Ming said faintly in response to Lu Ya's crazed laughter. Lu Ya's clones had already ripped apart the space, and Ninth Summit could be seen in the distance. In fact, some of the clones had already rushed over, and once they ran into the cultivators of Ninth Summit, they attacked. But Lu Ya soon realized that Ninth Summit disciples his clones met did not seem to have noticed any danger. It was as if they could not see Lu Ya's clones. They did not seem to have noticed or even heard them, and it filled Lu Ya's heart with trepidation. When the clones that charged into Ninth Summit were about to begin their slaughter, Lu Ya discovered to his shock that Ninth Summit disciples seemed to have become illusory. Divine abilities cast by his clones simply seeped through them as if they did not exist. Soon, he came to a realization as to what was happening. What were illusory were not Ninth Summit disciples, but his clones. You never left, Su Ming said faintly, and the hearts of all Lu Ya's clones trembled. They looked around and immediately found that they were still in the world that Su Ming had formed and which was isolated from the rest of the universe. It seemed to be a world inside a mirror. They could see what was happening outside, but could not touch it. Lu Ya might have thought that he had left, but in truth, right when that thought appeared in his head, he was already stuck in that world forever. Lu Ya's expression was incredibly sour. His clones moved again and spread through the area. They tore at space again, then stepped through those cracks again, then saw true Morning Dao world once more. This process repeated itself again and again. Lu Ya continued tearing at the world as if he had gone mad, but every single time, he found that he was still in true Morning Dao world, and there seemed to be countless worlds around him that were also true Morning Dao world. Only Su Ming remained standing in place. His expression had never changed since the beginning. He only watched Lu Ya's clones continue tearing space with an uninterested expression. Since you can't escape, then may everything turn to dust. When Su Ming said those words out of the blue, he closed his eyes. As he did so, the entire world shuddered and shattered. Lu Ya's clones shattered along with it, which made Lu Ya's expression change drastically. Lu Ya's clones swiftly gathered together before turning into his body again. The galaxy around him seemed like it was true Morning Dao world, but it was like a huge net to him. Forget leaving, just trying to retain his existence was already an incredibly difficult task. When Su Ming shut his eyes, the entire world shattered. Fear appeared on Lu Ya's face. An intense feeling that he was about to die rose like a roaring wave in his heart. The world shattered around him, and the destructive presence grew incredibly thick. Madness appeared in Lu Ya's eyes. He lifted his right hand and struck the center of his brows again. With it, the mark of the treasured gourd at his forehead shone brightly. At the same time, Lu Ya's body withered, as if his life, his soul, and even his flesh and blood had been sucked into the mark between his eyebrows. When he looked like a skeleton, the mark of the gourd shone with brilliant colors. When it shone in 7 different colors, it left the center of his brow. A pained look appeared on Lu Ya's face, and when the destruction of the world closed in on him, a 7-colored gourd appeared before him. Without the mark of the gourd at the center of his brow, Lu Ya looked much older, but the madness on his face grew stronger. He roared towards the heavens, and the 7-colored gourd shone with an even more brilliant 7-colored light. It immediately spread through the area, and once it wrapped his body within it, it launched its strongest counterattack against the incoming destruction of space. At that moment, Su Ming's eyes had completely fallen shut. There were no rumbles, no loud bangs, no shocking divine abilities, no changes, no arts that caused the galaxy to tremble. The moment Su Ming's eyes fell shut, the entire world disappeared as if it had been wiped off, and that included the 7-colored light, the worlds that seemed to continue cloning themselves, as well as Lu Ya. Once Su Ming closed his eyes, all struggles and resistance were so weak that they could not withstand even a single blow. It was as if they no longer existed in his eyes, and that was why they were no longer in his mind. Hence, they ceased to exist. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, everything around him returned to normal. He was in true Morning Dao world, and nothing in it had changed. When Su Ming lifted his right hand, a 7-colored gourd appeared in his hand. There were countless cracks on it, and soon it fell apart as ashes. Han Bu Zi's Dao is so overbearing that it is no weaker than the power of something existing if I just believe in it, Su Ming said softly. Everything ended. When Su Ming turned his hand over, he cast the ashes of the 7-colored gourd away. He then turned around and walked towards 9th Summit. He wanted to go home. In the hundreds of years left before the disaster, he did not want to go anywhere. He only wanted to go back to 9th Summit, and while there, he wanted to quietly be beside his friends and family while waiting for the disaster to come. Su Ming returned to 9th Summit. He had not come back for over 100 years, but 9th Summit had not stopped developing because of his absence. Instead, it flourished even more than before. The number of disciples had increased by a huge margin. Under second senior brother's lead, 9th Summit headed towards the direction of becoming one of the great sects in the universe. When Su Ming returned, he saw his senior brothers, Songlan, Su Hui, Yuxian, his elder, and many familiar faces. The passing of time seemed to become gentle at that moment. After returning to 9th Summit, he did not leave again. One day, snow fell from the sky. When it drifted down, it adorned the ground in white, making it shine with a silver light. The falling snow seemed to create the outline of a beautiful tomorrow. There was snow and there was wind. Su Ming stood on a cliff and watched the snow falling from the sky. He remembered Bai Ling, but when he thought of her, he felt as if too much time had passed since then. There was a feeling of time and unfamiliarity. Yet he could still see a boy and a girl walking into the distance on a snow-covered ground. Footprints were left behind them, but they were slowly covered by snow, deleting the way back home. Vaguely, Su Ming also remembered Xiaohong. He saw Dark Mountain and a boy dressed in beast skins. He was climbing the mountain and picking medicinal herbs while a red fire ape accompanied him. It was a period of time when everything was beautiful. A smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. He saw the boy smiling as well, but his smile was unfamiliar. It was as if even his memories had become something of a distant past to him. Yet he could still recall Dark Mountain Tribe and all the people in it. Snow continued falling. "What are you thinking of?" an old and kind voice asked from behind Su Ming. His elder had hobbled over to his side. A thick fur coat was draped over his shoulders. Su Ming turned around and looked at his elder. There was a sentimental expression on his face. "About all the nice moments in the past. You seem to like to think back on the past, just like someone as old as me." The elder smiled and looked at the snow in the distance. In the past, the tribe would be at its busiest during this season. The food for winter would pretty much be ready by now. Bonfires would be lit in the tribe, and our tribesmen would surround it to get through the winter. You young La Sus would be the most excited. The elder smiled and shook his head. "Yeah, I still remember young Tong Tong." A little girl of 6 holding a pet in her arms appeared in Su Ming's mind. "It's all in the past now." The elder was quiet for a while, and the ancient air about him seemed to become heavier. His body also seemed to have become much frilier. In the wind, it looked like he could even sense the cold. "I'm old now." The elder shook his head and cast a glance at Su Ming. He then turned around and walked into the distance. Su Ming looked at the elder's retreating back. It was no longer as big as he remembered from when he was young. He no longer looked as if he could lift the tribe up with his shoulders alone, as if he was the sky. At that moment, that back seemed to belong to an old mortal man. During his final years, he looked rather desolate. He was no longer the sky, but in Su Ming's eyes, he would forever be the elder of the past. His elder who protected him and the tribe. Snow did not fall for 10 years, but a cycle of 60 years had already passed. It allowed Su Ming to let go of everything in his heart. He no longer thought about the disaster and arid triad. He only placed his heart and soul in Ninth Summit, immersing himself in his friendship with his senior brothers as well as the companionship provided by Zhonglan, Su Hui, and Yu Xin. It was his home as it had always been. Eldest senior brother was no longer headless. Instead, after going into isolated training, he rebuilt his body and turned into the man Su Ming was once familiar with. During the 10 years, second senior brother had married 6 women, and he would occasionally laugh happily, causing Su Ming to smile when he heard it. Once Hu Zi heard Xianxia's lecture, delivered by Su Ming, he looked very hurt for several days. Then he picked up his wine, started snoring without a care for the world, and very willingly picked up his habit of peeking at others again. The targets for his voyeurism included the female disciples of the sect as well as his second senior brother, which filled Ninth Summit with the atmosphere that sent Su Ming's mind back to the past. Winter passed and spring arrived. There were many flowers and plants that rose up all over Ninth Summit. Second senior brother was the one who had planted all of them. He seemed to like them a lot, but it was a pity that a figure that would occasionally appear during the night no longer showed up. Autumn arrived, and in the autumn breeze, Su Ming sat outside his cave abode. There was wine placed beside him, and he sipped at it while he watching leaves fall. He savored the fragrance of wine drank during autumn. By his side was Zhonglan. She was quietly accompanying him while they watched Yu Xin and Su Hui sparring with divine abilities and arts. Su Hui's competitiveness and Yu Xin's refusal to back down caused the 2 women to constantly squabble and argue. Usually, when the sparks were about to be ignited, Zhonglan would say a few words that were seemingly spoken unintentionally, and the 2 women would start fighting. At such a time, Su Ming would pick up a pot of wine and watch by the side with a smile. The time spent like that was incredibly beautiful, so beautiful that Su Ming would sometimes think that if everything continued like that, it would be perfect. Compared to him, the bald crane, who had long since returned to its usual self and had brought the abyss dragon outside in search for crystals because it felt bored. It took up all sorts of shapes and made the crystals in the disciples' pockets into its own with the abyss dragon. This became the thing that it prided itself for the most. Every single time it succeeded, it would run excitedly to Su Ming, making him duplicate another set of crystals for it. To the bald crane, Su Ming's art of making crystals was the best divine ability that had ever appeared in the universe, and it longed for it with all its heart. Day after day and year after year passed by. When second senior brother married his 37th wife, 100 years had passed. During them, arid triad expanse cosmos began trembling, and the tremors grew more distinct. Some cultivators had noticed that it seemed like the entire world was tilting. An invisible suction force seemed to turn the galaxy chaotic, and gradually, a barely discernible ripple appeared. Oceans began to dry up in some planets. The lands cracked. It seemed like the planets were losing their life force. Su Ming knew those changes. He could sense that they natural when harmonious Morris Alba's wings were about to overlap. With each year, the signs became more prominent, and when the wings overlapped with each other, the disaster would descend. During the 100 years, Elder's body gradually became weaker. His life was about to end, and all signs of his life were about to be wiped off of the passage of time. He would not be able to last forever. Su Ming remained in Ninth Summit, but when he shut his eyes, his body would appear in every part in arid triad. One morning, rain poured from the sky, coming down in torrents. When it fell on the ground, a curtain of rain was formed, causing the entire world to become indistinct. I should make a decision now, Su Ming whispered softly while staring at the rain. He could not choose the path to head to the vast expanse because even he did not have the confidence to survive there, and the second path was to fight against the black-robed young man. To Su Ming, this was a huge gamble and he practically had no chance of winning. He only had the third path, but Su Ming did not have the right to choose it himself. My path goes from death to life, from midwinter to spring, the one in which all lives are resurrected. Right now, where am I on my path? Su Ming stared at the rain while softly speaking to himself. I walk through the 4 seasons, walk through life and death, and I only ask to have my questions answered. I only wish to pursue the truth. Su Ming shook his head. There are 200-something years left. A cycle of 460 years. It's very short. It's not long at all. I can't tell whether we will live or die. The matter of life and death is like the rust on a dagger under the setting sun. I don't understand it, and perhaps I will never be able to understand it. Su Ming sighed softly. I don't have the right to help them decide whether they want to live or die. I respect all the decisions made by the people beside me. I have never interfered with their choices and their resolve, because we are all equals, and because I care about them. Su Ming stared at the rain, and resolve gradually appeared on his face. But this time, I will not ask you to choose. Please let me be selfish for perhaps the last time in my life. Please let me choose this path for you. I will not choose the first path, and I cannot choose the second path. As for the third path, if that world truly exists, I, Su Ming, swear that if I am not dead, be it millions of years or a period of time that will seem like an eternity, I will find all of you. If you can no longer see me, then please be like the tree arid triad knew and please forget me. Treat it as if everything had never happened. Treat harmonious Morris Alba as if it was someone else's dream. Treat it like a tale written by someone else. Pretend that there has never been a person known as Su Ming in this world. Su Ming mumbled. As he spoke, the rain showed signs of stopping. The rate at which it poured down slowed down. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, Hu Zi, the 9th summit is ours. It is the spirit our master left behind for us. Right now, there are millions of disciples in 9th summit, but I can't send them all over. I can only send 100,000 and have to give up on the others. Elder, the berserkers are the continuation of your hope, and I am the god of berserkers. I will protect the berserkers' legacy. I'll try to send all 100,000 berserkers to that world. Chong He, I promised you I would resurrect your wife. I have not forgotten this matter. Flame Fiend's progenitor, I asked you to follow me while we were in Divine Essence Star Ocean. From the moment you agreed to it, I swore to do my best to not disappoint you. Zhu Yu Kai, I don't know what your relationship with the bald crane is, but you are you. Yu Xian, should we have another life, and should we be fated to meet again, I will find you. Song Lan, you've protected the berserkers for years, and you are already in my heart. It is very cold and it beats very slowly, and because of that there aren't many faces within it. But you are there. Su Hui. Even if something similar to Deshun happens again, I will still do the same thing. Whether you agree to it or not, from the moment you decided to follow me, this was set in stone. Elder. Su Ming shut his eyes. Lai Shan Xiu, our choices are different. Master, I cannot wait for you until your change of heart ends. As Su Ming mumbled, he lifted his right hand, then pushed down swiftly at the stones on the cliff under his feet. The entire universe shuddered without a sound. The rain completely stopped, and Ninth Summit as well as the whole true Morning Dao world froze alongside it. Yu Xian was glaring at Su Hui while about to say something, but her expression had frozen like that for all eternity. Su Hui looked smug, countering whatever Yu Xian was doing, but similarly, her expression had also turned into an eternal picture. Song Lan remained smiling, but it was not directed at Yu Xian or Su Hui. Instead, she was looking at Su Ming. There were tears in her eyes. It seemed like she knew everything due to her special power. The elder sat by the lake quietly, watching the water. His eyes were closed. Eldest senior brother sat cross-legged, meditating. No one could say how long he would remain like that. Second senior brother watched the women around him with a smile while shaking his head. He did not notice that there was a rune shining in a mirror located at the door. That rune in the mirror led to Hu Zi, who was drinking wine while sniggering, though there was a cautious look on his face. He continuously watched another mirror on his palm as well. Everything froze, including Chang He, the Flame Fiend's progenitor Zhu Yukai. Even all the berserkers and the bald crane had also become still. The bald crane had its beak clamped down on a crystal while talking about something to the abyss dragon beside it. However, at that moment it did not move. All of Ninth Summit and True Morning Dao world was like that. Only Su Ming could move right then. I believe that the world truly and surely exists. As he mumbled to himself, he bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood. It instantly turned into blood fog that immediately enveloped all of Ninth Summit. Even if it did not exist to begin with, after this it will surely exist. It is just like creating a world. With my beliefs, my will, and my everything, I will create that place. Su Ming swung his arm, and the blood fog immediately surged in the air. It filled the entirety of Ninth Summit, then tumbled in every direction. In that world you will live well. You will not remember me, because I don't know whether there will be a day when I will appear in front of you. You will take with you my blessings. I will complete the most important execution of this art in my life. For it, I will need a total of 2 cycles of 60 years to succeed. All of this is because I need to be sure that I will succeed. I have to ensure your success. You will truly enter that world, and for that I must believe that the world truly exists. I don't know its name nor have I seen the universe where it exists, but I believe it exists. Its name will surely be related to dust, because Harmonious Morris Alba will turn to dust soon. You will all be sent into that world by my hands. You will not decay. You are all my family, Su Ming declared calmly with deep love contained in his eyes. He then sat down and closed his eyes again. When he did so, he made his yearning for everyone scatter, turning it into memories that repeated themselves in his mind, but they became stranded in his head. When he closed his eyes, the repeating memories faded away, and his mind became quiet, but he felt as if someone was knocking at his mind in the wind, forcing him to remember. When he closed his eyes, he found that he could not forget all the things that had happened to him. His resignation could not win against the mortal sky, and in the end, it would just fade away. Everything in the world changed, and all the living had to bear the corrosion of time. I will use 120 years to watch the version of myself hidden behind the 3-life stone, while he quietly depicts a normal life in words. In that life I will be Su Ming, a disciple of the Ninth Summit, a member of Dark Mountain. I will be the loneliness you see. During that one life of 120 years, I will be your ferryman. Su Ming bowed his head. When he did so, wind blew through the silent Ninth Summit. The wind formed a whirlwind that turned everything indistinct. then changed it into the one cycle of life that would last for 120 years in Su Ming's world, because Su Ming could not just send everyone over just like that. He had to make sure he would succeed, which was why he needed that much time. He needed an entire cycle of a mortal's life to do so, and for his will to turn into an illusory world where they could bid their final farewell. In that world, the sky was clear and the wind gentle. It had no disaster nor any cultivators. It was a mortal's world, a blessing in the form of peace. The laws of fate I cultivated in my previous life have gathered on me for thousands of years, which is why I can personally row the boat for you and take you across the river known as the River of Forgetfulness. I can steer the boat and bring you to the other side. The river rustled while an old boat was tied to its bank. Beside it was a wooden house with a teenage boy. He sat quietly and watched the sun rise and set. He watched the 4 seasons change and waited for people to come. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. In the spring, the boy raised his head. He heard the sound of a horse galloping forward and saw a person in white on a white horse. It was a woman. She had a graceful and beautiful face, and her expression was gentle. Her eyes were very beautiful, and the emotions contained within them were even more beautiful. When she stared at a person, they would forget the world. They would to stare into her eyes for all eternity. I've waited for 7 seasons, and the first person to cross the river has arrived. It is Tsanglan. The boy watched the approaching woman, and a smile bloomed on his face. Ferryman, what is this river? The woman stopped by the river. Her beautiful eyes first examined the river before coming to the boy. The River of Forgetfulness. The woman blinked and asked from her white horse, "And where does the other side of the river lead to?" "I've never gone there before." "Nonsense. If you've never gone there before, how can you steer your boat?" The woman chuckled. She turned her horse and was about to leave, but then it seemed like she had thought of something, and she got off her horse. "Oh well, let's see what's on the other side." As she spoke, she took a few steps forward and got onto the boat. She then looked at the boy. He entered the boat too and began to row. The sound of rustling water could be heard. Under the setting sun, he slowly rowed the boat towards the other side of the river. During the entire journey, the boy sat at the end of the boat and did not speak. The woman, too, was silent. She sat at the bow of the boat and stared at the waters of the River of Forgetfulness. Gradually, anguish appeared on her face. It was as if a wave of sorrow and grief she could not put to words had surged into her heart. It was as if the trip across the river had made her finish her previous life's journey. Its emotions gently dabbed her heart moist and turned into clear drops of tears that fell from her eyes, making her thin clothes wet. The teardrops seemed to contain the yearning of her previous life, and it turned into waves of cold air that came crashing into her face. She woke up to the world, but those emotions fell gently into her heart again to turn into bits and pieces of sorrow. She wanted to wash them away, but they became light waves of sadness in her eyes that she could never wash away. When they reached the other side of the river, the setting sun turned into a crescent moon. It was reflected on the River of Forgetfulness. The woman sat on the boat for a long time. She then turned her head around and looked at the boy. When she did so, she saw that the boy had grown up into a young man. He was Su Ming. "We're here," Su Ming said softly while looking at the woman before him. A reluctance to part and deep affection was in his gaze. "I know, but I feel that I should be waiting for someone," the woman whispered. "He will come, if he can also get on my boat." Su Ming sighed softly. The woman lowered her head. After a long while, she stood up, and at the moment she stepped off the boat, she turned around and stared at it leaving into the distance as well as the waters of the River of Forgetfulness. "I'll wait for you." Her soft whisper reached Su Ming's ears. He heard it clearly. In which year did the moon above the river first shine on the people? Who was the first person to see the moon above a river? In our previous life, our fates were tied together. But in this life, who will be the ferryman? The ferryman stood on the sky in the endless river. That sky was reflected on the River of Forgetfulness. The cliff was the never-ending water flowing to an unknown direction with loud rustling sounds. an endless river. If anyone drank a mouthful of water from the river of forgetfulness, they would forget the past, just like Su Ming. He rowed the boat and steered the oars. The splashes that rose from the water scattered, but some of them landed on his lips. They tasted bitter. Su Ming was still at the river of forgetfulness, and he looked as if he was in the wooden house that would never decay in the passage of time. He sat under its eaves quietly and watched the sky, the world, and the rise and fall of all lives while he waited for the next person to arrive under the rainy sky. One day, when the rain brought with it a hint of freshness in the searing heat, a person finally arrived outside the house at night. It was a huge man. He was dressed in a long robe, was big and built, and had an awe-inspiring face. He stopped quietly beside the wooden house and stared at the river silently. A miserable look was on his face. "Ferryman," he whispered. Su Ming, who sat under his wooden house, lifted his head. His face was hidden in the darkness. When he looked at the man, a smile appeared on his face. He had sent Song Lan away, and now his eldest senior brother had arrived. "Is this river the river of forgetfulness?" the man asked while staring at the river. "Yes." "Is the other side of the river a riverbank?" "I don't know. I'm waiting for a person." The man turned his head around. When he looked at Su Ming, the moon shone on his face, revealing that there was a great reluctance to leave in his eyes, along with a sadness brought by parting that he could not tell. Su Ming smiled. He got up and walked to the end of the boat, then turned his head around to look at the man calmly. The man was silent for a while before he laughed. His laughter grew louder, and as he laughed, it looked like tears were about to fall from his eyes. With a single step, he landed onto the bow of the boat and sat down. The lonely ship headed forward. During the night, rain fell in the river of forgetfulness, creating endless splashes. The rain also fell in the boat, knocking against the wood, as if it was recalling the passengers' past lives and speaking of their future lives. In the past, they were fellow brothers under the same master. In the next life, they sat in the same boat in the river of forgetfulness. Su Ming stared into the distance. The faint smile on his face gradually turned into a soft sigh in his heart. When they reached the riverbank, the man stood up in silence and stepped off the boat. "The person I'm waiting for is my youngest senior brother. Ferryman, if I might trouble you, if you see him, tell him, then he must come." While speaking, the man did not turn his head back. He took huge strides forward and walked into the distance. Su Ming stared at the man's back, and after a long while he nodded slightly. "I will." He turned around and rowed the solitary boat back to the place at which he should wait for the next person to arrive. The rainy nights during that season seemed to leave at a slightly slower pace than before. Even if a few months had passed, rain still poured from the sky, be it day or night. It was as if there was someone crying in the sky. When their tears fell into the mortal world, they turned into rain. It seemed especially so during the night. When wind blew, the rain would land everywhere. The ground, the leaves, the bow of the boat, the river, and the eaves beneath which Su Ming sat. The different sounds created by it reached his ears at the same time, forming a song of the world that could be easily ignored if someone did not listen carefully. Su Ming sat under the eaves, fusing with the darkness. He listened to the rain and calmed his heart as he stared at the distance. He quietly sat through the chill brought by the rain, and when midnight arrived, he lit a lamp. He placed it under the eaves, then carefully placed a cover over it, causing the wind blowing towards him to be unable to extinguish it. The lamp became the only source of light in the darkness that would lead the way for anyone who would arrive at night so they would not get lost. As he stared at the lamp, Su Ming no longer thought of his past. He did not think of his level of cultivation nor cared about the disaster descending or arid triad. The only thing he cared about was being the ferryman who would carry his friends and his loved ones to the other side of the river during the 120 years. At some unknown point of time, a rain cape made of straw covered Su Ming's heart, and a straw hat was placed on his soul. He bent his head down, and under the straw hat, he stared at the candle flame beneath the cover of the lamp. He saw the world in the candle flame, and he also saw the happiness, anger, grief, and joy of those he was familiar with in it. When dawn was about to arrive, a phantom came to him. The phantom was hidden in darkness. He stood across from Su Ming and watched the candle flame protected by the cover with him. As he did so, complicated look he could not describe appeared in his eyes. Slowly, he lifted his head and looked at Su Ming. You can fool everyone else, but you can't fool me. Since this is your decision, I only hope that there will be a day where I will be able to find my youngest junior brother again. In this life, you are a ferryman, so let's go. Bring me across the river. The phantom smiled, but his expression was very bitter and filled with anguish. Su Ming raised his head and stared at the phantom before him, who was his second senior brother. He quietly stood up, entered the boat, steered the oars silently, and reached the other side of the riverbank. I didn't bring any money for the fare, the phantom said slowly while standing at the bow of the ship. You already gave it to me in your previous life. Su Ming shook his head and sent his second senior brother off with his gaze. Once second senior brother heard his words, he seemed to have smiled. There was a reluctance to part in that expression, and even if the river of forgetfulness and the solitary boat were between them, that smile was still very distinct when he turned his head around. This should have never been your responsibility. It's what I wanted. The boat left into the distance on the river of forgetfulness. The two banks were a person's past life and their new life, the past and the present, and perhaps an eternity in which the two people could never meet again. He could not tell whether he was sending him off, or whether he was sending him off. Su Ming knew who that he was referring, and his second senior brother knew as well. Perhaps other people would understand it also. He sent Songlan to the other side of the riverbank as well as eldest senior brother. He watched second senior brother leaving into the distance too. Under that gaze, Su Ming returned to the place he belonged to for the 120 years, beside the wooden house that would never decay in the passage of time. However, while the wooden house would never decay, Su Ming was no longer a young man. He had turned into a middle-aged man. There was a stubble on his face and a faint sense of age. However, most of his face was covered by the straw hat. The sun could not shine on him, and his gaze could not be seen clearly either. Perhaps only the flame before him could see him sighing softly. The rainy season seemed about to end. On one of the rainy nights that Su Ming was staring at the candle flame, he turned his head around and looked at a spot next to the wooden house. At some unknown point of time, a small white flower had bloomed there. It was very beautiful, but it shuddered in the rain. Still, it persisted in blooming. That flower was a daylily. A daylily in the rain brought with it a strength and a beauty, just like a woman. It bloomed quietly. It did not exude a heavy fragrance nor had a natural gorgeousness. It was a very simple and normal flower, but during the rainy night, it was the only thing in Su Ming's eyes. After seeing it, Su Ming walked over. A paper umbrella appeared in his hand, and he provided shelter for the white daylily. The umbrella was not big, but it could block off all the wind and rain, providing warmth for the small white flower. At that moment, Su Ming thought he could see a woman smiling at him. Her smile was very beautiful. A faint smile appeared on Su Ming's face too as he quietly watched the flower. It seemed as if he could watch it for his whole life. The rainy season was over just like that. When the autumn wind came, Su Ming put the small white flower in a pot and placed it beside himself. He used his body warmth to protect it, and it became his companion. From the distance, it seemed like there was a woman sitting beside Su Ming. She sat shoulder to shoulder with him and watched the sun rise and set. They watched the moon together and counted the stars together. As the leaves scattered with the wind, one of them flew before Su Ming. It landed on the palm he had raised. That leaf was dyed the colors of autumn, and its distinct veins looked like someone's life. A person could count them to see it. The most beautiful moment of autumn was not the autumn leaves dancing in the wind, but the setting sun. With red light, the sun slowly sank the sky. Its lingering rays shone on the ground, elongating Su Ming's shadow. But if anyone looked closely, they would be able to find that the shadow, now growing longer, was also slowly becoming fainter. When dusk was over, his shadow would disappear. No one would then be able to tell whether it had fused with the ground or the darkness, just like how a person would not be able to tell when time ended, and whether there would truly come a day when they could meet in a distant world. That feeling was a sadness brought by autumn. At that moment, while staring at the autumn leaf on his palm, Su Ming sighed. It made it seem like he wanted to let out all his yearning during the latter half of the 120 years. Dusk was almost over. When Su Ming's shadow fused with the river of forgetfulness, he could no longer see his shadow behind him, and neither could he see that there was a woman's shadow beside his. Time seemed to have paused at that moment, and the scene was very beautiful. Autumn leaves fell, and some of them landed in the river of forgetfulness, stirring up ripples. It made Su Ming's shadow waver slightly, and the woman's shadow looked like it was about to melt. The picture no longer seemed to be one of calmness. When Su Ming lowered his head, he noticed that the small white flower was about to wither, but she was making itself stay out of sheer force of will so that it could be by his side for a little longer. When Su Ming raised his head, he saw a woman in a red dress with a hint of arrogance on her face and a sword behind her back walking from the distance in the dusk. She did not move quickly, but when she appeared, she attracted all attention. This was not due to her beauty, but the strength of her heart. She did not have an average woman's grace, but a mature charm. She was just like her robes, as red and as proud as the sun. From the distance, she looked like a feisty horse. If someone had the ability to tame her, she would belong to them. But if they could not tame her, she would stay in the distance. "Ferryman, do you have wine?" Upon coming closer, the woman stopped by the wooden house. There was a profound look in her gaze as she looked at Su Ming. He lifted his head and smiled. You aren't that young, but you look rather charming." The woman cast Su Ming a glance, then suddenly took a few steps forward to get close to him and scrutinize his face. "I don't have wine, but perhaps there is some at the other side of the river," Su Ming said with a smile. "Then what are you waiting for? Row the boat." The woman smiled, and her expression was like a rose blooming. When she stepped into the boat and turned her head around, she saw Su Ming getting up and bringing the almost withered white flower to the tail of the boat. At the instant the sun set, a boat set off on the river of forgetfulness. There were 3 shadows on the other side of the river. Song Lan had left. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, Su Hui, and Yu Xian had also sat on Su Ming's boat and reached the other side of the river of forgetfulness. Su Ming went back and forth through the river in circles, just like how life and death moves back and forth in circles. Time passed, and an unknown number of years went by without Su Ming's knowledge. He was no longer a middle-aged man, but had white hair on his head. He had already turned into an old man. In the setting sun, he was an old man with a straw hat sitting on a lonely boat. He stayed alone as time passed outside the wooden house. One cycle of 60 years went by just like that. From the start to the end, Su Ming never took even half a step into the wooden house. It was as if its door was a ravine separating the sky and earth. On the other side of it was a place where everything woke up, and on this side were the lights from all the houses on the ground while Su Ming sat and stared at the lamp he had lit. The winter arrived incredibly early. Snow fell and covered the ground. If anyone took a look outside, they would no longer remember how green looked like. The cold brought with it a chill that seemed to be able to freeze everything, but the waters of the river of forgetfulness were a flame that the cold could never freeze. The other riverbank seemed to still be in spring. The vague beauty and brilliance of flowers on the other side could be seen. The river's 2 banks were separated by the cycles of life and death, by the world, and by each individual person. The freezing wind howled, and Sao filled the entire world. On a day when the sun hung high in the sky and a person would only see a world covered in snow when they raised their head, the sound of horse hooves rang in the air. Judging by the sound of them, there was more than a single person coming over, but a group. When Su Ming looked over, he saw nearly 100,000 people donned in armor and riding war horses charging forth from the blizzard in the distance. The person in the lead was a man riding on a purplish-red horse. He was dressed in golden armor atop a fur shirt while his blood-red cloak fluttered in the wind. There were nails embedded into his horse's horseshoes to prevent it from sliding down. The noise the horse made when it galloped forward was incredibly clear, despite the snow and mixing with all the other sounds of the horses charging forth. There was no other sound coming from the 100,000 people. Each of them silently followed the person in the blood-red cloak in the lead. They seemed ready to go with him through mountains, worlds, and their present and next lives. They were a huge army that existed in the world which belonged to all lives. The huge, tiger-like man in the lead had eyes that seemed to burn with rage. When he glared, his face was awe-inspiring, and it was enough to make the cowardly shudder once they saw him. They would not dare to meet his gaze. That man was clearly the army's general, who was shrouded with a murderous aura. In his left hand he held the reins of the horse, and in his right he held a pot of wine. He drank from it non-stop. The fragrance of wine filled the air, but the man did not appear drunk. Instead, his murderous aura grew stronger. He exuded a heroic presence, and the white smoke he breathed out seemed to fuse together with the white puffs of air from his horse. The army of 100,000 people seemed to be hidden behind a storm of white sand. When anyone looked at the genial, they would be unable to avoid getting a deep impression of him. The sound of horse hooves was not chaotic and gradually stopped before Su Ming's wooden house. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the army. It stretched to an endless distance. He looked at the 100,000 faces, then directed his gaze to the man in the lead. The man who looked like a tiger took a big swig from his wine pot, but he did not look tipsy. A murderous light shone in his eyes when he glared over. Su Ming was looking back at him. When their gazes met, the tiger-like man picked up his pot of wine and took a big gulp from it again. The breath he exhaled turned into white mist when he shouted loudly, "Hey, ferryman, why do you look so familiar? Could it be that this grandpa who has met you before? Tell me, have you seen me before?" The man's voice was like a tidal wave and a thunderous clap. When it echoed in the area, the horse under him shuddered from the shock delivered by the volume of his voice. It was as if it was not carrying a person, but a real tiger. Su Ming smiled. His smile was very happy. He had finally seen Wuxia as well as the 100,000 Ninth Summit's disciples he led. They had once followed him to conquer the galaxy and swept through all places with him. The right to decide which Ninth Summit disciples were to go to the other side of the riverbank was clearly not in eldest senior brother's hands, since he did not care, and not in second senior brother's hands either, because he had handed this right to Wuxia. Even though Su Ming had already told Wuxia Xianxia these words and Wuxia understood what he meant, but in this life, he still chose to be with Ninth Summit's disciples until eternity and until they reached the other side of the riverbank. And then they had finally reached the river. "Of course you know me. You're my senior brother," Su Ming said softly. He stood up and walked into the boat. When he turned his head and looked at Wuxia, he nodded with a smile. "I've waited for you for a long time. Our eldest senior brother is there, and our second senior brother too. They are both waiting for you." Su Ming's voice echoed in the winterland. When it reached the tiger-like man's ears, he was stunned. Confusion appeared on his face, as if memories from his past and new life had overlapped at that instant. His grip on the pot of wine loosened without his knowledge, and the pot fell to the ground. The porcelain shattered, and the wine in it spilled out. The wine seemed like 100,000 drops of water that fused with the snow and ice on the ground. The man shook his head, then seized the air with his right hand. The time on the shattered wine pot seemed to distort, and the wine that had fused with the snow and ice gathered back. In the end, the shards turned into an undamaged pot of wine that appeared in the man's hand again. At that moment, the 100,000-man army behind him turned into nothingness and disappeared. There was some sort of understanding on the man's face. He got down from his horse and stepped into Su Ming's boat, where he sat down at the bow of the boat. A moment ago they were still by the riverbank, and the next instant they had already crossed the river of forgetfulness and reached the other side. The person at the bow of the boat seemed to have immersed himself in a cycle of life and death during that moment. He sat in a daze with a pot of wine in his hand. When he turned his head around, he looked at the ferryman at the end of the boat. Youngest junior brother. When a murmur tumbled out of the man's lips, the sound of water falling on the boat echoed in the air, but it was not due to rain from the sky. The sound came from Hu Zi's tears. While still wearing the straw hat, Su Ming lifted his head and looked at Hu Zi with a smile on his face. It held his blessings, causing the winter to no longer be cold, and making it so that even the river of forgetfulness seemed to have turned into the Milky Way. Eldest senior brother and second senior brother are there, but you're not. Hu Zi stared at Su Ming absent-mindedly. He felt as if he could hear a phrase that might belong to the past or the present. Hu Zi, don't cry. The solitary boat still left in the end. The empty bow of the ship seemed to serve as a background for the bleakness at the end of the ship. Hu Zi could be seen staring at the solitary boat leaving into the distance from the other side, and it was as if second senior brother and eldest senior brother were by his side, staring at the river of forgetfulness together with him. They wanted to use their gazes to keep the image of the ninth summit of the past in their minds. Another 10 years passed. A scholar came forward with a box of books behind his back. He walked under the skies of spring, and the scroll in his hand seemed to hide words that would last for eternity in the world. During a day when the sun hung high in the sky, he arrived outside the wooden house and stood beside Su Ming. A fortune teller told me I have lost a part of my soul. He told me to walk in the direction to the east, to move through mountains, rivers, plains, spring, summer, autumn, winter, until I see a river, a wooden house, and a ferryman who will let me find the missing part of my soul. Is that you? Su Ming lifted his head. The straw hat shielded him from the sun, causing the ancient look on his face to be indistinct. He stared at the scholar before him and the scroll in his hand, and a gentle look appeared on his face. The man was Chang He. Su Ming had once promised him that he would resurrect his wife, and he had never forgotten this promise. The promise in the past was a cause, and right then, Chang He's words were telling him that he wanted his results. It's me, Su Ming said faintly. Then where is the other part of my soul? The scholar asked Su Ming. Su Ming closed his eyes. After a long while, he opened his eyes and said gently, "She's in your hand." The scholar was momentarily taken aback. He then bent his head to look at the scroll in his hand as if he had come to an understanding. He opened the scroll, and when he looked at it, the words in it had disappeared to form into a picture. In that picture was a woman. She looked to be alive and staring back at him with a smile as if she had been looking at him for thousands of years and waiting to appear before his eyes. The scholar was silent for a while before he lifted his head to look at Su Ming. But this is just a picture. Look at the other side of the river. Su Ming stood up with a smile and went to the end of the boat. The scholar looked in the direction where Su Ming had looked, to the other bank of the river of forgetfulness. There seemed to be a vague shadow of a woman's figure standing there. As he watched, the scholar began to smile in a way of his previous life. He entered the boat, and as it moved through the river of forgetfulness, the figure on the shore became clearer and closer to them. When they reached the bank and he got off, he looked at the woman. The two of them watched each other for a long time. When they turned their heads around, they could no longer see the lone boat belonging to Su Ming in the river of forgetfulness. Half of the second cycle of 60 years had passed without his knowledge. During another autumn, an old man arrived outside Su Ming's wooden house. The old man was dressed in a sackcloth, and his white hair danced in the autumn wind. There were a lot of wrinkles on his face, and each of them seemed to contain a sense of age. He walked to the river of forgetfulness and stared at its waters. After a long while, he turned his head around and looked at Su Ming, who had stood up under the wooden house. Many years ago, a scholar came to me. I told him to head east over mountains, rivers, and plains until he saw a wooden house. The person he sought would be waiting for him there. There was a kindly look on the old man's face when he looked at Su Ming. Su Ming stared at the old man, and an expression that was rarely seen appeared on his face. One of a member of a younger generation saying a senior member of their family, "Elder, come, take me across the river." The old man's expression became even more kindly and affectionate. When he looked at Su Ming, gratification and a reluctance to part appeared in his eyes, but he did not give voice to his feelings. Instead, he sat down at the bow of the boat. The sun set in the west, and the sky turned dark. Glittering stars lit up, and the boat arrived at the other side of the river. The elder turned his head around to look at Su Ming, then spoke softly, with his words holding great significance. Remember this sky. It will be the guide leading you back home during the night. Every time you lose your way home, raise your head and look at the sky. If you can see these stars, you will know that your home is no longer far away, and your family is waiting for you. The elder left. He hobbled away while age bore down on his shoulders. He slowly disappeared into the spring of the other riverbank until even his shadow could no longer be seen. Then, Su Ming's vision became blurry. That blurriness was not because the figure was gradually leaving into the distance, but because of the tears in Su Ming's eyes. They turned the world before his eyes into a blurry screen of rain. He could no longer see clearly. Maybe because of that, his memories became sharper, and so did his hopes for the future. They were like the veins of an autumn leaf, and he wanted to count them clearly. He had to do it well. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Su Ming had already lived through 90-something years in that world. His appearance became older, and more wrinkles showed up on his face. The ancient air exuding from his body could already be compared to the wooden house. At that moment, he was an old man sitting under the eaves of an old wooden house while basking in the evening sun. The 4 seasons changed one after another. Rain and ice appeared during different periods of time before Su Ming's eyes. Autumn leaves and spring shoots danced about together. Heat and dying wood existed together. The sun rose, then set. It never changed, as if there was some law in a person's life and the world governing their course. Su Ming watched and felt signs of being close to waking up. But the time for him to wake up had yet to arrive, and he could not do it just then. There were still people who hadn't arrived, and he had not yet steered his boat enough times. The final 30 years. Su Ming lifted his old face. On one particular dawn, while watching the unchanging lamp before him, he seemed to be able to see his own past in its light. It seemed that he was destined to a life of loneliness. The difficulties he had to experience were also destined to continue without his knowledge. When Su Ming looked into his past, he noticed that what he always wished to have was a luxury. It was destined that Dark Mountain would leave him, and it was the same for the 9th summit. His female companions, his brothers, and even arid triad Expanse Cosmos and harmonious Morris Alba seemed to be destined to leave him. I don't believe in fate. Resolve appeared in Su Ming's eyes. When it showed up in his old eyes, it could make all those who saw Su Ming to instantly forget his age. They would be attracted by his resolute gaze and would feel as if he was a student who had just walked out of his house to explore the world. He wondered how many people had come to appreciate the short period of darkness before dawn and the final sparks of madness before daylight. Those were words that people often used to describe the moments before dawn arrived, but how many people would know what the darkest moments in the world before dawn were called? Su Ming did not know their name before either, but he had watched the period of time before dawn for a long time, and he gradually came to an understanding. The period of time before dawn was called the hour before daybreak. Daybreak was known as a new beginning and the start of a new cycle of life and death in the world. But in Su Ming's mind, since there were 9 hours before daybreak and 9 was a limit, the end it represented was perhaps of each day. During an era, it would probably mean the end of that era. And it was precisely because of the symbolism of that number that daybreak meant the start of a cycle of life and death. At the same time, it gave Su Ming a feeling that it surpassed the meaning of the sun contained in the word, but had instead turned into the source of all darkness. The hour before daybreak symbolized the darkest moment in the world. There was no other moment in a day that was darker than that one, and it was just like the epiphany Su Ming had gained in the past. He was the darkness the night in the world could not dye black. During the hour before daybreak, even the light before Su Ming looked incredibly weak. It was as if in the middle of the darkness in the world, it would struggle to shine, but gradually, it would lose its strength, until it was drowned out by the darkness. Su Ming smiled, but his expression was full of anguish. As he watched the gradually weakening fire before him, he sighed softly. I can extinguish this fire, but I can't extinguish the dawn that is about to arrive. It's as if I still have to hand over the ownership of light to dawn in the end. Su Ming shook his head. At that moment, a huge mouth appeared in the darkness beside the fire and swallowed its light. Before the light disappeared, Su Ming had seen a huge mouth appear from the darkness, and it had looked like a bird's beak. When the fire was gone, a sound resembling a burp appeared, and a crane showed up before Su Ming's eyes. It was a bald crane with no feathers on its body. There was a sleazy look on its face. When it cautiously walked out of the darkness, it cast Su Ming a scornful look. You scared this mighty grandpa crane. So the person here is an old man? Your battle prowess is just a feather on my body. Humph. Dragon. Come out now. The bald crane came to stand before Su Ming with a smug look. It stared at him with a sleazy look, then put on a threatening expression on its face. Moments later, a huge dog staggered out from behind the bald crane. It stopped beside it and glared at Su Ming fiercely before letting out threatening whines. The bald crane rolled its eyes, then instinctively lifted its claw to strike the dog's head. With a whine, the dog immediately lay down flat on the ground and covered its head with its paws, looking at the bald crane as if it had been severely wronged. It did not seem to understand why the bald crane still wanted to hit it. What were you doing just now? The bald crane glared at the dog. I was just scaring the old man, the dog said with an expression that it had been wronged greatly. Idiot! The bald crane lifted its claw while glaring at the dog as if it was about to hit it again. The dog lifted its paws over its head helplessly, allowing the bald crane's claw to hit its head again. If you want to scare someone, don't whine. Look at me. The bald crane had a stern look on its face, like a master reprimanding his student. With a sway, it turned into a huge black dog, then bared its teeth at Su Ming. It even intentionally drooled from the corners of its lips. Its eyes were unfocused, causing others to think it was a mad dog when they saw it. You see? Do it this way. The black dog formed by the bald crane cast a smug look at the huge dog formed by the abyss dragon. Under its idolizing gaze, it turned into a bald crane again. Hey, old man, you have any silver on you? Or do you have any sparkling stones? I'm telling you, this grandpa crane hasn't officially debuted yet. If you dare lie to me, heh. The bald crane stared at Su Ming with its head held high. Once it finished speaking, it let out a fake cough. The dog next to it immediately glared at Su Ming, bared its teeth, and drooled. Its eyes were unfocused, as if it would pounce on Su Ming the moment the bald crane gave an order. No, Su Ming looked at the bald crane, then at the abyss dragon, and a smile appeared on his face. Oh wow, you're still smiling? The bald crane immediately put on an enraged expression. It lifted its claw and pointed at Su Ming with a face that said, I am seriously very strong and I will bully you even if you are an old man. Heh. Oh well, this old man might not have anything valuable on him either way. Just treat it as me getting unlucky today. Ha! As the bald crane spoke, it suddenly saw the boat Su Ming used to cross the river of forgetfulness. That boat is pretty good. Say, old man, you can tell that we're demons, right? You know about demons, right? We eat people, you know? But since you're already old, I won't make things hard for you. We'll be taking this boat. Get us to the other side of the riverbank, and then you have to swim back yourself. As the bald crane spoke, it stepped into the boat. It looked around, then put on a look as if the boat was barely up to its standards. We should be able to sell it for some money. As it mumbled under its breath, the abyss dragon rushed to the boat before it turned around and bared its teeth while drooling at Su Ming. The smile on Su Ming's lips grew brighter. He did not mind how the bald crane and abyss dragon acted. When he stood up, he slowly moved to the end of the boat, picked up the oars, and steered the boat to the other side of the river of forgetfulness. Do you see it now? If you follow me, you will be able to fill your belly with food. It's much better than you eating birds in the forest, right? Do you see it now? We've got ourselves money now, right? Heh. The bald crane talked to the abyss dragon with a smug look at the bow of the boat. The abyss dragon stared at the bald crane with an idolizing gaze and nodded repeatedly. Occasionally, it would turn around and bare its teeth while drooling to tell Su Ming that it was very fierce. Once we reach the other side of the river, I'll take you around so that you can eat all sorts of spicy food, and then the name of the dual fiends will rise. The bald crane looked satisfied with its future success. It lifted its right claw, as if it was showing the abyss dragon the ways of the world, causing the abyss dragon to idolize the bald crane even more. But after hesitating for a while, the dog could not help but speak. "Boss, I don't like spicy stuff." The bald crane fell silent. Its enthusiasm seemed to have been broken at that instant, and it seemed to be angry because of it. It turned around slowly, glared at the innocent-looking abyss dragon, then suddenly lifted its claw and hit the dog's head without stop while shouting, "Don't like spicy stuff, you say? Just try not listening to my words, and see what I'll do. I'm telling you." During the entire journey, the smile stayed on Su Ming's face. The conversation between the bald crane and the abyss dragon echoed in the air above the river of forgetfulness. When they reached the other side of the riverbank, the bald crane lifted its claw while gasping, then glared fiercely at the abyss dragon. "Go and see whether there are any dangers in the area. We're demons, get it? Demons, you know? As demons, we have to be constantly alert. We have to have a very high level of wariness, especially in foreign places. The first thing we have to do is to investigate the area. Only by doing so will we be able to live up to our status as demons, and when we run into those damned villagers who want to eat us, we can run away immediately." The bald crane's grave and sincere words caused the abyss dragon to immediately nod. It immediately rushed forward, and once it stepped foot on the bank, it looked around with a wary look. It ran several circles before it returned to the bank and spoke happily to the bald crane on the boat. "Boss, there are no villagers or enemies around, but there's also no Dehua." After saying that, the abyss dragon sighed. "Honestly, Dehua is still very pretty. Its fur is very pretty, and I really like it. Damn it, you're a dragon, a dragon. Why you? I honestly think Xiaohua is sexier than Dehua," the bald crane said and coughed dryly. "Dehua's better. Xiaohua's better. Dehua's prettier. Xiaohua's prettier. You haven't heard her voice nor seen her fur and body. Everything about her is perfect." The abyss dragon cast the bald crane a strange look and could not help but say, "Xiaohua is a male dog." The bald crane fell silent. A hint of melancholy gradually appeared on its face. After a long while, it sighed, and a look as if destiny was toying with it and fate was playing tricks on it appeared on its face. It shook its head, then walked to the riverbank, but right when it lifted one leg over the boat and was about to step on the bank, it suddenly jolted. For some unknown reason, right when it was about to leave the boat, its heart suddenly ached. That ache made it feel as if it was about to lose people and memories that it did not want to lose. In silence and under the abyss dragon's strange gaze, the bald crane turned around and stared at Su Ming in a daze. Then, it saw the ancient face beneath the straw hat along with the gentle smile. That smile seemed to be able to see through time and space, and it held an air that the bald crane could not put into words. The bald crane felt as if lightning had struck it at that moment. It seemed to have remembered something. It lowered its head and stared at the river of forgetfulness. Gradually, it saw a bald crane turn into a crane god in some tribe in the river, and then it ran into a young man known as Su Ming. It saw the bald crane turn into a seven-colored peacock in the sky and then journey into the barren lands of divine essence with the young man. They went to arid triad expanse cosmos together, then went to dark dawn and St. Defire together. The pictures in the water froze at the moment where it was about to take half a step off the boat. "Boss, what's wrong? Come on. We already agreed that we'll have the world under our feet and enjoy all the good, spicy food here." The abyss dragon had noticed its strangeness, and an anxious look appeared on its face. The bald crane fell silent, as if it did not hear the abyss dragon's words. It lifted its gaze from the river of forgetfulness and fixed it on the old Su Ming and met his eyes. Go, take that one step. When you are in the world on the other side of the river, you will be happier than you are here, Su Ming said softly. The bald crane remained silent. The abyss dragon became even more anxious. It had never seen such a look on the bald crane's face before. It was a reluctance to part, hesitation, and even determination. The bald crane did not seem to have ever had that serious look before, but right then the abyss dragon personally saw it. It was afraid that the bald crane would not come. In its anxiety, it rushed forward, as if it wanted to charge back to the boat. But there seemed to be a barrier it could not see between the riverbank and the boat. When the abyss dragon pounced on the boat, the barrier blocked it. There were only a few people who were good to me, but there has never been anyone who allowed me to experience friendship. You weren't my master, but my friend. When I followed you, I didn't have to think about the confusion that constantly appeared in my mind. I even stopped wanting to awaken my memories. I only wanted to live willfully for a long, long time. I saw you as the incarnation of crystals. You have a divine ability that allows you to create crystals out of the blue, and it's something I can only dream of. Why should I leave? The bald crane looked at Su Ming and pulled back its lifted foot, placing it firmly on the boat. So what if we'll get destroyed? Darn it all. I'm not leaving. Whatever you say, I'm not leaving. The bald crane sat down beside Su Ming like a child throwing a tantrum. It even looked as if it was burning in rage. I don't care what you're going to say. No matter what, I'm not leaving. Su Ming was quiet for a long while before he looked at the bald crane and asked softly, Are you truly not leaving? Even if it's not true, I'm still not leaving, the bald crane said angrily while glaring at Su Ming. He sighed softly and looked at the bald crane. After a long while, he chuckled and nodded. Then come and watch the destruction of harmonious Morris Alba together with me. As Su Ming spoke, he steered the oars, and as the boat left into the distance, the abyss dragon on the riverbank looked at them with a sad expression. Drago, what are you crying for? It's not as if I'm not coming back. Wait for me. When I come back, we'll loot all the crystals there. The bald crane stood at the bow of the boat and spoke loudly to the abyss dragon at the riverbank, who was gradually becoming more indistinct. The abyss dragon heard the bald crane's voice and stared at it in a daze. It did not notice the woman in white who had appeared at some unknown point of time behind it. The woman stood quietly, like a small white flower. From then on, beside Su Ming, another figure stayed under the wooden house, but it was never quiet. It would constantly wander about the area. When it was incredibly bored, it would walk a circle around the wooden house, then another and another until it was exhausted. Only then would it lay down beside Su Ming. During that time, the bald crane would gain another sort of charm. Su Ming watched the bald crane and smiled much more than he had in the previous 100 years. He seemed to be used to the bald crane's company, its obsession with crystals, and this friend of his who would occasionally make him feel resigned. As time passed, 19 years of the final 20 years of the 120 years passed. On the winter of the final year, the land was still covered by snow and ice, and the final batch of people who Su Ming had been waiting for arrived. Berserkers. 100,000 berserkers approached the place quietly through the ice and snow. They were silent and stood quietly outside the wooden house while watching Su Ming. He was familiar with the people in the lead, especially Nan Gonghen. In a daze, the leader of the fated kin watched Su Ming, who stood under the wooden house, and a hint of loss, as if he did not know what to do, appeared on his face. You're all here, Su Ming said and stood up. The moment he did so, all 100,000 berserkers knelt down and worshipped him together. Greetings, God of Berserkers. Their voices rang through the area and passed over the river of forgetfulness. Even people on the other side of the river could probably hear them clearly. As their voices echoed in the air, Su Ming watched them. They were the last batch of people he had been waiting for. Once he sent them away, he would no longer have any regrets. He would no longer have any sort of worries in Arid Triad and could use every single method at his disposal to fight for a chance of survival. He swung his arm, and a gentle breeze immediately stirred up. It swept through the area and enveloped all 100,000 berserkers before sending them into Su Ming's sleeve. He lifted his foot and took a step forward to stand in the boat. The bald crane quickly followed him, and almost at the moment it stepped into the boat, it started moving forward on its own. It felt as if the journey only lasted for the span of a breath, but it also seemed to have lasted for the span of time it takes for winter to turn into spring. The boat approached the riverbank on the other side, and with a swing of Su Ming's arm, 100,000 berserkers appeared on it. They stared at Su Ming in a daze. No one said a word, but the reluctance to part in their eyes was so great that even spring was dyed in sadness. Take care of yourselves in this world. Su Ming looked at the 100,000 berserkers, then wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply. He used his identity of the god of berserkers to bow to his people. With it, the winds of spring calmed down, and the gusts of autumn stirred. Fog soon appeared between the boat and the riverbank. "Send him off!" Nan Gonghen suddenly shouted. "God of berserkers!" The 100,000 berserkers knelt down and worshipped him, and it caused Su Ming to lift his head. When his boat left into the distance, he could still see the 100,000 berserkers kneeling on the ground, despite the fog. The autumn gusts sent the boat away. To Su Ming, he was sending the 100,000 berserkers away, but to the berserkers they were sending their god of berserkers away. They did not need to know who was sending who off, however, because the separation brought by the will of autumn had arrived from the spring of the other side of the river. As the boat left into the distance, Su Ming moved into midwinter. When they arrived outside the wooden house, the world was still covered in ice and snow. However, this time, when Su Ming walked off the boat and stood on the riverbank with the bald crane, he turned his head around only to find that the boat had already sunk into the river of forgetfulness. Perhaps there would come a day in the future when the boat would rise again and Su Ming would become the ferryman again, to bring himself and the bald crane to the other side of the river, the other world. He smiled in a relaxed manner, then swung his arm gently. The ice in the sky instantly froze, and everything in the world turned silent. There was no longer anyone Su Ming waited for, and it was time for him to wake up. He walked up the steps of the wooden house, moved under the eaves, and arrived before the door. Over the course of 120 years, he had never pushed it open. At that moment, when he pushed it lightly, the door swung open. He had never crossed the threshold under his feet. At that moment, for the first time ever, Su Ming lifted his foot and crossed it. There had been hints of sadness on the bald crane's face, but at that moment, it looked as if it had buried that sadness at the bottom of its heart, and the usual carefree expression appeared on its features. It followed Su Ming into the wooden house with a swagger. The world outside the wooden house was silent, while the world within was empty. It was like a vortex, a cycle of life and death. When Su Ming and the bald crane stepped inside and the door of the wooden house slowly fell shut, the world outside turned into an illusion. It gradually became indistinct and disintegrated. When it was reduced to nothingness, a galaxy was formed. It was true morning Tao world. As for the river of forgetfulness, it turned into a Milky Way that led through the galaxy. On the other side of it was a huge vortex. It filled up all of true morning Tao world. At that moment it was gradually shrinking, closing off the world behind it. And the indistinct wooden house slowly turned into ninth summit. Su Ming opened his eyes. 120 years had passed since he had closed his eyes. He bent his head down. In his left hand were the flames of memories detailing his past life, and in his right hand was the manifestation of the rise and fall of his life before daybreak. "I'm back." Su Ming lifted his head. Everything ended. The ferryman sent all the people he was familiar with to the other side of the river over 120 years. He willingly lowered his head and quietly watched them leave. This was Su Ming's decision for them. It was his first and also his last. To Su Ming, the 120 years was a very long time period, but also very short. It was short when he sent people he knew over the river of forgetfulness, and it was long because of the eternity of waiting and not knowing when they would meet again in the future. He had no idea how much time passed like that. Su Ming was not confident that he would succeed. which was why he wished that it would last longer. But in the end, it had to come to a conclusion, just like how the fireworks in the sky disappear after a short moment, even if they make a permanent place for themselves in a person's mind as a beautiful memory. Su Ming's eyes gradually gained the spark they should have. Ninth Summit was quiet. 100,000 berserkers had left, and so had 100,000 Ninth Summit disciples. Plenty of people had disappeared, causing the people remaining in Ninth Summit to feel lost. Ninth Summit is now empty. If you want to stay, you can stay, but if you want to leave, you can leave whenever you want, Su Ming said slowly. His voice echoed through all of Ninth Summit at that moment and landed in each disciple's ears, waking them up from their dazed state. Su Ming closed his eyes with the bald crane was by his side. It watched the familiar surroundings and did not feel too much sadness. It soon headed to some place, but since Su Ming knew the bald crane, he did not even need to think to know what it was thinking at that moment. I'm rich. I'm rich. Haha. This Grandpa Crane is really lucky. Su Ming sent away so many people, and they definitely couldn't take away all of their crystals. Crystals. And especially since they're other people's crystals. There was excitement on the bald crane's face. When it thought about what had happened, it could not help the trembled that passed through its body. It began to move even faster then. Su Ming did not bother about the bald crane's actions. When he closed his eyes, another 20 years passed. He sensed arid triad trembling and the descent of the will of the destructive disaster. By then, harmonious Morris Alba's wings should have already looked overlapped if anyone saw it with the naked eye. But in truth, there was still a small slit left before the wings touched. The slit marked the final 100 years. Su Ming, however, could already sense true immortal sect world and feel harmonious Morris Alba's presence from the other true worlds in arid triad. The two expanse cosmoses were about to overlap with each other. During the 20 years Su Ming had stayed in Ninth Summit with his eyes closed, most of the cultivators from the sect had left. The majority of them were old or did not have high levels of cultivation. They no longer had any desire to join a large sect and wished for peace more than anything else. The successor disciples of Ninth Summit had already been chosen by Hu Zi. Those who were left behind were just superfluous additions to what was important, and since the ones important had left, the superfluous additions would naturally choose to bloom elsewhere. They entered the final 100 years before the disaster, and the powerful warriors of previous eons started waking up. The first to wake up was the person who had fought against Su Ming in the capital planet of the Emperor of Abyss True World. Immediately after, an astonishing presence erupted from several places in arid triad expanse cosmos. They spread out from many places in the Emperor of Abyss True World, True Sacredine World, the Fourth True World, and Divine Essence Star Ocean, but there were even more of them coming out from the expanse cosmos belonging to harmonious Morris Alba's fourth wing. Gradually, the powerful warriors began walking the galaxies, and a bloody massacre as well as an oppression of an aeon began. It was in truth also a disaster, but it would only come for a short period of time before all lives were destroyed by the disaster. With Dtion as their leader, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors hidden in Een Death Vortex opened their eyes. It's time. The period of 100 years has finally arrived. Low murmurs shot up from the worlds in Een Death Vortex. Excited and fragmented laughter as well as howls echoed everywhere. Before arid triad's disaster, blood was shed. Su Ming sighed softly and shifted his gaze away from arid triad expanse cosmos. He did not care about anything in the world around him, be it Dtion or Su Xianyi. At that moment he did not want to care about them. Even if those powerful warriors from the previous eons wrought chaos on the entire universe, it was merely part of the laws of the universe. It was something that should happen before harmonious Morris Alba's 4 wings overlapped with one another. However, Ninth Summit remained as forbidden grounds. If anyone dared to take even half a step into this area, then even the powerful warriors from the previous eons who were known to be indestructible would know just how brilliant was the disaster of life. Su Ming had killed many people, and even the powerful warriors of the previous eons were nothing to him, but he still remembered that 100,000 cultivators were still trapped in the world that once belonged to a Kang in the barren lands of divine essence. He had promised them that he would one day bring them out, and Su Ming would fulfill that promise. Do you want to go back to the barren lands of divine essence again? Su Ming looked to the side, where the bald crane was still counting crystals. The bald crane lifted its head and thought about Su Ming's words carefully before it spoke very seriously. I've already looted all the crystals there. Su Ming smiled. All right, then stay here. With a shake of his head, Su Ming closed his eyes. The next instant, a figure appeared in a galaxy in the barren lands of divine essence with barely any spiritual aura. That figure belonged to Su Ming. He was familiar with everything in the barren lands of divine essence. He had stayed there for many years in the past. At that moment, everything in that galaxy seemed to be filled with his marks, be it when he was running away or while traveling as a weakling. It was clear that at that time, his path had been arranged by Su Xianyi so that he could provide nourishment for the seed of life extermination and do everything that Su Xianyi had laid out in secret. However, when Su Ming turned his head back right then, the resentment and hatred he felt in the past had already faded away. His expression was one of calm. He walked through the galaxy and approached the spot where Ikang had once been. Su Ming's footsteps came to a halt, as if he had sensed something. There was a cultivation planet not too far away, and on it was a young man. He was sitting at the mountain top and exercising his breathing while meditating. As he breathed, the ferocious shadow of a huge tree appeared behind him. It was Ikang. One of the souls who had escaped from Su Ming's hands in the past had manifested its own version of Ikang. Su Ming stared at him, but he was completely unaware of Su Ming's stare. He continued meditating while occasionally opening his eyes to look at the area cautiously. The aloof and wild look that constantly shone in his eyes made him seem incredibly sullen. This matched with Ikang's personality. Clearly, during the years since its escape, it had learned quite a bit of a cultivator's way to be cautious and cunning while recovering, which was why it could last for so long in the barren lands of divine essence. Perhaps it had always been on guard against Su Ming's arrival. After all, to it, Su Ming's existence was a shadow in its life that even it had to be afraid of. It was afraid of Su Ming, but also longed to devour him so that it would be complete. If this was the past, then when Su Ming saw it, he would definitely not let it go. But right then, he only casted a glance before moving his gaze away. Their different states of being and their different worlds caused the animosity between them to turn into a squabble between children. He did not bother about the figure who had manifested Ikang. Su Ming instead stepped into the world that had once belonged to 100,000 Ikangs. All the stone monuments in the world shuddered with a bang, and all the people who were sitting and meditating lifted their heads. Shock appeared on their faces, and even the cultivators who were immersed in the worlds formed by their memories were forced out. They lifted their heads in shock, and during that moment the 100,000 people saw Su Ming walking in the sky above them. Some of them still remembered Su Ming, and some of them had already forgotten him. There were also some who had never experienced the shocking things that occurred during his time, and at that moment, there was confusion on their faces. This place has existed for far too long. I promised all of you in the past that there would come a day when the seal would break. I have come today to break it. I will release the binds on all of you and return your souls to you. From now on you are free. Su Ming swept his gaze past the people. It lingered a little longer on those he was familiar with until it landed on the middle-aged man who had once helped him. At first glance, he looked to be a middle-aged man. But when Su Ming took a closer look, he saw that the man had already become old. The passing of his wife seemed to have become a constant pain in his heart. He could have left before, but had been reluctant to do so. Instead, he immersed himself in his memories so that he could accompany his wife. After Su Ming spoke, loud bangs rang out. The stone monuments shattered, and the borders of the space in the area splintered, layer by layer. In just the span of a few breaths, only one stone monument remained standing. It was before the middle-aged man. Only you have the right to shatter this stone monument. I will not interfere with your decision. Su Ming cast a profound look at the middle-aged man. When he turned away from him, he swept his gaze over the other people. He did not see happiness, only a dazed look. It was as if these people could not get used to the sudden change. but in the end they would have to get used to it. Su Ming cast a glance at the world that once held 100,000 stone monuments. He remembered Sui Qinzi and shook his head. When he turned around, he had already stepped into space. He arrived in the barren lands of divine essence. Besides releasing the seal in the world of the 100,000 stone monuments, he also wanted to go to Husband-Gazing Mountain to take a look at the figure at the top of the mountain. Then, he wanted to go to the Sand Earthlings to fulfill the wish of the Sand Earthlings' antecedental spirit. He also wanted to go to Black Ink Planet and send Xianxia's disciple in name to the other side of the river. If it was possible, Su Ming also wanted to go to the Fifth Ocean to check whether the entrance to the Fifth True World truly existed. He wanted to go to there and see. The place where Su Zhan died and where Su Xianyi had gathered his soul together. 100 years is enough, Su Ming mumbled softly and left into the distance. At that moment, a bloody storm swept through many tribes in Divine Essence Star Ocean. It was due to a thin old man. A skeleton stuck to his back, and there was a numb look on his face. Wherever he went, he brought death with him. Black Ink Planet was a planet that Su Ming once found familiar. He had in fact even found some semblance of home in it. The first god of berserkers Lai Shanxiu's past was recorded there, and it could be said that if Lai Shanxiu was not around, Black Ink Planet would not exist. While standing in the galaxy, Su Ming stared at Black Ink Planet in the distance. His gaze gradually gathered on Divine Essence Star Ocean, which was even further away, and the things that happened in the past slowly surfaced in his mind. He still remembered the fifth kiln's flames burning all of Divine Essence Star Ocean, Su Xianyi's wife inside the kiln, and how he had thought that he had found his mother. Perhaps there was a deep wave of regret contained in the woman's motherly love, and it was something that Su Xianyi and Lei Chun would never come to know. Su Ming had spared Su Xianyi while he was in the capital planet of the Emperor of Abyss True World. Even though he had seen through Su Xianyi's plans of using him again to release himself from some harmful situation, Su Ming still did not kill him. A part of it was because of Lei Chun, but a larger reason was because of the woman lying in the fifth kiln who he once thought was his mother. Because of her, Su Ming chose to give up on his hate for Su Xianyi. The woman had chosen to hold him in her arms while he was still a baby and provide him warmth, even though she had closed her eyes permanently in the empty galaxy. This was something Su Ming would never forget. She was not his mother, but in Su Ming's heart, she was his mother. Even though she might have done it out of guilt or because she wanted to provide a path of survival for her real son, Su Ming had experienced the warmth, and he would never forget it. That was why he had only returned the fifth kiln to Su Xianyi and ended that particular period of his life with a sigh. When he turned around, he sealed everything related to them beneath a layer of dust. At that moment, when he returned to the place where he once rose to power, Su Ming shook his head and walked towards Black Ink Planet. The families in the planet had went through a change during the 1,000-something years. Those who once stood in glory had faded away, and those who once did not stand out had become the most powerful at that moment. Su Ming through Black Ink Planet, passing cities and families. He continued until he arrived in the city that once belonged to the berserkers. He stood outside an inn, on a street bustling with activity, and watched the cultivators in the area. He seemed to have relocated some of the emotions he had felt in the past regarding this place. At some point in time he raised his head, and sun fell into his eyes. The light breeze lifted his long hair, and his robes fluttered gently. At that moment Su Ming did not look huge. Instead, he gained the air of a scholar. It was a form of elegance, otherworldliness, a proud and aloof air that would allow him to not fit with the world if he so wanted to. But right then, as Su Ming stared at the name of an inn under the sun, his footsteps came to a halt, and nostalgia appeared in his eyes. 1,000 years ago, there were only 3 simple words serving as the inn's name. The words on the signboard had a hint of time on them, as if to show their ancient air and how authentic they were. Su Ming smiled faintly and walked into the inn. When he entered it, the manager immediately walked forward quickly. Perhaps it was due to the otherworldly air, but the manager did not dare to be inattentive to Su Ming. He led him to a table near the window, gave him a pot of wine and a few side dishes, Then when he saw that Su Ming still did not speak, he moved back to serve the other customers. Su Ming sat at the table and savored the wine as if he had returned to the period of time 1,000 years ago. Afternoon, when the sun changed positions in the sky and shone through the window, it illuminated Su Ming's face, as if it wanted to make Su Ming fuse into it. When others saw him, they could only see a gentle light, but not his face. Coming! Haha! It's time, manager. Bring Sir Chen over. All of us do dote on that old man. That's right, bring Senior Chen over. He spoke of the dual fiends who appeared 1,000-something years ago last time, and we still don't know what happened to them in the end. When more customers appeared in the inn, their voices slowly rose into a clamor. The manager quickly made a bow with his hands folded in front. Once he voiced his obedience, he strode into the inner section of the inn, and before long, an old man with a head full of white hair slowly walked out. He was dressed in a white robe. When the old man walked out, all noise disappeared from the inn. Almost all the people's gazes looked on the old man. A smart worker brought a chair over and let the old man sit on it. He coughed a few times. Then, with an ancient look in his eyes, he swept his gaze past the crowd. When it landed on Su Ming, he seemed to stare at him for a while, but he soon turned away. The old man touched the cup the worker placed next to him and asked with a smile, "At what point did I stop last time?" He seemed to be filled with energy, but when he spoke, his voice sounded hoarse. "Senior Chun, don't pretend to be forgetful now. Last time, the dual fiends. The black and the yellow enraged many families by using marriage scams, and they even had bounties placed on their heads. Black and the yellow? It's the crane and the black. No matter what their names are, Senior Chun, that's where you stopped last time." The inn rose to a clamor again, and quite a number of people spoke with laughter. The dual fiends might have been chased by many families, but they were never bothered by it. That crane was especially skilled in the art of disguise. It would turn into an old man in many of the cities belonging to various families. The old man said slowly while stroking his beard. He spoke slowly, but his descriptions were incredibly vivid, and soon everyone's attention was attracted. Sometimes someone would even laugh. "That's right. My master once told me that he was scammed into buying a few bottles of fake medicinal pills by an old sage. Yeah, I heard about this as well, but I heard that the dual fiends has someone very powerful supporting them." Su Ming was drinking while listening to the old man slowly recount his tale. Gradually, a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. The old man picked up his cup and took a sip of his water before he speaking again with a smile. Just like that, the last person to chase after the dual fiends was in truth their master. In fear, they ran day and night, but in the end, they did not manage to escape. Who is the master of the dual fiends? This is the first time I heard about this. How did you learn about it, Senior Chun? When the old man finished speaking, a clamor rose in the inn again. But once the old man lifted his hand to give a sign for silence, the noise slowly died down. "I'll tell you more today. You should have heard of the dual fiends master. There was one person who came out of divine essence star ocean in the past. He rose to power in this galaxy, took away the fifth kiln, made the kiln's flames spread out, burning the entire galaxy, and fought against various races beyond the fifth ocean. There were plenty of almighties who died in his hands. Even the almighties in Mastery Realm perished, and even the more powerful ones in Fate Realm were not his opponent. Is it Dao Kong? Senior, are you talking about Dao Kong? Someone immediately said in the inn. A nostalgic look appeared on Su Ming's face. That name had already been buried in his memories. When he remembered it then, he felt like too much time had already passed. It's Dao Kong, but also not Dao Kong. Very few people know what his true name is. Even I only know that his family name was Su. It is said that he was an abyss builder from the fifth true world. He possessed Dao Kong and went to divine essence star ocean with the dual fiends by his side. He swept through the galaxy, stirred up the fires of the kiln, subjugated various foreign races, killed countless people, and when he left divine essence star ocean, he left behind a legend. It is said that he went to true morning Dao world. When the old man spoke, The inn was silent. The crowd had heard about everything that happened in true Morning Dao world. The former Morning Dao sect was destroyed, and a gap had appeared in arid Triad. In fact, the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire had even slaughtered their way into the barren lands of divine essence. If it was not because it was so incredibly impoverished, it might have also burned with the flames of war. When the largest batch of cultivators descended from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire, a sect known as Ninth Summit rose to power in true Morning Dao world. This matter had happened a long time ago, and news about it had naturally traveled over. It's said that the strongest person in Ninth Summit also has Su as his family name. When the old man said that, he coughed. The worker by his side quickly came up to support him, and the old man smiled with an apologetic look at the crowd. My apologies, everyone, but my injuries are acting up again. I can't speak for too long. Thank you for coming here and serving as a great audience. I will continue to tell all of you the tale that happened 1,000-something years ago 2 days later. When the old man stood up, a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. It reminded Su Ming of one person. I shouldn't get reacquainted with old friends. Su Ming put down his wine cup and stood up to walk towards the door. At the moment he did so, the old man was smiling apologetically at the crowd, and by pure coincidence, he saw Su Ming's back. This time, there was no sun shining on him, so he could see Su Ming's full appearance. The old man shuddered, and disbelief filled him. Even his face changed, and he looked not like an old man, but an old woman with white hair. But due to some reason, she could only appear as an old man to others. A beauty turned pale, and memories worth 1,000 years, to gather the will to live, and to practice cultivation due to that will to live. To stay by switching the sun, the moon, and deities, but alas, this will not last. Su Ming's voice, filled with a myriad of emotions, traveled into the old woman's ears. As he left into the distance and the old woman looked at the table where he had sat previously, she saw a medicinal pill placed beside his wine cup. When Su Ming left into the distance, the old woman, who still looked like an old man, stared at the door of the inn in a daze. After a long while, a complicated look appeared on her face. She sighed softly, and when she brought up her right hand, the medicinal pill flew towards her and landed on her palm. At that moment, the crowd in the inn also seemed to have gradually come to realize something. They looked towards the old man curiously. Senior Chun, who is that fellow Taoist just now? Someone quickly asked. He is the person I was talking about just now. The old woman in the disguise of an old man sighed softly. The things in the past rose to the forefront of her mind. Back then, she had been the prime of her life and had beauty. But right then, her old friend looked as good as new, while she had already become old. Su Ming was on the mountain where Xianxia once stared into the distance in Black Ink Planet. 1,000-something years had passed since Su Ming had come there for the first time. When he stood there once more and stared into the distance, he felt as if he saw himself. After a long while, he took a step forward with a calm expression and walked into the air, disappearing from Black Ink Planet. He stepped into the galaxy and entered Divine Essence Star Ocean. It still looked the same as always. Everything in the galaxy operated as it usually did. Perhaps they were not something that would never change for all eternity, but the span of 1,000-something years, which was somewhat long to Su Ming, was just a short period of time in its life. Su Ming moved past Flame Fiend's progenitor's nest and various habitats belonging to ferocious beasts until he arrived at the continent that once belonged to Xianxia's disciple in name. While the continent remained, there was no longer anyone in it. When Su Ming looked over, he found that the continent had become a wasteland, and he could not tell how long it had been abandoned. Dijo Emosha was no longer around. Perhaps his people were also no longer around. The signs that they had been there had long since been wiped away by time. After all, it was Divine Essence Star Ocean. The brutality and the slaughter that happened in it were something brought forth by the races living there and were a regular occurrence. Su Ming was silent for a long period of time before turning around and leaving towards Husband-Gazing Mountain one step at a time. He walked past the place belonging to the Sand Earthlings and past the huge head of the statue floating in the galaxy. Su Ming arrived at the summit of Husband-Gazing Mountain and saw a mountain rock in the shape of a woman standing tall at the summit. The stones seemed to have formed naturally, and from far away, it looked exactly like a woman staring into the distance while waiting for her husband's return. When Su Ming saw it, he remembered Zhu Yukai, who came from the Husband-Gazing Mountain. He also remembered the bald crane's complicated expression while it was in this place. When he scrutinized the mountain rock, Su Ming suddenly had a feeling that the woman's figure formed by the rock seemed to share features with the woman beside the lake that the bald crane had watched for 100 years. But it was just a feeling. Su Ming fell silent, and as he stared at the mountain rock resembling a woman's figure, he seemed to hear a soft murmur that came from the passage of time. The moonlight is dim, and during that time, who will remember it? You stare at the end of the world, yearning for your husband and longing for your home. After looking at the mountain rock, Su Ming left. The mountain had its own story which had happened a long time ago. The stone woman's gaze as she stared into the distance would only last for another 100 years. Su Ming walked to the region of the sand earthlings and grabbed a handful of sand from the desert. He once promised the antecedental spirit of the sand earthlings that he would grant him eternal life, just like how all the lives written into Old Man Extermination's ballad would obtain eternal life in that aeon. With the sand on his palm as a lead, Su Ming closed his eyes. The sand in his hand trembled before it rose above his hand. It swirled there, then turned into the figure of a sand earthling. When Su Ming opened his eyes, the figure wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards him while above his palm. Then he flew up. Su Ming swung his right hand at the sky, and a vortex appeared out of nowhere. The figure turned into a long arc and charged inside it, where he disappeared without a trace. Su Ming watched the figure leaving into the distance up to the moment the vortex disappeared. He had completed another one of the promises he had made in the past. He walked through the trail he once took and saw swarms of creatures that he found dangerous in the past. He continued walking. Since he was there, he wanted to head to the fifth ocean to see whether there was truly a path that led to the broken fifth true world. The wish he had in the past was not gone. The only thing he had yet to accomplish was locating his junior brother, Xianxia's disciple in name. This was a regret in his heart, but Su Ming did not force himself to search for him. In truth, when he saw the wastelands, he could already sense that his youngest junior brother had already returned to the embrace of Earth. When an old friend leaves the world, it is difficult for the two people to meet again. This was destiny, and Su Ming could do nothing about it. But perhaps, he was destined to be able to find a way to settle this regret, because when he was walking forward in Divine Essence Star Ocean, Su Ming suddenly came to a halt. Once he stopped, he slowly turned his head around, and when he looked into the distance, a dark look appeared on his face. It was full of killing intent. Since Su Ming had returned from the Fourth Wing's expanse cosmos, killing intent had never showed up in his gaze. At that moment it was the first time. Su Ming saw a floating continent not too far away. The lives there were in utter misery at that moment. Their blood flowed in streams, and they were all slaughtered by an expressionless thin old man. He seemed to be killing everyone to absorb their fear and the life force. Slowly, the thin old man's aura became stronger. There was a corpse on the old man's back. Its flesh was squirming at that moment, and the more people were killed, the more the corpse recovered. Flesh grew on its bones, covering certain parts of the bone. That scene reminded Su Ming of one of Su Xianyi's clones. It had been trapped in a certain region in Divine Essence Star Ocean and was reduced to a host to a skeleton on its back. The corpse was that skeleton, but the host was no longer Su Xianyi's clone. Instead, the host had become Xianxia's disciple in name, Su Ming's junior brother, the person Su Ming had not been able to find. When he noticed it, Su Ming fell silent. He could not overlook this. The presence spreading out from the corpse made it clear that he was a powerful warrior from one of the past eons. Su Ming would ignore him no matter how much he killed or absorbed, since this was a part of the laws before the disaster, and Su Ming did not want to interfere with them. However, that person should not have used Xianxia's disciple in name as his host. The people of the past said that those who did not know of the laws could not be considered to have committed a crime if they broke a law, but this saying did not stand for Su Ming. Regardless of whether he knew or did not know, once a person did certain things, they had to pay the equivalent price, such as the powerful warrior from one of the previous eons. Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed at the distant galaxy. With it, the galaxy immediately distorted. Without a single sound, an illusion appeared in front of Su Ming. It was the illusion of his finger. It instantly looked as if it had become real, and when it grew to be 1,000 feet long, it charged into the distance. As it moved forward, it grew, and it turned into a finger that was about 10,000 feet long. It sliced through space, and in an instant, it appeared in the sky to press down on the corpse that was absorbing all the life force from the recently killed. The continent trembled violently at that moment, as if it could not withstand the indescribable destructive will contained in Su Ming's finger when it descended. The corpses had been closed before, but at that moment, they flew open to reveal yellow pupils. They shrank swiftly in astonishment. Who is attacking me? Fellow Taoist, if you value this continent, then I immediately apologize and am willing to deliver all the life force I absorbed to you. I am even willing to give you a supreme treasure as an apology, the corpse said quickly, but Su Ming's finger in the sky did not stop for even an instant. It replaced the sky and descended. The ground shuddered. In fact, the edges of the continent started cracking and crumbling, unable to withstand the mighty pressure. This caused the corpse's expression to change again. Without any hesitation, it opened its mouth and sucked in a sharp breath. With it, the old man carrying him was reduced to skin and bones, turning into a mummy. It looked like all of his flesh and blood had been instantly sucked out by the corpse. When the mummy who had long since died and was turned into a puppet fell to the ground, flesh and blood swiftly grew on his body. It turned into a middle-aged man with a sinister face. He threw his head back and roared. Then, he formed a seal with his hands before pushing at the finger coming at him from the sky. The moment he attacked, a huge shadow appeared on the middle-aged man's body. It was a huge black beast that was decaying. It had 9 heads, and when it grew larger, it reached to be thousands of feet tall. It let out an indignant howl, leapt up, and charged towards Su Ming's finger. Damn it, no matter who you are, you can't kill me. This is a part of the laws in the universe. Since you can't kill me, why must you interfere with my actions? When the middle-aged man roared, Su Ming's finger crashed against his body. Loud booms spread out, shaking the sky and earth. Hidden amid them was the middle-aged man's shrill scream of pain. From a distance, it looked like Su Ming's finger replaced the sky and the universe. Only the tip of the finger might have descended, but it covered nearly 2/10 of the continent. When it touched the huge beast the old man had manifest, it did not stop moving. It pushed the middle-aged man's figure and pressed him against the continent that was void of life. Boom! 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 The ground shuddered, and cracks instantly filled the continent. In the span of a few breaths, the land shattered, but it did not crumble straight away. Instead, when it crumbled layer by layer, it exploded and turned into ash. The middle-aged man's body and soul were destroyed by the finger formed by Su Ming's will even before that. I cannot bring you to the other side of river. Since you have already passed away, the only thing I can do for you is to have this person die with you, and with this lifeless continent, I will build a grave for you. Su Ming sighed softly. He brought his right hand up and swung his arm. Immediately, the continent that had been reduced to dust gathered together in space to form a tomb that floated in the galaxy. A string of words gradually appeared on the tombstone above it. 9th Summit, Grave of Emosha. Dijo Emosha. This disciple in name of Xianxia would now sleep for eternity in his grave. Su Ming might not have had a lot of interactions with him, but he would never forgot that junior brother of his. However, in terms of feelings, he could not help but find that this person was not as close to him as his senior brothers. In fact, perhaps even Xianxia had already forgotten that there was once a teenager who was determined to become his disciple. But no matter what, he was Su Ming's junior brother. Even if his tomb would only last for 100 years, The regret that rose in Su Ming's heart was given voice when he carved Ninth Summit into Dezhou Emosha's tombstone.